Chapter 42, 35 Snake Slaying, Part 6, Bang. As soon as he finished speaking, an extremely mysterious force descended on the scene. The area within 1,000 feet of Jian Wushuang suddenly turned into a pitch-black domain. The original universe had a strong suppressive power. As long as Jian Wushuang was within the domain of the original universe, his power would increase by a large margin while his opponent's power would be greatly weakened. Immediately, Jian Wushuang looked up and saw a heavenly snake playboy standing not far to his right. He quickly moved to the side. "I found you." Jian Wushuang sneered, stepped with his right foot, and rushed toward heavenly snake playboy. Whoosh! Split open the sky. A half-moon-shaped blood-red sword light struck out instantly and landed on heavenly snake playboy. Whoa! Heavenly snake playboy did not expect that Jian Wushuang would be able to capture his position. The sword directly cut his shoulder, leaving a deep cut. You can see me now?" The cold smile on Heavenly Snake Playboy's face disappeared, and he frowned. "Heavenly Snake, go to hell." A cold voice was heard, and Jian Wushuang charged again with his sword. Clang! A huge sword light instantly locked onto him, containing rich universe laws, and slashed at him ruthlessly. Looking at the huge sword light, Heavenly Snake Playboy's mouth pulled up into a strange smile again. He sighed and said, "The prey is starting to resist." A trident appeared in Heavenly Snake Playboy's hand. Heavenly Snake Playboy turned his right hand and also slashed out a halberd light containing rich universe principles toward Jian Wushuang. Bang! The trident radiance and the sword radiance collided. At the point of contact, a huge circular shock wave exploded and spread out in all directions. Jian Wushuang and Heavenly Snake Playboy quickly exchanged thousands of moves. With the help of the original universe, Jian Wushuang and Heavenly Snake Playboy's speed finally reached the same level. Jian Wushuang's divine power was far stronger than Heavenly Snake Playboy's. The situation was reversed in an instant. "Disgusting little bug." Jian Wushuang sneered in a low voice. The Wuqi divine sword in his hand continuously slashed out thousands of sharp sword qi, which bombarded Heavenly Snake Playboy like bombs. Secret skill, Sun Devouring. Facing the thousands of sharp sword qi, Heavenly Snake Playboy's face turned cold. He opened his mouth and bit at the thousands of sword qi. Boom! As Heavenly Snake Playboy opened his mouth, a huge phantom of a snake appeared behind him. The phantom of the giant snake opened its mouth and bared its fangs. With a fierce bite, it swallowed all the sword qi. Then, the giant snake phantom opened its mouth again and bit Jian Wushuang. Sundering stars. Jian Wushuang sneered, and the Wuqi divine sword immediately turned into a silver sword rainbow and slashed at the giant snake phantom. Bang! With an explosive sound, the giant snake phantom collapsed. Jian Wushuang followed him with a leap. He stretched out his 5 fingers and grabbed Heavenly Snake Playboy's head. "Now, who is the prey?" Jian Wushuang sneered and poured all the divine power that was 12,000 times more than his divine body into his right hand. He grabbed Heavenly Snake Playboy's head and pressed it to the ground. Bang! A huge pit appeared in the ground. Jian Wushuang raised his hand, grabbed Heavenly Snake Playboy's head, and pushed him toward a wall. Boom! 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 Jian Wushuang grabbed Heavenly Snake Playboy's head and pushed him forward, breaking hundreds of walls. The sharp sword essence wrapped around Jian Wushuang's fingers and exploded on Heavenly Snake Playboy's head. "Poor little bug." Jian Wushuang sneered and threw ruler Heavenly Snake into a small lake in the 8th city with his right hand. Countless people were dumbfounded. No one had expected that the situation would be reversed so quickly. It was so fast that before they could react, Heavenly Snake Playboy had been crushed by Jian Wushuang. The domain formed by the original universe gradually dissipated. Jian Wushuang held the Wuqi divine sword in his hand and walked toward the lake step by step. Whoosh! At this moment, the water in the small lake was overturned, and turbulent waves rose up. A huge black python suddenly swept out of the small lake and opened its mouth to roar. "Blood sword, I've decided. Not only will I crush your divine body inch by inch, but I'll also slaughter your entire clan and kill all the people close to you in this world." The giant python stared at Jian Wushuang with an extremely cold gaze and spoke in the human language. The next moment, Heavenly Snake Playboy, who had transformed into his original body, suddenly rushed out of the lake and rushed toward Jian Wushuang. Pa 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 pa. A sound barrier-breaking explosion burst out beside his huge snake. His speed was more than 10 times faster now that he had returned to his original form. Jian Wushuang's vision blurred for a moment, and he felt an extremely disgusting stench coming at him. It opened its huge mouth and bit him ruthlessly, swallowing him. Not good. The blood sword is going to be swallowed by Heavenly Snake Playboy. Legend has it that the stomach of the Heavenly Snake tribe is a small world of its own. Even the stars and the galaxy will be rapidly corroded and digested after being swallowed by the Heavenly Snake tribe. If the blood sword is swallowed by Heavenly Snake Playboy, there's no possibility of him surviving. The two of them are too strong. This is the first time I've seen the true form of the Heavenly Snake tribe. In the distance, countless rulers of the 8th city, who were watching the battle, had their eyes flashing wildly. As for ruler Hao Jin and holy maiden Jiushi, they clenched their fists tightly and did not even dare to breathe loudly as they watched this scene. The snake's mouth reeked of blood. Jian Wushuang raised his Wuqi divine sword and blocked the snake's mouth that was closing. Waves of cold yin qi came from deep inside Heavenly Snake Playboy's body. Jian Wushuang knew that no matter how strong his divine body was, he would not be able to survive once Heavenly Snake Playboy swallowed him. Roar! Heavenly Snake Playboy roared madly. Jian Wushuang was in his mouth, but he could not bite the Wuqi divine sword that was supporting his upper jaw. Blood sword, let's see how long you can last. Heavenly Snake Playboy's cold voice rang in Jian Wushuang's mind. And then, drops of venom, enough to kill an ultimate ruler, flowed through his fangs and onto the Wuqi divine sword. Immediately, the Wuqi divine sword, which was dripping with venom, let out a sizzling sound as it was burned. Black spots the size of fingernails appeared on the Wuqi divine sword where the poison had dripped, and black poisonous smoke rose. Seeing this, Jian Wushuang's heart sank. He was afraid that even the Wuqi divine sword, which had reached the limit of a principal's cardinal treasure, would not be able to last long under the poison. Taking a deep breath, Jian Wushuang's expression became calm again. He said word by word, innate divine ability, life intimidation, /*. Boom. In an instant, countless forces surged around Jian Wushuang. At this moment, Jian Wushuang did not hold back any of his trump cards. Except for the Tarot Divine Sword and Eternal Night, he used all of his strength. Today, I, Blood Sword, will show the world what I'm capable of. Chapter 42:36. The first is more. You get out. Jian Wushuang faintly glanced at the maiden of Jiushi and said. Saint Jiushi opened her mouth and wanted to say something. In the end, she turned into a sigh and retreated silently to one side. Suddenly, the group of disciples of Jiushi Holy Land, who stood behind the Jiushi madam, looked like lavish, mountain hunting, and so on. They all looked aside and asked, Blood Sword, what do you want? Blood Sword, don't go too far. We are disciples in Jiushi Holy Land. Blood Sword snapped. Without waiting for them to finish, Jian Wushuang directly raised his palm and slapped it. This slap did not show any divine power, but it was drawn unobstructed on the faces of the deserted master and others. I killed all the Snake Kings, and still care about your Jiushi Holy Land? Jian Wushuang said coldly. Suddenly, the masters of Kuangyi and others were all angry, but they were afraid to speak. But they could only cover their cheeks, lower their heads, and dare not look at Jianshou again. Jian Wushuang's one-handed kill of Tianqi Langjun was really fierce and mighty. They had already been scared of courage. The previous question was nothing more than a slap. When Jian Wushuang's slap was drawn, they even avoided the basics. None of it. Idiot. Finally, Jian Wushuang gave them a cold look and turned to leave. Where would the disciples of Jiushi Holy Land make their own claims? Where would he use the divine body? Hao Emperor immediately followed Jian Wu's body. Before leaving, he glanced at the Jiushi Holy Land severely and hummed, "I tell you, Lord Bloodsword is broad-minded and only slap you. It's okay, but but I will see you in the Shinkong Gulu in the future, otherwise I will see one kill one." Having said that, he quickly followed the pace of Jian Wushuang and walked away. After the sword Wushuang left, the dead crowd began to boil. Blood Sword Palm kills Tianchi Langjun, tops the 8th city. God manifested, the world was shocked. Blood Sword proved invincible. The Blood Snake Slayer Langjun killed the first person in the top 10 cities of Dingxing Ancient Road. In an instant, the battle between Jian Wushuang and Tianchi Langjun passed like a hurricane. It not only spread to the 8th city, but also spread at a very fast speed towards other Starry Sky ancient roads and other caves in Tianqingqi world. 7th city, 6th city, 5th city. Even the 9th and 10th cities behind the 8th city. The word Blood Sword is completely famous for the ancient road of Starry Sky. For a while, the word Blood Sword stood out, and among the top 10 cities in the ancient sky, all discussed the battle between the Blood Sword and the Heavenly Snake King. Some people say that Jian Wushuang is the top sun in the universe, and he can't go to the ancient road of the sky. Others say that Jian Wushuang is the son of a top supreme. For a time, the discussion about sword warriors filled the entire top 10 cities of Shinkong Ancient Road, but there were thousands of faces. Naturally, the stories that came out of them also gave birth to countless versions. However, when a message came from the extremely distant first city, the entire top 10 cities of Shinkong Ancient Road shook. The blood sword that slayed Tianchi Langjun. Only the 5th level dominates the repair. Countless people can't believe that they can cut and kill the blood sword of the invincible ultimate dominator Tianchi Langjun. Only the 5th level dominates the repair. Evil. Inferior level evil. Blood sword is only the 5th level master dominance, and it will be able to kill the invincible ultimate dominator level. If the blood sword reaches the ultimate dominator level, as long as it is not in the universe, who can heal him? I'm afraid those evil spirits deep in the ancient starry sky, aren't they? Blood sword will definitely become one of the new giants in the ancient sky. If they knew that Jian Wushuang was stunned when they killed Tianchi Langjun, now they are shocked. Countless people are crazy. The outside world changed like a vortex, and the sword unparalleled which caused all this happened, now sitting cross-legged on a mountain in the 8th city. The evening breeze, starry, Jian Wushuang in a black robe, sitting cross-legged, on him, countless divine power around, nourishing his body. His exhausted divine power is rapidly recovering. After a moment, Jian Wushuang slowly spit out the turbid air at the exit, opened his eyes, and a glance of shunmong flashed in his eyes. Finally recovered. Jian Wushuang smiled slightly. After beheading Tianchi Langjun, he did not rush to leave the 8th city, but looked for a mountain outside the 8th city to restore his spirit. After decades of recuperation and rest, his exhausted divine power was finally completely restored, and sword unparalleled. After his own battle, after the battle of Tianchi Langjun, he finally had a clear positioning. Today I, with all the means at my disposal, have been able to slay the invincible ultimate master, but the cost will be great. Jian Wushuang murmured to himself. The means, he said, are all out, and naturally does not include the sword of Yongyi and the Taro Excalibur. You know, when he was dominated at the 4th level, he killed the 3 princes of Dafeng God Kingdom and the South King of Dajin God Kingdom with the sword of Eternal Night. Although the Tianchi Langjun is strong, he is not much stronger than the original 3 princes and King Zhenan. If Jian Wushuang directly urged Yongyi a sword, it would be enough to kill Tianchi Langjun instantly. Even in the face of the King of 9 robbers, Jian Wushuang had the confidence to fight. The original intention of Shinkong Gulu. Yongyi is a powerful sword, but it's the kendo of others, Taro Supreme's kendo, not his unparalleled kendo. If he relies on the sword of Eternal Night in everything, then even if he is strong in the future, he will only be a shadow living under the Supreme Lord Taro. Taro Supreme, known as the first person in kendo since the ages, has been named Kendo Supreme, and no one has broken his legend so far. Numerous kendo masters have followed him in kendo tough effort and countless years of research, researching Taro Supreme Kendo. However, The result is that they can never surpass Talos Supreme in their lifetime. This is not what Jian Wushuang wanted. If Jian Wushuang wants to surpass Tai Luo Supreme in the future, then the only way is to continue to grow his strength and open up a truly invincible kendo that belongs to Jian Wushuang himself. In this regard, Jian Wushuang saw very thoroughly. After all, the strength is still weaker. Jian Wushuang sighed gently and looked down at the 8th city. I saw the 8th city, which was blasted into ruins by him and Tianqi Langjun. In these decades, the city has gradually returned to normal. This made Jian Wushuang have to say with emotion again, "What great power that the master who opened up the ancient road of the sky has the world's power." Thinking of this, Jian Wushuang looked up at Wudi Shinkong. Chapter 42, 37 Snake Slaying, Part 8. It's a pity for the blood sword. It took me so much effort to severely injure Heavenly Snake Playboy and kill him. But now, because of this idiot, Heavenly Snake Playboy has recovered. The blood sword is in danger. The spectators looked at Jian Wushuang and shook their heads with a sigh. Jiushi Holy Land, Hao Jin, won't rest until you're dead. Die. Ruler Hao Jin's eyes almost popped out of his head as he charged toward the Jiushi disciples. On the other side, Heavenly Snake Playboy's snake tail swung again, and he swallowed Divine Lord Tiansong. In an instant, the huge wound on Heavenly Snake Playboy's body that was cut by Jian Wushuang's star-slashing sword rainbow began to recover. In just a few breaths, it was completely healed. Hiss hiss hiss. Heavenly Snake Playboy slowly raised his head and let out a cold smile. Blood sword. It seems like even the heavens don't want me to die. He looked at Jian Wushuang and said sarcastically. Hearing this, Jian Wushuang's eyes were cold and he replied indifferently, "If I can kill you once, I can kill you a second time." Is that so? Heavenly Snake Playboy chuckled without a care. The next moment, blood sword, you should die. His face suddenly became distorted, and his huge golden vertical pupils were filled with ruthlessness and madness. He bounced up from the ground again and shot toward Jian Wushuang. You're the one who should die. Jian Wushuang snorted coldly with an expressionless face. He lowered his head to look at the black spot on the Wuqi Divine sword that had been scalded by the venom. With a flip of his right hand, he put the Wuqi Divine sword back into his interspatial ring. After doing all this, Jian Wushuang took a deep breath and his expression became calm. He closed his eyes and slowly said, "Divine body appear." In an instant, Jian Wushuang's body emitted a sound similar to frying beans. A wave of energy that came from the deepest part of his soul and the deepest part of his perfect life form began to gush out. Under this power, his divine body started to grow. 1 mile, 2 miles, 3 miles, 10,000 miles, 30,000 miles, 60,000 miles. At this moment, everyone's face froze and their eyes widened in disbelief. An unimaginable giant, tens of thousands of miles tall and surrounded by endless immortal radiance, appeared in front of Heavenly Snake Playboy. His face was surrounded by chaos, only revealing a trace of his appearance. He looked exactly the same as Jian Wushuang. His power was indescribable and powerful beyond comprehension. It was as if he could break the universe with a raise of his hand and destroy the earth with a step. Heavenly Snake Playboy, who was originally huge, was like an ant under the feet of the giant. Under countless shocked gazes, Jian Wushuang slowly opened his eyes. 2 bolts of lightning flashed across his eyes. Other than having divine power and a soul that far surpassed cultivators of the same realm, special creatures also had a divine body at its strongest state. This was the first time Jian Wushuang had revealed his divine body to the world. The entire 8th city was shocked. What is this? Heavenly Snake Playboy's speed came to a sudden halt. He raised his head and looked at the giant surrounded by countless immortal light, and his golden vertical pupils shrank. A cold chi rushed to his head. For the first time, Heavenly Snake Playboy felt fear in his heart. Retreat. Heavenly Snake Playboy's eyes flickered. He was uncertain about the giant who had transformed into Jian Wushuang's divine body. He immediately made a decision to avoid the sharp edge first. In an instant, Heavenly Snake Playboy was about to shoot into the distance. Looking at Heavenly Snake Playboy who was far away, Jian Wushuang's expression did not change at all, and he spoke calmly. Suppress. In an instant, Jian Wushuang was like a god who controlled the life and death of the world and set the law. An indescribable divine power gathered in Jian Wushuang's giant hand and pressed down on Heavenly Snake Playboy. Boom. No words could describe the horror of this palm. The entire world was covered by a giant palm. There was no light, no earth, and no sky. Under this palm, Heavenly Snake Playboy seemed to have turned into a small snake that was at the mercy of others and was suppressed by Jian Wushuang's hand. Roar, roar, roar. Heavenly Snake Playboy screamed and howled. However, no matter how he struggled, he could not move at all, as if he was being pressed down by a million mountains. The sharp and fierce sword essence was activated by Jian Wushuang. It exploded between his 5 fingers and bombarded Heavenly Snake Playboy continuously. Boom, boom, boom. Heavenly Snake Playboy's snake body kept exploding, condensing, and exploding again. This process was repeated thousands of times. As Heavenly Snake Playboy let out a shrill roar, everyone was shocked to see this scene. They felt a chill down their spine as if they had fallen into an ice cellar. This is too terrifying. Countless people's lips trembled as they spoke. After a while, when Jian Wushuang raised his palm again, it had already turned into nothingness. Heavenly Snake Playboy had been completely annihilated. Kacha kacha kacha. Jian Wushuang's 68,000-mile-long divine body gradually shrank and returned to normal after a while. At that moment, the entire 8th city fell into a deathly silence. It was so quiet that one could hear a pin drop. No one was discussing it, and no one made a sound. Everyone's eyes were fixed on Jian Wushuang, and they were all shocked. Until now, their minds were still filled with Jian Wushuang's indomitable and 68,000-mile divine body. The same thought appeared in their minds at the same time. I want to compete with the heavens. After returning to his normal form, Jian Wushuang's aura was extremely weak, and he almost fell from the sky. The price of using the divine body once is too great. Jian Wushuang laughed bitterly. Outsiders only thought that he had killed Heavenly Snake Playboy with a flip of his hand. Only he knew how much he had paid. At this moment, his divine power was almost completely exhausted, and his entire body was in pain as if it had been stabbed by needles. His divine body was on the verge of exploding. But it's good. It's not like I didn't gain anything. Jian Wushuang smiled and turned his head to look at the place where Heavenly Snake Playboy had died. He saw 2 sharp fangs and an interspatial ring floating in the air. Drops of pitch-black venom dripped down the fangs, corroding the ground and creating huge pits. Jian Wushuang waved his hand and took the 2 poisonous fangs and Heavenly Snake Playboy's interspatial ring. Then, Jian Wushuang took out a few divine herbs from his interspatial ring that could quickly replenish divine power. He sat down cross-legged to recover his divine power. Each of these divine herbs was extremely precious. However, to Jian Wushuang, who had obtained the complete treasures of the Tarot ruins, they were nothing. When his divine power had recovered slightly, Jian Wushuang stood up and walked toward the crowd. In an instant, everyone automatically made way for him and looked at Jian Wushuang with extreme respect. Jian Wushuang walked past them slowly and finally stopped in front of the Jiushi Holy Land disciples. It was time to settle some scores. Sir Bloodsword. Jiushi had a complicated expression on her face as she called out softly. Chapter 42:38. The first is more. Inside the Taishu Temple, the black minaret stood like a sword, and the thunder rolled above the sky. The 7 temple masters of the Taishu Temple all stood respectfully under the minaret, bowed their hands, and looked solemn. Rumble. A thunder suddenly exploded in the sky. I saw a middle-aged man wearing a royal uniform among Wanzhong Leguang stepping down from the air. This middle-aged man is simply the pioneer of the Taishu Temple, the Taishu Emperor. See Lord God. The 7 main hall masters knelt on the ground and spoke at the same time. The middle-aged man was bathed in thunder light, surrounded by thunder snakes, nodded indifferently, and said, "Get up?" "Yes." 7 masters stood up. "This time I return, there are 2 things to say." Emperor Taishu stood on his back and said lightly, The 7 temple masters all said nothing and quietly listened to the Emperor Taishu. In time, I will no longer serve as the Emperor of the Taishu Temple, but I have already selected the person in charge of the Emperor. I have already chosen it. Taishu Emperor calmly said. When this remark came to an end, all the masters of the 7 palaces were all uproar. Master God, this is absolutely impossible. Immediately, among the masters of the 7 palaces, several temple masters stepped out and said quickly, "When will it be settled by others?" Emperor Taishu glanced at them lightly. Suddenly, the hall masters were shocked and did not dare to say more, but just thought more about the heart. However, without waiting for them to think about it, Emperor Taishu continued to say, "After I left, the first temple owner, Bingyu, was responsible for serving as Taishu Emperor. Dominion, do you understand?" The words fell, and the main leaders of the 7 temples of the Taishu Temple all looked at the Lord of the Bingao Temple with complex eyes. The Lord of the Bingyu Palace heard that his expression did not change much, but he arched his hand. The Emperor of God is assured that I must manage the Taishu Temple well and do not take care of it. The Emperor Taishu nodded slightly when he heard the words, and then the words turned and continued. The second thing is to lift the seal suppression of the prisoner dragon and let him dominate the ancient road of Shinkong. What? That lunatic is about to be released? This lunatic is released. I don't know if it is good or bad. The masters of the 7 halls of the temple all frowned, but they also knew that with the fall of the Qingshu, they were 2 temples. If they want to get a seat in the ancient road that dominates the sky, then they can only release the prisoner dragon. Come out and go to dominate the ancient road of Shinkong. Emperor Taixus' eyes flashed, and then he turned to look at the black spire behind him. I saw him waving his hand, and the black iron gate of the black spire behind it opened slowly. Inside the gate, there was endless darkness, and a stale dust accompanied by the Yin wind rolled out of the door. Immediately afterwards, I heard a heavy gasp coming from inside the iron gate, as if there were some monsters about to break out. There was a sound of iron chains rubbing against the floor. After a while, a waist-riding monster was seen, and gradually emerged from the darkness in the minaret. The monster had blue skin on his body, a row of barbs on his back, and dark black iron shackles on both hands and feet. Taste of freedom. The monster raised his head and sighed, and slowly opened his eyes. I saw that there were only white eyes and no eyes in his eyes. He looked sideways at the Lord of the 7 palaces, with a smirk in his mouth, and said, 7 lords, 10 chaos times, long time no see. The 7 palace masters heard the words and snorted expressionlessly. The monster wanted to talk again, and when he saw Emperor Taishu, he said lightly, "Prison dragon, let you out this time. There is something for you to do." "Hey, I guessed a long time ago. You must have something to do with me." The prison dragon heard a smile and then pouted. "Isn't this your usual way of doing things? Just let me go when you need it. Come out and wait for me to use up, then suppress my seal." Emperor Taishu frowned when he heard the words and said indifferently, "After you have done this well, I can truly set you free." "Oh." Prison dragon's pupils shrank, and a look of suspicion flashed in his eyes. "God Emperor, are you serious? I talked. When did I lie to you?" Taishu Xian replied lightly. "Okay." Prison dragon turned his eyes, and then Feng Feng said, "God, please, what do I need this time? I let you out this time, on behalf of Taishu Xianzong, to go to dominate the last city of Shinkong Ancient Road and compete for the grand event of the universe." Emperor Taishu said, "Dominate the Shinkong Ancient Road? Just dominate?" Prison dragon sneered at hearing the words, and there was a brutal cruelty in his eyes. With the right hand of Emperor Taishu, the shackles on prison dragon disappeared. Suddenly, a breathtaking atmosphere, centered on the prison dragon, skyrocketed. Prison dragon slowly straightened his waist, twisted his neck, and made a clicking noise. It didn't take long for Emperor Taishu to leave Taishu's star domain. And just when the prisoner was going to go to the ancient road to the starry sky, Bingyu supremely stopped him. "Prison dragon, after you go to dominate Shinkong Ancient Road, by the way, kill someone for this seat." "Oh." Prison dragon raised an eyebrow, became interested, and asked, "Who to kill?" Bingyu Extreme turned over with his right hand, and suddenly a black mirror appeared in his hand, and handed it to the prisoner. Just kill the man in the mirror. The prisoner looked down at the Shuangguang mirror, and saw that there was a young man in a black robe, holding a scarlet sword and cold eyes. Who is he? Prison Dragon asked with a brow raised. Blood Sword. Bingyu Supreme spit out two words indifferently. At the same time, in the ancient road that dominates the sky, Jian Wushuang and How Emperor dominated the two and entered the 10th city. Master Blood Sword, in front of which is one of the 9 giants, where Lord Lan is. How Emperor said, pointing to the largest fortress in the 10th city. Master Blood Sword, the first 10 cities and the last 8 cities are not the same in the Xingkong Ancient Road. The owner of the 10th city, also known as Zhengguanqi, clearance when you Master Lan is the ambassador of the 10th city. Jian Wushuang nodded after hearing the words, and replied, let's go and meet the Blue Master for a while. They walked towards the fort. Along the way, many people focused their eyes on Jian Wushuang. This person is a blood sword? Sure enough, I knew that the blood sword would come to the 10th city, and thus the 8th city. In the last 8 cities, there are many good friends of Tianqi Langjun. The blood sword enters the 8th city, for fear that trouble will follow. I just don't know if he can pass the test of Lord Lan. The sword had no sides and no expression, as if I had not heard these discussions, and approached the huge fortress building step by step. Chapter 42:39. The second is even more. In front of the fort, 2 guards in dark blue iron armor stood in front of the gate. A banner with the word blue written on it was inserted high up in the fort, fluttering against the wind and hunting. Who's coming? The 2 dark blue armored guards crossed the bar with a long bar in their hands, blocking the sword Wushuang's way. One of them asked expressionlessly, Blood Sword, come here to visit Xingguan. Jian Wushuang arched his hand and said with a smile, Blood Sword? The 2 dark blue iron guards shrink their pupils. Jian Wushuang's reputation is not too small recently. These 2 dark blue iron guards naturally know. Okay, Lord Bloodsword, wait a minute, and I'll meet Lord Lan. The 2 dark blue iron guards arched their hands at Jian Wushuang, and then one walked towards the fortress. After a while, the iron-armored guard stepped out of the fortress, bowed down and said humbly, Master Bloodsword, Master Lan, please? Thanks a lot. Jian Wushuang nodded towards him and strode towards the fortress immediately. Upon entering the fort, a huge rotating stone ladder appeared in front of the sword without double sides. Come up. Immediately, a faint voice sounded in Jianhui's ears. The voice was so clear that it was impossible to distinguish between men and women. It is good. Jian Wushuang nodded back and said that the master who wanted to hear this voice was Lord Lan, one of the 9 giants of Xingkong Ancient Road. Jian Wushuang is still quite curious about this Master Lan. He wants to see how far the so-called giant level of combat power of this ancient sky has reached. While thinking, Jian Wushuang walked up the stone ladder. After a moment, a push-open mahogany door appeared in front of the sword without double sides. Alas! The next moment, the wooden door opened automatically. A woman sitting cross-legged on the ground, wearing a blue coat, covered with a veil on her face, only a slender figure with beautiful eyes, appeared in front of Jian Wu's double-sided. Master Lan? Jian Wushuang shouted tentatively. Blood Sword, come in and sit down. Lord Lan pointed to a futon opposite him. Jian Wushuang nodded his head, strode into the room, and sat cross-legged opposite to Lord Lan. Master Lan, I'm here to visit the customs for customs clearance. Lord Lan heard and said, Blood Sword. You can call me Blue, but this customs clearance is forgive me. I sayn't give it. Jian Wushuang heard the words, and his eyes suddenly narrowed. Lord Lan glanced at Jian Wushuang, paused and continued, Blood Swords, the richness of the rules in the first 10 cities and the last 8 cities are completely different. It can be said that they are completely 2 worlds, and want to clear the customs. This is not something I can decide. The adult has already set the rules. He must cross the first 3 floors of the refining tower before he can get the customs clearance and enter the 8 cities. While talking, Lord Lan reached out his hand and pointed to it. Does that adult mean? There was a touch of thought in Jian Wu's eyes, and then he said in a deep voice, Blue, please take me to the tower. Little things, no trouble at all. Lan nodded, then walked out of the fortress with his sword Wushuang. Outside the fortress, Hao Emperor saw Jian Wushuang coming out and quickly asked, Master Bloodsword, did you get one through customs? Not yet. Wait for me here. Sword Wushuang replied, and then followed Blue and walked towards a huge black tower in the distance of the 10th city. Master Lan. Sea Lord Lan. Along the way, the ultimate master of the 10th city, saluting respectfully towards the Blue. Blue nodded slightly in response. It can be seen that Blue has high prestige in the 10th city. After a while, the two walked in front of this huge black tower. I saw that this black tower has a total of 9 floors and is in the shape of an L. The sharper it goes up, the tower is engraved with 2 sharp refining gods characters. Blood sword, this is the refining tower. The more you go up, the more difficult it is. There is no one on the 9th floor in the ancient sky. Owner of the body, reached the 7th floor. Blue said lightly. And blood sword, if you want to get customs clearance, you only need to pass the first 3 layers. I explain this, do you understand? Understand. Jian Wushuang nodded his head and no longer hesitated. After taking a deep breath, he strode toward the Lian Shin Tower. Blood sword, I remind you that you must not be stubborn in this refining tower. You can reach the first floor as the first floor. Do not embarrass yourself. In these years, the ultimate master who died in the refining tower is not a minority. Finally, I would like to remind you again that this refining tower is dangerous, but also good fortune. Lan glanced at the sword unparalleled back and said meaningfully. Jian Wushuang heard what he said, thoughtfully. Thank you. Jian Wushuang thanked him, and the next moment, he went directly to the refining tower. On the first floor, the refining god tower is a huge black space surrounded by countless darkness. Roar, roar. Every beast roar came from the void. Immediately afterwards, they saw a monster with 4 heads and 4 feet on the ground, with sharp angled heads, and emerged from the void. Their eyes were red, grinning at Jian Wushuang for a while, stinky saliva, and kept from the corner of his mouth. Bite eater? Jian Wushuang's eyes narrowed. He was no stranger to this monster. He had seen a lot when he left Taichu Divine Realm and traveled the universe. This element-eating beast is also known as the scavenger of the universe. Wherever the dominator in the universe falls, there will be their shadows. They live on the breath of divine power that has not had time to dissipate after their domination. If these bite-eating beasts talk about individual strength alone, even ordinary first-level dominators are not as good. But if they are united in groups, even ordinary dominators, they will have 3 points to avoid. Every 100,000 years, it is notorious to hear the news that the Beast Eater killed the practitioners who dominated the level. Roar. With the roar of bellows, countless bite-eating beasts emerged from the void, filling the space. They stared at Jian Wushuang stubbornly, rubbing the ground with their hind feet, as if they were impatient and wanted to tear the sword Wushuang. Huh! At last, when the first Yuan Yuanju leaped violently and bite towards the sword unparalleled sword, countless Yuan Yuansu moved. Native chicken tile dog. There was a flash of cold mang in Jian Wu's eyes, and Wu Wei's divine sword appeared in his right hand, and then a sword mang split, instantly blasting hundreds of yuan-eating beasts into powder. In a short time, a feast of killing, like a flower in the dawn, began to bloom. Chapter 42-40. The first is more. Soaring. In the sword without hands, Wu Weeping's sword swept across, sharply sharpening their swords, and constantly blasting away. Every sword explodes, and there are not hundreds of bite-eating beasts killed. In the dense group of bite-eating beasts, blast out one by one. However, immediately after the death of these bite beasts, there were more bite beasts pouring out of the darkness, one after the other, killing swords in pairs. The sword has no 2 sides and no expression. For him, even if there are more of these bite beasts, it will not pose a half-threat to him. With the Wu Weeping sword in his hand, killing these yuan-eating beasts is even simpler than chopping melon and cutting vegetables. I'd like to see how many elemental beasts there are in this refining god tower. Simply, Sword Wu Shuang sat down on his knees, closed his eyes, and directly controlled the Wu Cry Excalibur with his divine power, plundering in the first floor of the pagoda. Wu Weeping Sword is like a spirit snake. It walks around the sword unparalleled, and the icy sword light keeps splitting, harvesting the life of Yuan Yuanshou. This kill, it was so dark, and there was no less than 100,000 dying beasts who died in the sword without hands. In this refining tower, it seems that there is no concept of time, and it is not known how long it has passed. The bite-biting beasts in this first layer have begun to become less. Call out. With a flash of Swordsman flashing, Wu Weiss Excalibur smashed the last yuan-eating beast. Jin Wushuang slowly opened his eyes and stood up. Come. Sword Wushuang held out his hand, holding his 5 fingers out of nowhere, and the Wu Weeping Sword suddenly appeared in his hand. And on the first floor of the refining god tower, it is already full of swordsmanship. The next moment, this sword energy was absorbed by the refining tower. Huh? What's going on? Jin Wushuang frowned, and before he even thought about it, the scene suddenly changed again. There was still a dark void around, but Jin Wushuang could feel that it was a little different here. The space here is more stable, and in the void, there is a strong sense of regularity. Although this rule of breath is far from being compared with Wu Daohe, it is several times as many as the outside world. Flip. There was a sound again in the void, but this sound was different from the roar of the former bite-bitter beast, as if someone was stepping in the dark. The first layer is the eater. What is this second layer? Jin raised his eyebrows and looked curiously into the void. Did not let him wait long. A weird man with bandages all over, holding a decaying broken sword and barely showing his eyes, suddenly gathered in the void. 1, 2, 3. In just a few breaths, thousands of bandaged swordsmen gathered in the void. These bandaged swordsmen were wrapped in old yellow bandages, and their heads were wrapped around the bandages, revealing only a pair of numb eyes. The decaying broken sword in their hands hangs under them, as if walking dead, walking towards the sword unparalleled. Oh, unconscious swordsman? That's kind of interesting. Jin Wushuang narrowed his eyes, and then tried to cut a sword, and then cut it towards the bandaged swordsman. Huh! A loud, muffled noise came, and the bandaged swordsman who was cut off by the sword unparalleled was actually numbly holding up the decaying broken sword in his hand to block it. However, it is because the gap between Jin Wushuang and this bandaged swordsman is too large. This bandaged swordsman was chopped into powder only after blocking his breath for a short time, and Jin Wushuang slashed the sword on, cut out 100 feet of blood directly in the bandaged swordsman group, only before Kankan stopped and disappeared. Jin Wushuang split a few swords again, and found that there was no difference from the previous one, and he shook his head disappointedly. This bandaged swordsman is too weak, just better than that bite-bitter beast. Seeing this, Jin Wushuang did not have the thought of observing again, and released the Wu Crying Excalibur, letting the Wu Crying Excalibur slaughter among the bandaged swordsmen. Huh. The sound of swords sounded. These bandaged swordsmen raised the decaying broken sword in their hands to resist, but sometimes they did not wait until they really resisted. Wu Cry Excalibur was like a killer harvester. From them quickly passed by. The powerful sharp sword will directly blow these already decayed bandaged swordsmen into powder. It didn't take long for the bandaged swordsman to be completely killed by Wu Cry Excalibur. Jin Wushuang spread his right hand, and Wu Weiss Excalibur shot back into his hand again. Absorbed again? Jin Wushuang frowned, and he could feel that the remaining swords on Wu Weiss Excalibur was absorbed again by the void around him. What's going on? Or, what is the purpose of this refining tower? There was a flash of thought in Jin Wushuang's eyes. From the first layer of sword energy was absorbed, to the second layer of sword energy was absorbed. In the meditation, Jin Wushuang had an illusion. He is now absorbed in the sword energy. Jinni will affect their trials in the god of refining. After a moment, the scene before Jin Wushuang's eyes changed again. He knew that he had reached the 3rd floor. Only after passing the 3rd floor, he can get the customs clearance for entering the 8 cities, thus entering the 8 cities. At the same time, in the 10th city. Hum. two huge bells sounded suddenly in the 10th city. The sound of this bell is full of ancient vastness, giving people a feeling from ancient times. Hearing these two bells, all the ultimate masters in the 10th city raised their heads by accident. Someone has broken into the tower. Two bells, which means that the person who broke the tower broke through 2 floors and reached the 3rd floor. They talked one after another. However, there was no strange color on their faces. After just saying a word, they lowered their heads again. In the 10th city, they saw many people who had passed through the 2 floors of the tower, so there was nothing to be surprised about. There were only a handful of people, and there was a touch of interest in their eyes, swept away in the direction of the refining tower. Outside of the refining god tower, Lon didn't leave, but hugged his arms and raised his head, watching the refining god tower quietly. Hum, hum. 2 bells came from the refining tower, and Blue couldn't help but tapped and said, "These 2 bells came out almost at the same time. It seems that the blood sword is going through the tower very quickly." What? I do and know when how Emperor came to this tower of refining gods, and when I heard Lan's whisper, a pride rushed on his face and he raised his chest. He laughed and said, "Master, my blood sword." But it was naturally no problem to have killed the person of the king of the snake Lang and crossed the first 3 floors of the god of refining tower. Lon heard a slight glance at him, but didn't answer, but continued to whisper to himself, "I remember when Tianchi Lang Jun seemed to have broken into the 5th floor, he couldn't break up any further. I don't know this the blood sword can reach the 1st floor." After saying blue, I continued to look up at the Lian Shun pagoda, and there was a touch of thought in my eyes. Chapter 42-41. Second more. Click and wipe. In the 2nd floor of the refining god tower, the void around it continued to shatter. Then, the vision of Jian Wushuang's eyes changed suddenly, and the intense light made him close his eyes. By the time he opened his eyes again, he was already in a huge ring, and the ring was still surrounded by endless void and darkness. From the 1st layer to the 2nd layer, there is almost no interval time, but from the 2nd layer to the 3rd layer, it is obvious that the interval time has become longer. Jian Wu's eyes blinked, and his mind kept thinking. He faintly felt that there seemed to be some traceable rules in this refining tower. Jian Wushuang raised his head and looked around, and saw a huge stone sculpture standing in the center of this platform. The stone sculpture was burly, with a naked top and a huge white sword in its hands. The most important thing is that this stone sculpture has no skull. What monster is this time? Jian Wushuang did not rush to start, but looked towards the stone sculpture with interest. Click and wipe. Suddenly, within the 3rd floor of the entire refining tower, it began to shake violently. The stone sculpture of the headless swordsman also began to tremble, and pieces of mud began to peel off. Huh! Finally, a blast exploded, and all the stones on the headless swordman exploded. Unbeatable power. I, law enforcer of the Great Circles, command of the Fallen Cross Sword Legion. The headless swordsman looked down at Jian Wushuang and said, "But you, come to challenge my authority?" Jian Wushuang heard the words, and there was a look of interest again on his face. The 1st layer of bite-biting beasts has no thought at all and only knows instincts, while the bandaged swordsman on the 2nd layer is like a puppet. Although he still has no thought, he already knows the use of weapons and even raises his sword to fight back. The headless swordsman in front of him could even have a short conversation. Unbeatable power. I, the Large Circle Starfield Law Enforcer, the leader of the Fallen Crossblade Legion. But you want to challenge my authority? The headless swordsman, seeing Jian Wushuang did not respond, repeated his words again in a low voice. Can you just repeat these 3 sentences? Jian Wushuang frowned, chopping off a swordman. Call out. The headless swordsman screamed angrily and raised the large white sword in his hand to block it. Huh! A huge clash of gold and iron came, and the headless swordsman took 3 steps back. Wu Chang's Excalibur split a long stream of sparks on the white sword. Oh, blocked? This time the sword unparalleled is a little moved. Don't look at him. This sword is just a hack, but it is enough to kill the ordinary ultimate master. The previous level of Bit Eater and the bandaged swordsman on the second level could not take the sword. You are offending the majesty of the head of the Crusaders. The headless swordsman snarled and slammed his feet on the ground. Go to death. This is punishment offensive to the captain. The headless swordsman snarled in anger, grabbed his hands on the white big sword hilt, and fiercely fell towards the sword Wushuang. On that great sword, a trace of white smoke was burning. That is the embodiment of the laws of the universe into swordplay. Interesting. Jian Wushuang pulled the corners of his mouth and was not in a hurry to cast the great magical power to kill the headless swordsman. Similarly, Jian Wushuang wields the Wu weapon Excalibur, a strong cosmic law that is incorporated into the sword art, and then displays the simplest basic swordsmanship to kill the headless swordsman. In a hurry, the two played against each other in 100 strokes. Although this headless swordsman knows how to apply the laws of the universe, it is only the simplest application of the laws of the universe and has nothing to do. Jian Wushuang shook his head without delay, and his body flashed. After appearing behind this headless swordsman, Wu Wei's exquisite sword fell straight, with a sharp sword, and he strangled the headless swordsman completely. The headless swordsman instantly collapsed into a fan powder, and Jian Wushuang's brows frowned again. He felt that this time it was not only his sword power and divine power absorbed by the surrounding void, but also his laws of the universe. Beheading the headless swordsman after that, they were all absorbed by the void around them. Zizi. In the void, it suddenly opened, and a door appeared. Through this door, you can see the world outside the refining god tower. At the same time, a token engraved with the word Starry Sky appeared in front of the sword without double sides. Jian Wushuang raised his eyebrows. Now the third floor of the refining god tower has passed. The Starry Sky token is the customs clearance that entered the 8 cities, and this void gate should be the gateway to the refining god tower. Outer. Sword warrior doubled his right hand and took the starry token into his hand. Immediately, there was a hint of hesitation in Jian Wu's eyes, and he did not choose to leave, but sat down on his knees. He felt faintly, maybe there was a chance fortune in this refining tower. Jian Wushuang slowly closed his eyes. Outside the refining tower, the third bell rang. The third floor also passed. Lan's entire face was covered by the veil, and only a pair of beautiful eyes exposed flashed a touch of different colors. As the third bell rang, and within a short time, many ultimate masters gathered in the 10th city. Master Lan, Sea Lord Lan. These ultimates first greeted Lan, and then looked up at the Lian Shen Tower to discuss who broke through the third floor of the pagoda. Listen to someone who seems to be stepping into the blood sword of the 10th city. Blood sword? That's not surprising. He can slay Tianqi Langjun. The first 3 floors of the refining tower naturally can't pose any threat to him. I just don't know the blood sword. After crossing the 3rd city, will I choose to continue to climb up, or just stop there and take the customs clearance to enter the 8 cities? It's hard to say. The more difficult this refining tower is, the more difficult it is to lose. I just do and know what the trials that the blood sword encountered in the Tower of Refining God. After all, each person, according to their own practice, mystery, rules, etc., simulates the content of the test in the Tower of Refining God. It's not the same. Keep looking down. After discussing with the ultimate masters for a while, they stopped talking, but glanced towards the Lian Shen Tower. Refining God Tower. Jian Wushuang slowly opened his eyes. The scene changed for a while, and the 4th layer arrived. A homeless swordsman with a saber around his waist, wearing a robe and thick black hair tied back, stands on the 4th floor. Wandering swordsman in the universe, but you want to come to me and ask for sword kendo? The vicissitudes of the wandering swordsman glanced at the sword unparalleled, and said faintly, "Another kendo master?" In the eyes of Jian Wu, the light flashed away. In addition to the 1st level bite beast, the bandaged swordsman from the 2nd layer, the headless swordsman from the 3rd layer, and now the person who claims to be a swordsman of the wind are all it's the one with the sword. Inside this refining tower, there is something weird. Chapter 42:42. The first is more. But you want to ask me about Stormwind Kendo? The vicissitudes of the homeless swordsman glanced again at Jian Shuangdiao. When Jian Wushuang thought that the swordsman was like the headless swordsman in the upper level and would only repeat those lines, the swordsman then spoke. If you're not here to ask me about Stormwind Kendo, then please don't disturb my sleep. If you plan to ask us about Stormwind Kendo, then now, hold the sword in your hand and be ready to die at any time. Jian Wushuang heard the words and could not help raising his brows slowly. It's really interesting. Jian Wushuang whispered a strange expression to himself and immediately stepped on his feet, striding towards the wandering swordsman. But you are too noisy. Huh? A swordman was suddenly cut out of the Wu, crying Excalibur, sloping towards the wandering swordsman. Your speed is too slow in front of me. The homeless swordsman looked at Jian Wushuang's split sword and immediately stepped forward, avoiding this sword, and at the same time, the 9-day black steel sword in his hand stabbed towards Jian Wushuang quickly. They'll let you know what the true meaning of hate kendo is. The sword was almost at its extreme, and Jian Wushuang only felt that the wandering swordsman in front of him seemed to be able to change shape and change shadows, but in one step, he swept into front of himself, leaving a trail of afterimage in the void. Good speed. Jian Wushuang gave a sigh of admiration, and his right hand, Wu Weiss Excalibur, pulled up, blocking the fierce stab. Huh. Suddenly, a huge clash of gold and iron came out, and the 9-day black steel sword in the hands of the wandering swordsman stabbed a long string of sparks on the Wu Wei Excalibur. Jian Wushuang swung his right hand, forcing the homeless swordsman back. The wandering swordsman flew backwards, and then stepped on the ground with his right foot again, killing Sword Wushuang. You listen. The true meaning of my blast kendo is the speed between killing and visible. Huh. Suddenly, a whirlwind swirled and surged under the foot of the homeless swordsman, and under the right foot of the homeless swordsman, the speed suddenly increased again. Feel the power from the wind. Mystery 9 winds. Boom. Instantly, countless divine powers condensed on the 9-day black steel sword in the hands of wandering swordsmen, and a blast of sword-like air burst out, dense and countless. In the end, these sword chi were intertwined together, forming 9 sword tornadoes that penetrated the world. As soon as these 9 sword tornado storms appeared, there was a shocking shaking sound all over the 4th floor of the entire refining god tower. The wandering swordsman pointed the magic sword in his hand and spoke indifferently, "This is my blast of kendo." Huh. Suddenly, these 9 sword tornadoes stormed towards the sword unparalleled. Good job. There was a sense of warfare in Jian Wushuang's eyes, and he was really interested. Open heaven. Call out. Suddenly, the majestic and mighty divine power condensed on the Wu Weeping Sword, and Wu Weeping Sword immediately issued a cry of demon crying, and the Buddha groaned. A sword-opening sky, chopped out, and split into the 9 sword blade storms. Boom! A loud noise came out, and Kaitian Jianming was so beautiful that it was crushed and passed directly to destroy the 9 tornado storms with the power of destruction, and then locked the wandering swordsman again and hacked at him. Faced with a sword that was enough to break the ground, the long hair of the homeless swordsman tied in his head was blown up, and his expression was calm, and he said, "Congratulations, you have completed the challenge. My mission has been completed, and feel my blast of kendo." Huh. As soon as the words fell, Kaitian's sword immediately broke on the wandering swordsman. The powerful sharp sword erupted and crushed the wandering swordsman into lotus root. However, the end of this time is a little different than before. I saw where the wandering swordsman disappeared. A trace of black lines floated, and then shot towards Jian Wushuang's heart. The next moment, this black line penetrated into Jian Wushuang's eyebrows, and Jian Wushuang suddenly felt that a comprehension of the blast kendo came to his mind. Jian Wu blinked his eyes, sat down with his knees crossed, and realized the blast of kendo that came to his mind. After a while, Jian Wushuang slowly opened his eyes and looked down at his palms. A small whirlwind of swords gathered in the palm of his hand. Is this what Lan said is both dangerous and chance? Jian Wu's eyes flickered. Although this blast kendo was not very useful to him, he could also touch the bypass, aggravating his understanding of the origin of Kendo. Whether it's okay Kendo or other Kendo, it belongs to the power of Kendo. Jian Wushuang's understanding of the third Kendo source has reached a bottleneck. These Kendos can just make the sword unparalleled absorb and digest, which is used to break through the third level of Kendo origin. Sure enough, Kaishin's power was also sucked away by the surrounding void. Jian Wushuang's eyes narrowed, but he didn't bother to think about the reason and waited quietly for the fifth floor. Outside the pagoda, with the fourth bell ringing, almost everyone in the 10th city is not the ultimate master of retreat, and they have changed their faces and came to the side of the refining god. The fourth floor is cleared. It will be the fifth floor right away. The blood sword is fast. Starting from the third floor, each level in the refining god tower has a difficult time, but correspondingly, the greater the chance that you can get it. The trials that started after the third layer were not the best in the ultimate dominator and could never cope with it. It seems that the blood sword's combat power has not been exaggerated, and it really has the power to kill Tianqi Langjun. I just don't know if Jian Wushuang can pass the fifth floor, but the fifth floor is a bump. These ultimate dominators whispered. Master Lan looked at the Lianshan Tower without saying a word. Didn't wait long. The fifth bell rings. After the bell rang, it exploded directly in the sky of the 10th city, echoing back and forth, and the whole audience suddenly shocked again. This time, throughout the 10th city, no one can remain calm and go outside to refining the tower, intending to see who in the end has such strength, can even break through the 5-story tower in one day. The fifth floor also passed. I remember, then the Tianqi Langjun just broke into the fifth floor. On the fifth floor, even the arrogant ones in the last 8 cities passed by only a few people. I heard that this blood sword, only the 5th grade master Shui, can reach this step. It is really daunting. If the blood sword can break through the ultimate dominator, I am afraid that the latter 8 cities will no longer be the 9 giants, but the 10 giants. I just don't know how far the blood sword can go. Chapter 42-43. Second more. There was a rush of discussion, how Ember dominated his head, and a pride rushed on his face. Now, he has a sense of accomplishment when he hears praise from others for his blood sword. Within the 6th floor of the pagoda, Jian Wushuang's expression was dignified, gasping slightly, and there was no relaxation at all. The test of the 5th layer of refining tower is a swordsman strong from ancient times who understands the dominance of swordsmanship. He is extremely powerful, even if he is also after a fierce battle. Xingyi Jian, it was extremely difficult to kill it. Of course, after slaying this ancient swordsman, Jian Wushuang's gains are just as great. He gained all the insights of this ancient swordsman on the Kendo. Jian Wushuang can feel that his realization of the third heavy sword meaning is like a bucket not filled with water. As he absorbed the swordsman realization of the sword fighter and the ancient swordsman, he gradually became complete. No dirt. He only needs to absorb the origin of a Kendo master in Kendo, and he can break through the third source of cosmic Kendo and reach the fourth source of Kendo. At that time, his attack power and sword power will be changed again and again. As he thought, Jian Wushuang slowly opened his eyes and looked around. Here is the 6th floor. On the 6th floor, there is nothingness and chaos. The strong regular atmosphere inside it is enough to compare with Wu Dao Hanoi. In this nothingness and chaos, there is only one giant painting hanging. In this giant painting, there is a figure wearing silver armor and holding a long sword, like the figure of a guardian knight, like the general of ancient heaven. The figure's face was covered with silver armor. He could not see his face clearly, only his closed eyes were exposed. He is very tall, full of the solemnity of Bao Xiang, a sense of inviolability. Jian Shuangshuang saw this. His eyes flashed a moment. With just a glance, he felt the threat of the silver armor. Next moment, "Mortal, do you challenge God's majesty?" A sound like a rolling thunder emanated from the giant painting. Immediately afterwards, she saw the silver-armored general in the portrait and suddenly opened her eyes. The 2 fronts were so sharp that they burst out from his eyes. Jian Wushuang didn't reply, but took a deep breath and held up the Wu weapon sword in his hand. This sword cannot be avoided. Click and wipe. Immediately afterwards, the image began to crack in the middle, and then a silver armor was seen in the image. Two hands grasped the crack in the image and stepped out from the image. A shock of coercion suddenly came to the audience. Under this coercion, this chaotic world seemed to tremble. Mortal, I am 300 years before the Chaos Era. The first under the seat of the godless will be Fei Hong, and the ultimate master who died in the hands of the will be countless. You have done a good job to pay the price of life to challenge the majesty of the majesty? Fei Hong's sword was expressionless, and his eyes were full of oppression and looked at Jian Wushuang. There is so much nonsense. The sword Wushuang snorted, and immediately drove the Wu weeping sword, turning it into a sword on, and killing it towards Fei Hong God. My kendo, just to kill and feel the power of God. Seeing this, Fei Hong Shun suddenly pulled out the Excalibur in his hand, a feeling, and was instantly taken from the Excalibur in his hand. Open the sky. Jian Wushuang's head was full of black hair flying, and he gave a cold drink, and in the hands he opened Tian Jianmeng to be cut off towards Fei Hong God. Small power. Fei Hong Shun shook his head unconsciously, waved a sword, and slammed into Kaitian Jianmeng. This sword was just chopped out by himself, but it was full of oppression and killing, as if there was a force invisible, which would drag people into the blood of the dead. Huh! A blast came, and the unfavorable Kaitian Jianmeng was actually broken by the Fei Hong God. It's strong. Jian Wushuang squinted his eyes, and he felt it just after a fight. The Fei Hong Xinjiang's combat power is absolutely invincible, which is higher than any person he encountered in the refining God Tower before. Come strong. The law of the universe, willpower. Immediately, Jian Wushuang no longer hesitated, directly using the 10 times the willpower given to him by the universe, and his whole body power soared 10 times. After all this, Jian Wushuang whispered, Chopper Star. Baizhang Jianhong condensed instantly, holding the sword with no hands holding the Baizhang Jianhong. Like the peerless sword Advent, severely chopped down towards Fei Hong Excalibur. This sword is enough to kill the stars. Oh, this sword is remarkable. Fei Hong Shen raised his eyebrows, and there was a touch of wonder in his eyes. Immediately after, he shook his head and said, But that's all it is. After that, the magic sword of Fei Hong Shun was covered with a burst of blood, and then fiercely hacked towards Baizhang Jianhong. Killing Kendo is as invincible as Kendo. A blood dragon fiercely rushed out of the magic sword from Fei Hong Shun, screaming in the world, and opened his huge mouth to bite on Baizhang Jianhong. A tyrannical sword reached the extreme sword. Immediately the blood dragon shot out, and wanted to press Baizhang Jianhong under him. Click, 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 click. Suddenly, the blood dragon and Baizhang Jianhong were glued together, and the two swords continued to collide and entangle, sending out a muffled sound of broken void. It seems that the Fei Hong God will realize the origin of Kendo and reach the 3rd level of success. Jian Wu's eyes flickered, his mind flashed. If after defeating Fei Hong Divine Sword, he got his insights on the origin of Kendo, and Jian Wushuang is confident, even if he can't immediately break through to the origin of Kendo on the 4th floor, it is only a matter of course. After a while, Fei Hong, who seemed to be extremely tricky, was now in the eyes of Jian Wushuang, and became a fragrant puppet that improved the understanding of Kendo. Immediately, a decisive flash of light flashed across Jian Wushuang's eyes, and more than 13,000 times the power of God broke out. The laws of the universe also merged into his sword skills, and he no longer hesitated to kill the Fei Hong Excalibur. Talented, supernatural. At the same moment, the original universe of talented supernatural beings that can reduce the opponent's strength by a large arc is urged by the sword unparalleled, and the entire 6th floor of the refining tower is full of suppression of Fei Hong. Oh, mortal, I have to admit that you are indeed qualified to challenge me. Fei Hong Shun shrank the pupil in his eyes, again without any reservation. The majestic and overbearing divine power, and the equally unfathomable laws of the universe, all burst out. He was full of breath and began to skyrocket. Mortal, feel the power of God. Boom. A kendo duel across space, and time kicked off. Chapter 42-44. The first is more. Huh. Huh. In the sixth level of emptiness and chaos, Fei Hongshan and Jian Wushuang turned into one silver and one black and two shocking swordsmanships, and they were constantly colliding together. Fei Hongshan battled the silver-winged Excalibur in his hand, and the Wu weapon Excalibur in the hands of the sword. He fought thousands of times in a short instant. The majestic divine power exploded in the void. Open the sky. Chopper stars. With a swipe of his right hand, Wu Wuxian's sword tremor in his hand trembled tens of thousands of times instantly. He opened the sky and cut the star in two styles. He successively drew from Wu Wuxian's sword and blasted it towards Fei Hong God. Magic! God angry! Fei Hong's Excalibur is also cold, and the face covered by the silver face armor. Only the eyes that are exposed have skyrocketed by 3 inches. Behind him, a pair of silver wings appeared, and the silver wing Excalibur in his hand was instantly covered by thick blood. A mighty power that destroyed the sky and heavens shot out of his hand with a scary sword. Prestige. Cut. Immediately, Fei Hong God leaped high, and the silver-winged Excalibur turned into a monstrous blood dragon in his hand, chopped down towards the sword unparalleled. Huh. The two retreated at the same time, and the body shook. Jian Wushuang looked down at his right hand, and his mouth was numb for a while. The next moment, he looked up at the Fei Hong general, and there was a dignified meaning in his eyes. This is the only person in Kendo who did not lose to him after he came to the depths of the universe. Mortal, I have to admit that you have the ability to compete with God. If in my time, you would be no less powerful than the true God of Kendo. Fei Hong God said solemnly to the treasure. Noise. The sword had no expression on both sides, and took a deep breath. Talented, amazing life. Boom. A deterrent force from the deepest part of the soul came to the audience. Under this force, as if time had fallen into the swamp, everything must be subject to it, kneeling in front of the sword without double sides, and bowing his head. This? Fei Hongshan changed his face instantly. When he wanted to attack, he felt as if there were millions of mountains resting on his body. He couldn't move at all. He couldn't control and wanted to kneel down towards the sword. You dare to obey the prince? He spat out these words in a difficult way. Jian Wushuang did not answer, but his eyes flashed, and he was going to kill Fei Hong God immediately. Call out. Without hindrance, the sword of Wu weapon with no hands in his sword was directly inserted into the chest position of Fei Hongshan, and then the sharp sword exploded. Mortal, take a good look at my killing Kendo. Fei Hongshan will take a deep look at Jian Wushuang. Then the body collapses, and he is strangled by the sharp sword to become a fan powder. A trace of black line floated above the place where Fei Hong Excalibur disappeared, and then shot towards Jian Wushuang's brows. Jian Wushuang did not resist, seeing that he sat cross-legged and closed his eyes slowly. A grand voice sounded in Jian Wushuang's mind. Fei Hong Shanjiang, the Excalibur in the hands is only for killing. Boom! Suddenly, a large group of Fei Hong gods will feel on the Kendo, mixed with his memory, and instilled into Jian Wushuang's mind. The world in front of Jian Wushuang suddenly began to change, just like traveling through space and time. Before reaching the 500 chaos period, Jian Wushuang saw a teenager with a clear eyebrow, just 7 or 8 years old, holding a wooden sword and dancing constantly under a hillside. This is the feminine of childhood. Is the memory inherited? Jian Wushuang murmured to himself, then closed his eyes slowly, immersed in the memory belonging to Fei Hong. The scorching sun was shining, and the young man was sweating like rain. His white shirt had been soaked with sweat, but he did not give up. His eyes were full of fortitude. He bit his teeth and kept waving the wooden sword in his hand. Over and over again, the sword shadows overlapped and intertwined, accompanied by the juvenile heavy panting sounds, and the summer cicadas whistled in the mountains. Fei Hong, must be the most powerful swordsman in the world. The sun is slowly setting, and under the hillside in the setting sun, there are juvenile ambitions. Xiaofei, come back for dinner soon. Your father bought a big herring from town. Down the hillside, the smoke of smoke rose, and a farmer woman carried a hoe, wiped the sweat on her forehead, and shouted, "Mother, I'm here." Fei Hong quickly hid the wooden sword in his hand, took the bull on one side, and hurried down the hillside. This year Fei Hong was 8 years old. Turn around in time. This year, Fei Hong was 19 years old. This year was the only time in the nearby town that the Aoyama Sword School accepted the apprentice. Fei Hong refused his parents' hope to let him go to Beijing to take the test, and asked the village's Wang blacksmith to strike a rough and ugly iron sword, then sneaked out of the village and came to the gate of the Qingshan Sword School. He was mixed with a group of teenagers who also came to study and learn, and he was a little nervous. According to legend, the people who live on the Qingshan Sword School are all legendary immortals, who can take the sword for thousands of miles and be very powerful. And he is just a farmer who releases a cow, and he has practiced a few handy swords and tricks, and he really can't put it on the table. After a long wait, it was finally Fei Hong's assessment. He summoned the courage in the serious eyes of the old man in charge of the assessment. He slowly walked up. Awakening of the soul of the sword, the body of the sword spirit. However, when the assessment results came out, the entire Castle Peak Sword School shook. Fei Hong, from the release of a cow in a farmhouse, has become the most dazzling star among the entire Qingshan Sword School. None of them. He paid tribute to the most powerful elder in the Qingshan Sword School, and countless resources leaned towards him. Time is long, years are ruthless. Spring, summer, autumn, and winter are constantly swimming. In a matter of seconds, 10 years have passed. At that time, the immature baby cowboy had become the master of the Qingshan Sword School, the star of the entire Qingshan Sword School. At the moment, Fei Hong, 29 years old, has a strong spirit, is confident and calm, and has a handsome appearance. Even when he was immersed in the harmony and tranquility of this division, abnormal change, sudden emergence. When he went out to perform the Zhongmen mission, he provoked the young master from this area's strongest Zhongmen purgatory Jianzong and angered him to kill. In a hurry, great disaster is coming. His Qingshan Sword School was slaughtered from top to bottom, and the elders who were kind and gentle, and the lively and playful teachers and younger brothers and sisters died in front of him. He watched the scene as he watched, but with little resistance. For the first time, he realized that he was so weak, that he was only a trivial ant in this world. In the end, under the full force of the Qingshan Sword Sect Master, Fei Hong fled to the sky and was sent out of the Qingshan Sword Sect. Chapter 42-45. Second more. This blow made Fei Hong despondent, and he was wandering around like a bereavement dog. Suddenly, he wanted to go home and see his parents who hadn't seen it in 10 years. They should be old. However, when he returned home, the scene in front of him made him collapse. Blood bleeds into the river, and corpses cross the wild. All the people in the whole village were slaughtered by the people of Purgatory Sect Zone. The parents' bodies were then thrown away by the roadside, almost already eaten by wild dogs in the mountains, with a pungent stench. At this moment, Fei Hong's tense heart finally broke, and he couldn't help it anymore and burst into tears. He knelt down in front of his parents' body, dug a hole in the ground with his hands, and buried his parents' body tremblingly, burying them with one luss and one luss. On this day, it rained heavily. During the thunder and lightning, Fei Hong knelt down in front of the tomb. Her hair turned white overnight. He knelt for 3 days and nights in front of his parents' grave. The spirited master disappeared and turned into a wild man with red eyes, dry lips, and messy white hair. This time, he raised the sword in his hand. As a teenager, he practiced his sword under the hillside, and Fei Hong's magic sword danced wildly in the rainy night. The electric fan thundered, and the thunder was loud. On this day, Fei Hong Wu came out with the killing swordsmanship. Finally, in front of his parents' grave, Fei Hong struck his head 3 times and left with his sword. Time goes by, and a century has passed. In this century, Fei Hong tried the sword to challenge the world's kendo masters. He has traveled thousands of miles, 3 mountains and 5 mountains, and kendo has been repaired for thousands of miles a day, and he has quickly improved. Whether it is a well-known veteran kendo master, or a newly emerged Kendo genius, they have all become the ghosts of Fei Hong. None of Fei Hong survived. Finally, until one day, Fei Hong rose to 3 realms and became one of the top masters in that 1,000 world. He understood that it was time to revenge. Fei Hong, the sword-seeking ceremony of Purgatory Jianzong. On this day, Fei Hong stepped on the Excalibur with a chi of 30,000 miles, turned into a peerless sword rainbow that runs through the world of sun, moon, and sky, and swept over the Purgatory Jianzong, blandly. On this day, Fei Hong's sword is light and cold on the 19th continent. In this small world, countless people all look up at this peerless sword fairy who cuts the stars. Kill! Countless Kendo masters rush out from Purgatory sect. The killing began. In this battle, the sun and the moon killed, the Shinjo Lu Shun. The entire sky was replaced by blood. No words can be used to describe the tragic battle. Fei Hong's expression was indifferent, and his sword relentlessly took away his life. In Purgatory Jianzong, no matter if it is an old man who is drowsy and exhausted, or a childish boy who is just worshipped in Purgatory Jianzong, no one can escape the killing of Fei Hong. The sound of wailing, begging, and crying kept ringing in Purgatory Jianzong. But no one can touch Fei Hong's already frozen heart. Flowers blossoming in blood, blooming its beauty. On this day, there was a blood rain in Purgatory Jianzong. On this day, Purgatory Jianzong, all doors were slaughtered. On this day, there is no Purgatory swordsman in the world. Fei Hong's heart has been counted, killing Kendo. So far, when he walked down from Purgatory Jianzong, the corpse, blood, and sea became his background board. Suddenly, Fei Hong became confused. In this world, there are no loved ones, no good friends, and even the enemy is gone today. Suddenly he wondered where he should go. He looked down at the sword in his hand, and he understood. Years have passed since then, and the only thing he can rely on is the sword in his hand. He, Fei Hong, will live for Kendo, only for killing. In the rest of the years, Jian Wu watched Fei Hong with his eyes open and started his invincible years. He watched Fei Hong's undefeated battle, counterattacked in the killings again and again, reversed the victory, and set foot on the top of the world. He watched Fei Hong become famous all over the world, suppress 9 days and 10 places, grow up in a series of killings, and constantly understand the killing of Kendo, until he broke through the triple roots of Kendo. He watched Fei Hong step into the ultimate realm, become the invincible dominator, and open up his era. He watched Fei Hong be the first general under the seat of the godless god, giving the sword silver wings. On that day, the entire universe was shaken forever. Fei Hong's first spread the name across the stars, invincible. The memories belonging to Fei Hong Shun gradually faded away. The final picture of Jian Wushuang stayed at the moment when the sky fell, and the Fei Hong Shunjian fell. From the farmer who released the cow at that time, to the esteemed Qingshan sword master, and then to the world-famous Fei Hong Xinjiang, Jian Wushuang saw his ups and downs, frustrated until he fell. In a short time, Jian Wushuang has seen the legendary life of Fei Hong Excalibur. The next moment, Jian Wushuang slowly opened his eyes. 2 gods flashed away from Jian Wushuang's eyes. As Fei Hong God faded the memory, Jian Wushuang felt that his understanding of the origin of the third Kendo was suddenly changed. The bucket with a spoonful of water at all was finally replenished with the integration of the killing Kendo. Jian Wushuang obviously felt that he is now far from the origin of the fourth heavy Kendo, and he has already crossed the threshold with 1 foot, but it is just a line apart. As long as he quietly perceives 1 or 2 and breaks through the origin of the fourth Kendo, it is only natural. Inside the 6th level refining tower, a vortex suddenly appeared in an empty and chaotic sky. Jian Wushuang knows that entering this vortex is the 7th floor of the refining god tower. The 7th floor is also the highest record reached by countless Tianjiao since the opening of Xingkong Ancient Road. Jian Wushuang stood up, looked up at the huge vortex in the sky, and there was a flash of determination in his eyes. The legend of Fei Hong Shunjiang has ended, and the legend belonging to his sword unparalleled has just begun. Jian Wushuang struck his right foot hard. His body burst out and disappeared into the vortex. At the same time, refining the tower outside. OM. An extremely melodious bell sound turned into a circle of sound waves, rippling in the 10th city. At this moment, the entire 10th city is horrifying. Everyone raised their heads sternly, looking at the refining god tower. Their eyes were filled with incredible shock. 7th floor. The blood sword has reached the 7th city. Since 800 years ago, after the Overlord reached the 7th floor, no one has reached the 7th floor. Blood Sword, after the Overlord, will become the second person to climb the 7th floor of the refining tower, creating records. Starting from the 7th floor, every step of the Blood Sword will create a new record. Countless people panted heavily, amazed again and again. Even the blue adult who is one of the 9 giants, the face covered by the veil, there was a touch of shock. Chapter 42-46. The first is more. The whole city is shocked. At this moment, all the people in the entire 10th city gathered outside the Lianshan Tower, staring at it. Legend. They are about to see the rise of a legend. The Emperor was so excited that his fat fluttered. He only felt that following the blood sword was the most correct decision in his life. He will be a witness to the legend. Time passes slowly. The speed at which Jian Wushuang broke through the refining tower was slowed down like never before. In the blink of an eye, 3 days passed. But everyone's face was full of impatience. They were all waiting for Jian Wushuang to create a legend. I remember the last time the Overlord was on the 7th floor and spent a full 100 years, but still failed to break through the tower. The record of refining the tower, as of now, is the 7th floor reached by the Overlord and Blood Sword. I wonder if the Blood Sword can break the record. What do you mean by what is on the 7th floor? When the Overlord came out from the 7th floor, he kept silent about the 7th floor and kept secret. Wait for the Blood Sword to come out. Maybe the Blood Sword will give us an answer. 1 year, 2 years, 3 years. Sword without feet on the 7th floor, stuck for 10 years. Just when everyone thought that Jian Wushuang would be like an overlord, when he spent hundreds of years on the 7th floor, a bell-like sound like Hong Zhongda Lu suddenly blew up from the height of the 10th city. Boom! This bell rang, as if coming through the flood-waste universe, with an endless ancient breath. It rang in everyone's mind in the 10th city. This is the first time that the bell on the 7th floor of the refining god tower has been ringing since the ancient road was opened. As if announcing the blood sword and becoming a new history of the refining tower, heaven and earth are congratulating them. The 7th floor, passed. The history of Shinkong Ancient Road will begin to be rewritten at this moment. Everyone in the 10th city was stunned, and then marveled. How Emperor can't help shouting in excitement. From now on, the blood sword will replace the Overlord and become the new record holder in the refining tower. He will set a new benchmark for those who come to refining the tower in the future. The blood sword will set a new chapter in history. Countless people looked at it with determination, said firmly. Lord Lan's eyes narrowed, a pair of beautiful eyes, and couldn't see what was thinking. Immediately afterwards, the 8th floor of the refining god tower began. As time went by, the years of Ijiazi passed. The 8th bell rings again. This time, the bells of the 8th city spread to the 18 cities of the ancient road of Shinkong. In the 8 cities behind the stars, countless top evildoers raised their heads in unison, narrowed their eyes to look at the gray sky, and there was a dignity in their eyes. They know that in the near future, there will be a newcomer with enough strength to compete with them, breaking into Hoqing. At that time, perhaps the pattern of dominance of the 8 major cities in the latter 8 cities will be broken. Outside the refining tower, it has turned into a dead silence. The whole number of people are all chills and silent. In the 10th city, all the voices disappeared, only a weird silence. They stared blankly at the Lianshan pagoda. Their mouths open and they could put an egg, their faces were dull. Next moment, the 10th city is boiling. 8th floor. Refining the Goddess 9. The blood sword has broken through the 8th floor, and will soon be able to reach the summit of the 9-level God Tower. It is rumored that in the 9th floor of the refining God Tower, there is a gift prepared by the adult himself. Hey, but the gift prepared by the adult himself can hardly imagine how precious it will be. Countless people shouted, "Blood sword, the first person to refine the tower." Someone shouted such words with excitement, but immediately his words were corrected. Lord Master, for the time being, now the blood sword is not only the first person to refine the tower, but also the first person in the top 10 cities. At this moment, everyone is unparalleled to the sword, and all are subject to it. Even Lord Lon, after a burst of radiance in his eyes, shook his head and said to himself, "The guy who died in Tianxi died in his hands, and he did not die." Just when everyone was looking forward to it, Jin Wushuang reached the top of the refining tower. The door of the refining god tower was opened at this moment. Jin Wushuang's head was covered with black hair, and he stepped out of the Lian Shin Tower step by step. His pace stopped on the 8th floor. Did the 9th floor fail? It seems so. Many of the 10th city dominated each other, facing each other. However, the blood sword can reach the 8th floor, which is already very good. Yes, don't forget, the blood sword is only the 5th grade master. The next moment, they looked at Xiang Jianshuang's eyes, full of awe. How Emperor rushed to stride, hugged the sword unparalleled, and said that he was unfavorable. "Master Blood and Blood Sword, you are too strong. I can follow you. I am a blessing for me in my last life." "It's heavy," Jin Wushuang replied with a smile. After speaking, Jin Wushuang looked at Lord Lon on his side, turned his right hand, and a token engraved with the word Starry Sky appeared in his hand. "What?" Lord Lon nodded when he heard the words and replied, "Yes, this is the customs clearance. You can now enter the 8 cities." Jin Wushuang heard back and said, "Thank you. Don't worry, this is what you got by strength." Lord Lon waved his hand and said unconsciously. Jin Wushuang didn't say much anymore, and looked at Ham Emperor Shun and said, "How EMB? They'll go to Hoboken first. After you get the customs clearance, you can enter Hoboken to find me." The last 8 cities are different from the first 10 cities. In the first 10 cities, as long as the strength is sufficient, Jin Wushuang can take him to any level, but the latter 8 cities must enter the refining tower and get customs clearance. "Okay, Lord Bloodsword, I will come to you soon." How Ember dominated his chest and felt for the first time an endless drive. "So, hope we can see you again." Jin Wushuang smiled at him, and then strode toward the entrance of the 10th city. Just as he was about to step into the entrance of the passage, some of the 10th city's masters asked, "Her sword, do you dare to ask what trial is in the 7th floor?" Jin Wushou stepped in a footstep, thought for a moment, and replied faintly, "It's my own way." Everyone heard the words and couldn't help it. "Your own way?" Waiting for them to ask again, a surge of white light came, and the figure of Jin Wushuang disappeared at the entrance of the 10th city. After a moment, the white light gradually dissipated, and Lord Lon looked at the entrance to the 10th city where the swordless figure had disappeared, and a meaningful light flashed in his eyes. Chapter 42-47. The first is more. Shinkong Ancient Road, at the entrance. A huge cosmic boat lazed from a distance. On this cosmic boat, a banner with the word "Too Virtual" was flying like a sail, hunting and squealing against the starry sky. Immediately, he saw the door of the spacecraft opened, and a monster with a barbed back and a waist around his back stepped down from the spacecraft step by step. "This is the spaceship of the Taishu Temple? Well, is this the person who sent the Shinkong Ancient Road to Taishu Temple? It doesn't look good." This time, the battle between the 8 cities behind the ancient starry sky is probably nothing to do with the temple. Some stay at the entrance to the ancient road of Shinkong all year round and love the praise of the ultimate masters of the major forces, whispering and discussing. However, before they finished speaking, it suddenly turned black, and then a pain came. Huh. The next moment, they had no movement. Too noisy. The prison dragon shook his head and quickly blasted away. With just one palm, he bounced the right hands of the group that ultimately dominated the shoot. Suddenly, at the entrance of Shinkong Ancient Road, many of the ultimate masters saw this scene. Their pupils could not help but shrink, and the face was filled with fear. Without a word, They killed the ultimate masters directly. What kind of man is this? Prison Dragon smiled, stepped down, and his body disappeared instantly. The next moment, he appeared before the ultimate masters. What do you want to do? The group finally dominated the inner shock. Don't be nervous. The prison dragon squeezed a smile that he thought was kind, stretched his hands on one of the ultimate masters, and asked, I won't eat you again. Why are you so nervous? I just want to ask you a question. The ultimate, dominated by the captive dragon, wrapped his shoulders. He couldn't help but tremble in his heart and said calmly, What do you want to ask? Prison Dragon smiled slightly, rolled his right hand, and suddenly a black light mirror appeared. He held up the black mirror and asked, Have you ever seen this person? This is? The ultimate dominated a moment, looking at the black robe and black hair in the black mirror, hesitating. I seem to have seen this man. Oh, when did you see it? Prison Dragon's eyebrows were raised. The ultimate lord heard a little bit and thought back. If I remember well, this person is the Shinkong ancient road from a century ago. At that time, the two gatekeepers responsible for guarding the ancient road were killed. Then where is this person now? Prison Dragon continued to ask. The ultimate master shrugged when he heard the words and replied, Do you still have to ask? Is it naturally in the ancient sky? Okay, I see. Thank you so much. Prison Dragon smiled back. The ultimate lord heard the words. His heart could not help completely relax. It seems that this person is not so bad at talking. No thanks. The ultimate master waved his hand and said indifferently, No, I have to thank you. So I decided to give you a gift. The prison dragon lowered his head, and a weird arc gradually evoked in the corners of his mouth. Gift? What gift? The ultimate lord heard the words. His eyes lit up, and he immediately became interested. Send you, dead. Boom. The prison dragon suddenly raised his head, with a smirk on his face. With his right hand slamming out, he grabbed the head of the ultimate dominator and lifted him up. Do you like this gift? The prison dragon smiled lowly, and the fierce light flashed to the extreme. No, don't. The ultimate master was terrified. However, before he finished speaking, his head burst instantly like a watermelon. Huh? The ultimate lord burst into powder. The prisoner withdrew his hand and looked at the ultimate masters who had been frightened. He reached out and patted their shoulders, squeezing a smile that he thought was kind. He laughed. What are you doing so nervous? I just passed by. Having said that, the prisoner dragon strode toward the entrance of the Shinkong ancient road passage, and after a few breaths, disappeared into the entrance of the passage. Looking at his disappearing back, many ultimate masters Feng Changshu breathed a sigh of relief. The 11th city of Shinkong Ancient Road is also the first city of the last 8 cities. After a long dark shuttle, Jin Wushuang's vision gradually brightened. I saw an extremely desolate, dark world in front of him. Here is the last 8 cities? Jin Wu's eyes glanced towards the surrounding area, and he saw that the place where he appeared was a square platform suspended in the air, and around this square platform stood a dozen or so gods with spears. These guards have different clothes, and they do not seem to come from a force. When they saw Jin Wushuang stepping out of the entrance of the passage, a swarm of bees swarmed up. Sir, we belong to the real forces of His Majesty the Great Emperor of Japan. Should you consider joining? Sir, join our blood god. Sir, we are the great princes who worship the kingdom of God. We are here to recruit talents and consider joining us? Sir, how do you call it? In the refining tower have you run through several floors? These guards talked eloquently. Jin Wushuang's brow could not help but wrinkle, and there was a touch of thought in his eyes. He had long heard that the rules of the last 8 cities were quite different from those of the first 10 cities. In the last 8 cities, all the ultimate masters, except the blue man who defended the 10th city, respected those 8 giants. Except for some strong self-confidence in their own strength, almost all others would respect this. The 8 giants survive with breath and attach themselves to the 8 giants, forming various forces. Converging his thoughts, Jian Wushuang faintly replied, Blood sword. just broke through the third floor of the refining tower. After coming to the 8 cities, Jian Wushuang didn't know the rules of the latter 8 cities. He decided to join one of the forces temporarily to understand the situation. In order to avoid too high-profile attention, Jian Wushuang only claimed to have broken through the first 3 floors of the refining tower. Anyway, there was little communication between the first 10 cities and the last 8 cities. When his detailed information came to the latter 8 cities, that was a long time later. Just broke through the third floor of the refining tower? Suddenly, the disappointment flashed in the eyes of those responsible for recruiting these forces and gradually dissipated. The remaining forces are no longer enthusiastic. Your blood sword, right? We are the Lord of His Majesty the Overlord. Don't you consider joining our camp? A burly ultimate lord with a beard asked. There was a moan of light in Jian Wu's eyes, and he nodded and said, yes. Okay, Lord Bloodsword, let's go with us. The bearded man finally dominated and gave a hearty smile. Jian Wushuang followed the bearded lord and walked towards a loft in the distance. Chapter 42-48. Second more. Along the way, Jian Wushuang learned through understanding that this beard-bearing ultimate dominator, Shaoshan Dominator, has a strength that is comparable to the invincible dominator placed in the universe, and it is also a resounding Tianjiao existence. However, among the 8 cities that followed, Tianjiao walked on with all the evil spirits, and the strength of Shaoshan was more than enough. So he turned to the Overlord and became one of the 6 leaders. Blood Sword Brothers, since you have entered His Majesty the Overlord, then we are now our own brothers. I want to come to you, and you don't know much about the latter 8 cities, so I will talk to you. Master Shake Mountain said with a smile. It's troublesome to shake the mountain leader. Jian Wushuang nodded. Okay, first of all, our last 8 cities are different from the first 10 cities. The last 8 cities are connected to each other. As long as you have the customs clearance in your hand, you can go to any city without restrictions. In other words, you can think of the last 8 cities as a small world, and the 8 cities are the 8 states. In the latter 8 cities, almost everyone will rely on one side of the force, because the latter 8 cities are extremely fierce, and if they are accidentally killed, they can hardly gain a foothold in the latter 8 cities. Shake the Mountain Master slowly said. Jian Wushuang heard his words and raised an eyebrow and asked, Shake the Mountain Leader, where does this killing start? The leader of Shake Mountain heard a smile and continued, Blood Sword. The last 8 cities have been fighting for a long time. Once everyone stays under a sky, there will always be friction and collision. Fighting is naturally unavoidable. Secondly, it's because of one of the most important reasons, the battle for Fengshan Monument. Fengshan Bay? There was a tinge of doubt in Jian Wu's eyes. He heard these 3 words for the first time. Yes, Fengshan Steel is the most important thing in the latter 8 cities. In the latter 8 cities, there are 99 Fengshan monuments scattered, and Fengshan monuments represent the qualifications to participate in the grand event of the universe. After the Master, only by obtaining the Fengshan monument, will he be able to enter the cosmic event of the universe after 90,000 years, said Xinsheng, leader of Shake Mountain. Jian Wushuang heard the words, and suddenly felt in my heart. When I came to the Master of the ancient road of the sky, almost everyone came for the grand event of the universe. From this, we can imagine how fierce the battle for the Fengshan monument will be. They talked, and soon they walked into the distant loft. Not long after entering the attic, a armored guard suddenly hurried over. Shake the Mountain Leader. The 12 cities found the Fengshan monument. Lord Overlord invited you to come and see you if there is something. The leader of Shaking Mountain suddenly lost his face, turned his head to Jian Wushuang and said, Blood Sword, wait a minute or two. I'll meet Lord Overlord first, and by the way, I will help you to receive the armor and identity token. You are waiting here. After that, the leader of Shake Mountain followed the Joey and hurried away. Anyway, shake the mountain to lead you first. Jian Wushuang nodded. After the shaking of the mountain led, the attic suddenly became quiet. Jian Wu sat cross-legged, his eyes twinkling. After the 8 cities, he finally knew something. The years passed, and in a flash, a month passed. Jian Wushuang did not waste time, but began to break through the fourth Kendo origin. He slowly closed his eyes and began to immerse himself in the feelings of Kendo. At the ruins of Tai Luo, he swallowed the nine-leaf swordgrass and broke through to the third source of Kendo. Then, with the remaining chaotic sword intention of Jubi Jiankeo, he pushed the origin of the third heavy Kendo all the way to the peak of the third heavy Kendo origin. After that, his understanding of the origin of Kendo stagnated and got stuck in the bottleneck until entering the refining tower. Blast Kendo now. Sword unmatched spread his hands. In his palm, a small whirlwind gradually formed, and the sharp sword air shattered the four voids. This is Sword Kendo. Immediately after, a ghost figure from ancient swordsman appeared behind Jian Wushuang. This is the fifth level of Kendo. Then there was a trace of bloodline in Jian Wu's eyes. The picture before Jian Wushuang's eyes suddenly turned into the scene of Fei Hong Shanjiang, who killed the sect of Purgatory. This is the sixth level killing Kendo. 3 major Kendos are pouring out. Oh! Jian Wushuang whispered, and at the same time, the 3 Kendo comprehensions from the refining god's tower slowly merged together, turning into Jian Wushuang's own perception of Kendo. At this point, Jian Wushuang's short board to break through the fourth heavy Kendo was filled. However, this is not the end. In the 7th floor, my own Kendo. The sword Wushuang slowly opened his mouth. In a hurry, the memory of the 7th floor of the refining god tower, like a tide. On the 7th floor, he is against himself. At the 7th floor, Jian Wushuang finally understood why in the first few layers, his power would be sucked away by the void around the refining tower. That's because the refining god tower will simulate a person exactly like him. It's just a pity that the sword unparalleled simulated by the refining god tower lacks one of the most fundamental things. That is the physique as the perfect level of life. That battle Jian Wushuang clearly saw his strengths and weaknesses in Kendo, and finally, using the power of the gods, he killed his simulation body. Boom! There was a muffled sound in Jian Wushuang's body. That stagnant third Kendo consciousness has begun to break through. 3 days later. A shocking sword, centered on Jian Wushuang, burst out. This sword has a sharp edge, as if to chop up the sky and split the chaos, straight up into the sky. Forth come. Jian Wushuang opened his eyes, and the 2 gods flashed like lightning in the night. Next moment, the sword that rises to the sky converges. Jian Wushuang got up and stood up, and after seeing the breakthrough of the 4th Kendo origin, he became more and more sharp, as if he were a peerless, fierce soldier, exuding sharp and fierce power. With a big wave of the sword Wushuang, he immediately covered his breath, as if it were no different from before. Just then, there was a rush of footsteps outside the attic. Blood Sword. The face-bearded, shaking mountain dominated and strode over. He held a black armor on his right hand and handed the sword Wushuangdo. Blood Sword. This is the armor of our overlord camp, which is enough to block the full blow of the ultimate master. Put it on, and now I will go to the 13th city, fight for the seal of the gods. It is good. Sword Wushuang did not hesitate. He flipped his right hand and immediately put on the black armor. Blood Sword. From then on you are Her Majesty the Overlord, the god armor under the 6th army, under my command. Now it is not too late. Let's set off for the 13 cities immediately. Shinshan, the leader of the mountain, began to speak. Chapter 42-49. The first is more. After the Lord Shaking Mountain finished speaking, he immediately waved his hands and yelled, 6th Army, come quickly! The sound exploded like a thunder. Suddenly, dozens of figures radiated from all directions. See, Master. The figures sighed. The 63rd city monument appears in the 13th city, and the tyrant has orders. We must take down that mountain monument. Shaking the commander of the mountain, his eyes narrowed and he began to speak. Observe. These dozens of armor guards should be suddenly. Shaking the leader to see the situation, he nodded with satisfaction and continued to say, this time the birth of the Fengshan steel, the people of the other giants will never let go. It will be extremely horrible if you want to kill. You must do well in your heart. Ready? The dozens of armor guards nodded when they heard the words. They could come to this step and naturally understood the reason that chance and danger coexist. All right, let's go now. Shocking the mountain's commander, his footsteps suddenly turned into a streamer, and he spearheaded towards the distance. The dozens of armor guards also rose into the sky, followed by the leader of the shaking mountain. The sword Wushuang is mixed among these dozens of armor guards, and it is not conspicuous. According to his observation, each of these armor guards has the top ultimate dominating combat power, and should be the best among the top ultimate dominators. And that shaking the mountain commander is the level of almost invincible domination. Then the 8 cities, they really hide and lie. Jian Wushuang sighed a little. In the universe, the top ultimate dominator is not common. I am afraid that a large star domain, after a long time, will be born a top ultimate dominator. And this ancient starry sky is indeed the place where the entire universe dominates the fighting power. On the weekdays, the top ultimate dominator who shouts the wind and rains and covers the sky with his hands can only be used as an ordinary armor in the next 8 cities. Newcomer, this is your first time participating in the Battle of Fengshanbai, right? You will stand behind me. Don't run around, Just when Jian Wushuang was thinking, a burly ultimate master said next to him, "Okay, thank you." Jian Wushuang heard his words converge and smiled at him. The ultimate master nodded and said indifferently, "Everyone is a faction. It's very kind to say thank you. My name is Dong Xian. What do you call it?" "Blood sword." Sword Wushuang replied. "Oh, blood sword. I think you were born. It should be the 8 cities after you just arrived? At the beginning, in the 10th city, you broke into the first floor?" Dong Xian asked. "I didn't make it high, just barely past the 3rd floor." Jian Wushuang replied with a smile. "3rd floor?" Master Dong Xian raised an eyebrow and then groaned. "The 3rd floor is indeed a little worse, but fortunately, you joined our overlord camp. Otherwise, if you join other camps, only afraid to be reduced to cannon fodder." After a pause, the master of Dong Xian continued to say, "Blood sword. After the battle to seal the monument will begin, you must remember to hide behind me. Otherwise, it is very likely that you will die, understand?" Jian Wushuang heard the words and nodded indifferently. He could see that the words spoken by Dong Xian did not look down on him, but rather meant something. The two said, while following the leader of Shaoshan, they blasted towards Fengshanbai. They soon passed 2 cities to the 13th city. When it arrives, they all stop. Shaking the leader of the mountain took a wave at the forefront, and everyone stopped suddenly. I saw in front of them. A huge stone monument appeared in front of them, and beside the stone monument, it was already surrounded by people, facing each other, a picture of a tense sword. His Majesty the Great King of the Great Kingdom, His Majesty the Great King of the Sun Kingdom, His Majesty the Holy Land of the 9 Stars. This time the Majesty of the 9 Giants came to 3rd, and am afraid there will be a fierce battle later. Retreat. And standing at the forefront of the shaking mountain leader, his face also became solemn and solemn. "Let's go." Shocking mountain commander took a deep breath, said with a deep voice, and then took the lead from the air. "Is the overlord coming?" Next to the stone monument, a middle-aged man wearing heavy armor and holding Feng Tianhua halberd raised an eyebrow. A large flag was planted next to them, and a round of scorching big sun was drawn. And when you wanted to come, it was the Lord of the Great Sun God Kingdom. "Shake the mountain. It's been a long time. Have you been hurt?" Among the 9-star Holy Land, a bald man in a red robe looked at the Lord of Shaking Mountain with a smile. On the other hand, the commander of the Kingdom of God is a braided man with a double axe and a naked upper body. When he saw Shake Mountain, he gave a cold hum and did not speak. "You are all here. Can I not come?" Shanshan commander looked at them lightly and said, "Well, now that the people who should be here are here, let's talk nonsense. We are going to ask for the Kingdom of God." The braided man with a double axe snorted again, and his eyes were impatient. "Huge God, what are you? When will it be your turn to speak here?" The bald man in a red robe sneered sneerfully. "Autumn leaves. You look for death." The braided big man, known as the giant puppet god, heard a flash of anger on his face, raised his axe, and slashed away towards the man in the red robe bald. "Follow the kingdom of God. Kill me." The fierce light flickered in his eyes, and a raging divine power on the double axe gushed out, splitting his head towards the head of the bald man in the red robe. This giant prince looks like an ultimate master who is almost invincible. After his words fell, dozens of ultimate masters behind him immediately rushed out and killed towards the nine-star holy land to which the red leaves belonged. When Hongye saw this, her eyes narrowed suddenly, and she sneered, "Jumbo, it seems you really forgot to be hunted down by this seat 20,000 years ago." After finishing speaking, Hongye took a handful of right hand. A scimitar suddenly appeared in his hand, sideways avoided the chop of the giant puppet god, and then a shocking sword cut out and swept towards the giant puppet god. On the other side, he wears a heavy helmet and holds the leader of the great sun god kingdom with Feng Tianhua halberd. He twists his neck expressionlessly, looks down at Xiaoshan, and speaks indifferently. "I have heard of Xiaoshan's leader long ago. Feudo Buddha, prestige. Take advantage of today. Let's take a good look at it." He held Feng Tianhua's right hand to draw a halberd, and the halberd's tip suddenly stroked a cold mang. After taking a deep breath, the leader of Shake Mountain said only one word, "Kill." After speaking, the leader of Shake Mountain, like the sharp knife, took the lead in rushing towards the great sun god kingdom. "Blood sword, it's time we came on. You follow me." Dong Xian's eyes flickered, and when he turned his right hand, a weird dove head ring knife appeared in his hand, followed by the leader of the shaking mountain, and looted towards the great sun god kingdom camp. Jian Wushuang nodded his head, did not use the Wu weapon sword, and followed behind Dong Xian Lord. A battle kicked off. Chapter 42:50. Second more. Kill. Suddenly, the sound of shouting and killing, the surge of swordsmanship and swordsmanship surged into the sky. From the beginning, the battle went into a feverish state. The leader of Shaking the Mountain directly found the leader of the great sun god kingdom, wearing a heavy helmet and holding a Fengtian painting halberd. The two are almost invincible levels of the master. Under the confrontation, they will directly circle the area within 100 feet as a forbidden area, and the aftermath of the battle will be swept away in all directions. Breaking new ground. The leader of the great sun god kingdom, with a cold drink, suddenly stroked the sky in his hand, with the force of gravity, slashing down towards the leader of Shaking Mountain. No motion. Looking at the halberd, which seems to cut off the sun and the moon, shakes the mountain's leader. His face sinks, the whole body glows with light gold, and his feet are as if they are rooted on the ground. The icy halberd is not able to shake him. "Sense, are you going to be beaten?" The leader of the great sun god kingdom looked indifferent, stomped on his right foot, and suddenly came down with a halberd. The other side. Dong Xian dominated the weird dove's head ring knife and ran into the camp of the great sun god kingdom. In this battle, there is no rule, only the hard-to-hard fight of ultimate on both sides. Surging. Countless magical techniques have exploded. If the outside world and the two forces fight, it is enough to burst a galaxy. Even in this ancient sky, there are rules and constraints, and the space is extremely stable. A tremor blasted the earth and blasted out numerous craters. Jian Wushuang followed Dong Xian's master, but there was no danger. From time to time, he hacked out a sword mang to help Dong Xian's master to block the dark arrows coming from all around. "Blood sword, it looks like you're fine." Master Dong Xian looked back at Jian Wushuang and smiled. "Sloppy." Jian Wushuang smiled slightly. "At this time, my lord's little cubs die." A big man with two beards and a naked top, holding a big knife, slashed towards Dong Xian's master. The dreaded sword mang, mixed with strong cosmic laws, screams high in the sky. "Remember, the leader of the Fourth Army of the Great Nikko Kingdom who killed you, His Majesty Arakawa, Liang Yi is the master." When Dong Xian was in control, his face suddenly appeared dignified. He had noticed this person for a long time, and he was the strongest under the command of the great kingdom of gods. For a while, His Majesty, the overlord who fell in his hands, was the ultimate master, and he had no less than 3. Blood sword. Hide behind me. Be careful. Master Dong Xian took a deep breath, grasped the dove head and ring knife in his hand, and drank. Lon Lei chop. Boom. Suddenly, electric snakes were wrapped around the dove's head ring knife in the hands of Dong Xian's master, shooting 10 feet of thunder, and thunder condensed on the tip of the knife. Cut! Master Dong Xian's expression was somber, and his right foot was stomped hard. The whole man suddenly rose into the sky, and the horizontal knife split towards Liang Er's master. The two swords slammed together. Huh! The thunder exploded, and where the two played against each other, a light wave exploded directly, swinging towards the surroundings. Liang dominated, and Dong Xian's dominated. Oh, you're good. Liang Er dominated his brow, slightly surprised. Dong Xian's expression was dignified. He said nothing, but stared at Liang Ez. He knew in his heart that he had to be dragged. Otherwise, no one could control him once he rushed into their camp. Similar to this kind of team battle, often a strong person can tilt the situation, and the leader of the Shaking Mountain is glued with the leader of the Arakawa. If they can't stop Liang Er dominating, the consequences are unthinkable. But that's just it. Liang Er dominated with a sneer and killed again with a knife. The cold black blade is like a serpent swallowing the sun, and it instantly turns into thousands of roads, coming like a storm. Blood sword. Be careful. Master Dong Xian bit his teeth, turned back to Jian Wushuang, and then slammed his head against Liang Er. Huh. Huh. The two men fought 1,000 times in an instant, and the cold sword light collided with the thunder light on the dove head ring knife, and the exploding earth slammed. It can be seen that when it comes to combat power, the dominion of Dong Xian is inferior to the strength of the dominion of Liang Yi. Under the sword of dominion of Liang Yi, he can only continuously retreat backwards, only with the force of parry, without the ability to fight back. However, it is very good that the master of Dong Xian has deep spiritual powers. After a short while, this master of Liang Yi really can't help him. This is exactly the purpose of Dong Xian. He didn't seek to kill Liang Er, but only dragged him on for a while and a half. When the victory over the mountain was divided, the battle would be finalized. Lord Liang clearly saw this, and his eyes flashed, and he sneered, "Little cub, wait for me to slaughter other trash of your overlord first, and then come to settle accounts with you." After that, his eyes flickered, and he searched for the target again. Immediately after, his eyes stopped on Jian Wushuang. "Oh, there's still garbage in the muddy waters, so let's start with you." Liang dominated with a grin, and immediately stepped hard and turned into a black on, over-dominated the cave master who was breathing heavily, and slid towards Jian Wushuang. Blood sword www. Novel. Be careful. Dong Xian's face suddenly changed, and he shouted at Jian Wushuang behind him. What he feared most happened. He himself was very strenuous to deal with the Lord of Liang Er. Where can he spare the effort to save others? "It's you, kid. Let's die." Liang dominated with a low smile, and the sword in his hand turned into a black python that swallowed the sky, severely chopped down towards the sword Wushuang. Dong Xian's face suddenly became ugly. In the distance, the leader of Shake Mountain also noticed this scene. "Boy, if you want to survive in the last 8 cities, this is what you have to go through. Ask for blessings." Shocking Mountain leader shook his head and whispered to himself, and then fought with leader Arakawa again. Jian Wushuang looked at this slashed sword and suddenly sighed. "Why come to kill me? Call out." Jian Wushuang's right hand swayed slightly, and Wu Wei's magic sword suddenly appeared in his hand. Immediately, Jian Wushuang raised his right hand, and looked at the sneer-spoken Liang Eru, calmly spit out 2 words, Kaitian. The words fell. There were no gorgeous swordsmanships, no rushing swordsmanship. There was only one of the calmest sword chi, shot from the Wu weapon sword, and looted towards Liang Es Lord. After breaking through the origin of the 4th Kendo, the sword skill of sword unparalleled has suddenly reached the point of returning to its original state. Except for the invincible dominator, A near-invincible dominator like Liang Er is not even enough for him to take a serious shot. Ha 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 ha. Is this soft sword spirit being embroidered with needles? Liang Yi dominated disdain and laughed. Facing Jian Wushuang's open sword, he didn't care. Chapter 42:51. The first is more. Seeing this soft sword, even Dong Xian dominated the heart. He couldn't help sinking to the bottom of the valley. Well, it's a pity. He sighed in his heart, but he immediately turned his face on. After entering the 8 cities for so many years, he has long been used to life and death. The sky is proud, and what he should do now is to restore his divine power immediately and wait for the Lord of Liang to stop. Just when everyone regretted it, the sword of Wuqing, who had just arrived, was about to die. Anomalies have happened. I saw Jian Wushuang's open-air sword Qi is actually like a long river, getting bigger and bigger. At the beginning, the sword has countless swords, only to be as slender as hair. However, in just a few breaths, the sword's unparalleled opening of the sword is like a galaxy, sweeping the world, running through the sun and the moon, carrying endless roaring power, horizontal coming. The turbulent sword gas swayed the quartet and turned into a shocking sun and moon sword, passing by in the air. The demon cried, the voice of the Buddha groaning from the Wu weeping sword. For a moment, this Jianmong attracted all the attention of the audience. Everyone raised their heads and looked at the sword across the world. How? How is that possible? Liang dominated with shock, and a startled expression appeared in his eyes. Then, he took a deep breath, a sharp light in his eyes, and a low voice. It looks like I'm looking down on you. Mystery, Broken Mountain. Boom. Immediately, the black sword in the hands of Liang dominated, and mysterious runes sprang up in circles, which was directly enlarged by 100 feet. The power was not weaker than Jian Wushuang, and he was chopped towards Jian Wushuang's Kaitian Jianmong. Boy, die. He looked at Xiang Jinshuang hardly, his eyes bursting. The sword is unparalleled, and his expression is indifferent. The end, from the moment he issued his sword, was already doomed. Boom! Kaitian Jianmong and the broken sword door dominated by Liang Yi suddenly collided, just when everyone thought that there would be a shocking war between Jian Wushuang and Liang Yi. What a shocking scene! The majestic Broken Mountain sword mount, after encountering Kaitian's sword mount, turned out to be like cold ice hitting hot oil. It didn't even hold out for a while and began to fall apart. Click and wipe. Kaitian Jianmong crushed and broke the Broken Mountain Swordsman all the way, and then split into his body in the terrifying eyes of Liang dominating. Huh! A terrible explosion exploded, setting off a white sky. After Bailang dissipated in the void, there was the slightest figure of Liang Er's domination. There was only one large black knife broken into 2, suspended in the void quietly. A sword comes out, Liang Er die. Suddenly, everyone in the audience turned their heads, opened their mouths, and stared at Jian Wushuang. Blood. Blood sword. Dong Xian dominated the whole person stiff and petrified. Looking at Jian Wushuang, he swallowed his throat subconsciously. The one that forced him to fight back and was regarded by him as a confidant who was enough to affect the war situation, was dominated by Liang Yi. So he was killed by a sword? Didn't even leave slag? Just lucky. Jian Wushuang smiled slightly at him. Is this a fluke? Master Dong Xian was stunned, and then he slammed all over his body, slammed heavily on Jian Wushuang's chest, and grinned. Blood sword. Your boy is hidden deep enough? Jian Wushuang smiled, no longer pretending to refute. Master Dong Xian took a deep breath and turned to look at the frightening Dajin kingdom, with a smile on his face, and said loudly, Kill with me? Suddenly, without Liang Er's dominion, the rest of the great sun god kingdom dominated, and it was totally unbeatable. Coupled with the fear of the sword unparalleled, the soldiers killed were defeated. Within a few moments, the great sun god kingdom camp directly defeated, and the leader of the mountain and the leader of the Arakawa, who fought in the distance, also noticed this scene. Good boy. Shaking the mountain leader to see Xiang Jianwushuang. His eyes burst out, and he sighed loudly. The Arakawa dominated. His face was extremely gloomy. Wasteless waste, he murmured coldly, not knowing who he was talking about. Immediately, he took a deep breath and looked at the leader of Shanshan. Shake the mountain. This time you are lucky. This monument, I don't want to be. When the words fell, he looked at Xiang Jianwashuang coldly, and his eyes filled with murderousness. Boy, you're fine. I remember you. You can rest assured that I will come to you. Although the words of admiration were in his mouth, his tone was extremely cold. The ultimate dominator present, hearing this, couldn't help but hesitate. Okay, you are welcome to come to me any time. Jian Wu's eyes did not evade to look at that Arakawa dominated, smiling slightly. The Arakawa dominator heard the words, and immediately burst into anger and laughed. Okay, boy, you are arrogant now. I hope you can laugh next time you meet me. After the Lord Arakawa had finished speaking, he immediately flung his sleeves, regardless of the ultimate lord's life and death, who followed him, blasted away with a cold face. Soon, the master of Arakawa turned into a black spot and disappeared into the sky. The leader of the shaking mountain was relieved, and then strode toward the sword unparalleled. Lord Master! Jian Wushuang arched his hand. Shock Mountain nodded his head, and then re-examined Jian Wushuang with a strange look. After this battle of sealing the monument, you follow me to meet the Overlord. Jian Wushuang heard the words, groaned, then nodded, and said, okay. After shaking the mountain, Wen Yin smiled, and then looked up into the distance. Over there, the battle between the 9-star Holy Land and the great blessing of the Kingdom of God gradually closed. Compared to the battle between Jian Wushuang and the Great Divine Kingdom, the contention between the Jiuxing Holy Land and the Great Blessing Kingdom is much more fierce. The giant urn holding the double axe looked like this, and the whole person was almost peeled off by the red leaves. I saw Hong Ye's hands and 5 fingers, a bunch of red threads entangled, grabbed directly, deprived a large part of the divine power of God's power, strange and cruel to the extreme. Grandma, I said, it's not your turn to be wanton here. Hong Ye stepped into the void and looked down at the giant salamander, disdainfully speaking. Red leaves. The giant puppet gasped for breath. His body was in a state of dilapidation, and there were defects everywhere. He looked hard at Hong Ye, his eyes full of anger, and growled loudly. The incompetence of the weak is furious. Hong Ye shook her head, and then stepped on it, turning it into a red-on, and killing it toward the giant god. The giant magpie is about to fall. The leader of Shaoshan watched this scene and squinted his eyes. Immediately, he turned to look at Jian Wushuang, Dongxian, and others, and Shunsheng said, you are ready. We are bound to get this monument. Chapter 42-52. Second more. I saw the battle between giant princes and red leaves, and at the beginning, it became a one-sided situation. Hong Ye's figure is erratic and weird, like a red line, roaming around the giant prince. Hoo-hoo! The giant salamander roared low, the double axe in his hand widened and split wildly. However, Hong Ye's body is too weird. After the giant axe's hands were chopped on Hong Ye by the axe, Hong Ye's body was broken up and reorganized again. Brainless man. Hong Ye sneered, the red snake entangled between the 5 fingers, and each claw grabbed was a part of the magic power of the giant puppet god. No matter how angry and roaring the giant puppet is, there is no way to hold the red leaves. After a few moments, the voice of the giant puppet gradually weakened. Sure enough, as the leader of Shake Mountain said, the giant salamander was defeated by the red leaves, and even had no chance to escape. He was stripped alive by the red leaves and died. A near-invincible master, so he died next to the Fengshan monument. The ultimate master of His Majesty, the great kingdom of God, was suddenly guilty. Some chose to take refuge in Hong Ye, and some were killed by the ultimate master of Hong Ye. After a while, beside the Fengshan monument, only Hong Ye dominated the side, and Jian Shaoshan, the leader of the shaking mountain, was left. Whirring. A gust of cold wind blew through, blowing up the jerseys of the 2 sides. The leader of Shake Mountain sank, and when he was about to start the war, Hongya waved his hand and interrupted with a smile. Shake the hill. We have only experienced the war on both sides. It is boring to fight like this. Why not change our gameplay? Kind? Changing another game? Shaking the leader frowned and said, What game? Hongya laughed. Apart from you and me, we sent 3 men to dominate the strong. Let them one-on-one. And then 3 games and 2 wins, how? Shanshan commander heard the words. A flash of thought flashed in his eyes. He agreed with Hongya's proposal. This will avoid more casualties. Second, if he loses one-on-one, he thinks he won't win even if he starts a full-scale war. To the Red Leaves, he confessed that he was not sure of victory. After thinking for a while, Shaking Mountain leader Shan Yi nodded and said, Yes. When Hongya saw this, his mouth suddenly drew a smile and said, Shake the mountains, then we will prepare a time for each joss stick. Select 3 masters from your majesty, and then start? Shaking the Mountain leader naturally has no objection. After nodding his head, he turned to look at his majesty. Who are you going to fight? Shaking the Mountain led his eyes and glanced over from his majesty, and he began to speak with a deep voice. Ill wait. Am willing to fight. Dongxian's master and others should be astonished that Jin Wushuang is also in it. Shocking Mountain leader saw this, and there was a moment of relief in his eyes. He glanced at his majesty's face one by one, and then fixed his face on Dongxian's face and said, Dongxian, how about you come to the first game? I am honored. Dongxian dominated his hands. The leader of Shake Mountain nodded, and looked again at another master with a spear and a square-faced eyebrow, hesitated and said, Master of Earth Wrath, how about you come to the second game? The Rage Master nodded and heard a word, stepped out of the crowd, and said in a deep voice, Lead in peace. The Rage must do his best. Okay. Shock Mountain Commander nodded comfortably, and then began to pick the third candidate. His gaze swept from His Majesty's face one by one, and finally fixed on Jian Wushuang's face. Just when Jian Wushuang thought that Shanshan leader would choose to play on his own, Shanshan leader hesitated for a moment and said, The third candidate is to be determined for the time being. Anyway, 3 wins and 2 wins. Maybe there is no need for a third. Field, the war situation was directly locked. Jian Wushuang nodded his head. Since Shanshan leader does not need him for the time being, he will naturally not put his face together and force a fight. Yixiang Xiang passed quickly, shaking the mountain leader and turning to look at Hongya, and he said loudly, Hongya, our candidate has been finalized. Hongya nodded and stretched out a finger. It seemed to smile but said with a smile, Shake the mountain, the candidates on my side have been finalized, and we have only one person on our side. Alone? Are you serious? The face of Shaoshan commander suddenly sank, and there was a flash of anger on the faces of Dongxian and others. Hongya thinks that only one person can make a dozen and 3? Hongya heard a smile and said with a negative hand, Naturally, as long as the 3 of you can defeat him, I will give in. Zongfeng, come out. The voice fell to the ground. A middle-aged vicissitudes man in a commoner's clothing, not astonishing in appearance, holding a blue Excalibur in his hand, and walked out from behind Hongya with no expression. Who is this person? Suddenly, Dongxian and other people saw the situation. All frowned and looked at each other. The latter 8 cities said that they are not small, and that they are not big. Basically, they have a name and a surname, and they are masters of superior strength. They have all heard of them. The master, called Tibetan Seal, had never seen it before. The leader of Shaoshan looked at the middle-aged vicissitudes man named Tibetan Seal. Somehow, there was a bad feeling in his heart. Dongxian, be careful. He instructed Dongxian, the leader of Dongxian, and nodded his head solemnly. Since this person can be entrusted by Hongya with a heavy task, he will naturally prove his strength. Outstanding. The men on both sides of the Red Leaf leader and the Rock Mountain leader stepped back, giving enough space to serve as a platform, so that the masters on both sides could kill freely. Zongfeng stepped to the center step by step, and glanced indifferently at the cave master and others, and said, Let's go together. As soon as this remark came to an end, like the same stone stirred up 1,000 layers of waves, Dongxian dominated and others' faces were full of anger. The arrogant Dong Xian dominated with a grin, then flew out and blasted towards that Tibetan seal. Mystery, Lan Leijian. Boom! The electric snakes were entwined, and the thunderball converged on the dove head ring knife in the hands of the master of the cave. At the beginning, the master of Xian Xian directly used the peerless skills at the bottom of the box. Dead to me. Dong Xian dominated the roar, and the thunderballs on the dove's ring knife rolled down and hacked away towards that seal. Huh! Thunders exploded, and the whole house was incandescent. In the incandescent electric light, Zongfeng slowly raised his head and looked at Dong Xian indifferently, saying, "Abandoned chicken dog." Huh! With a shocking sword slamming, the blue Excalibur in the hands of Zongfeng suddenly emerged. A forest blue sword light suddenly cut out like a horse, stunning to the extreme, extremely fast. This sword light is like a white dragon out of the sea, with a clear sword groaning and howling, fiercely chopped to the dominion of Dong Xian. Before Jian Guang touched Dong Xian, the sharp sword chi had already wiped out all the thunders that had exploded. Instantly, Dong Xian's face changed. Chapter 42-53. The first is more. This, Dong Xian dominated his body, and as soon as he stepped, he planned to step back and pull away. However, no chance. Zongfeng shook his head. The words fell, and the sword light was perfect, directly blasting Ray Meng apart, except for the lightness of Jian light being a little dim. He continued to blast towards the master of the cave. Huh! Suddenly, that sword light stabbed in the position of Dong Xian's dominating chest cavity severely, penetrating his body directly. Puff! With a muffled sound, Dong Xian dominated the whole person like a broken sackcloth bag, drew an arc in the air, and fell into the distance. Dong Xian's dominion overwhelmed the great power of his body, and his face became pale to the extreme. This sword almost killed him. Dong Xian. Shocking Mountain Master's face was startled, and he strode immediately next to Master Dong Xian, reached out and lifted him up, and poured his divine power into Dong Xian's Master God's body, helping him to wipe out the remaining sword energy. Under the power of shaking the mountain, Dong Xian's injury gradually recovered. His pale complexion also improved, but he was still yellow. Master, leader, I'm sorry. I lost in the first battle and lived up to your optimism. Master Dong Xian stood up holding on to his body and said a little bit hard. Shut up and take good care of the gods. This seat is still waiting for you to kill with me in the future. As for defeat, this is not your problem. The leader of Shake Mountain interrupted him, then took a deep breath, glanced at the Tibetan seal and immediately looked at Hongya and said, Hongya, you are really attentive, this Tibetan seal. I am afraid that there is already an almost invincible level. Do you have commanding power? Hongya Wanyan smiled slightly and replied, Shake the mountain. You don't need to care what level of combat power he is. As long as he is dominated by my majesty, it is in line with the rules, you understand? The leader of Shaking the Mountain heard a heavy hum, and knew in his heart that Hongya's words could not be refuted. As long as the Tibetan seal was under the authority of Hongya, even if he was invincible, he could not do anything. Taking a deep breath, Shaking the Mountain to lead Shan said, Hongya, this is a test that we admit defeat. You can take this monument. After that, the leader of Shake Mountain planned to lead the team to leave. He asked himself, the strength of these ultimate masters under his hands was not as good as that of Zongfeng, and even if he went up again, it would only be a free life. In this case, the ending is the same. It is better to give up the monument directly. Although Shanshan was unwilling to lead the leader, the situation was stronger than others, and he could only bow his head. As Jian Wushuang followed Shanshan's command to leave, Hongya suddenly said, Slow. Okay. He shook the mountain and heard the words, and looked back at Hongya. His face was not so good. Hongya, we have already given up. What else do you want to do? I saw Hongyepi smiled and said without a smile, Shake the mountain, but our rule is a 3-match test. Now that the test is not finished, how can we leave? After a pause, Hongya continued, I hate the most in my life, but the one who doesn't follow the rules. After he finished speaking, The ultimate master behind him was full of divine power, faintly encircling the formation and pulling it away. As if shaking the mountain leader to dare to take another step, he had to get up and attack. Red Leaf, you are too much. Shake the mountain to look at Hongya. His eyes are extremely cold. Hongya looked down at the leader of Shaoshan, jokingly, and said, Shake the mountain. I've given you a chance, otherwise it will really fight. Do you think they can go out alive? The leader of Shake Mountain took a deep breath, pondered for a moment, and then slowly said, Okay, then continue. After speaking, he looked at the domineering Earthwrath Dominator, contemplatively exhorted. Earthwrath, you fought with that Tibetan seal, and you just confessed to it and kept your life. The Lord of Earth Fury nodded, and calmly returned, Okay, he is not a headless man, and he can naturally see that this hidden power has reached the commanding level, which is almost invincible, and he is not an opponent at all. Let's get started. Hongya smiled and waved. Suddenly, the war began again. Earth Fury dominated the pace, step by step towards the middle of the open space. After closing his eyes and holding a sword, Zhangfeng opened his eyes slowly, and when he looked at the Fury Master, he said lightly, You won't have the luck of that person just now. The Lord of Earth Fury frowned when he heard the words, wondering what it meant. However, he did not intend to think deeply, following the explanation of the leader of the mountain, and said, Zhangfeng, I will lose this battle. However, he didn't wait for him to finish. Want to admit defeat? Zhangfeng gave a cold smile and pulled out the blue Excalibur in his hand, and when he stepped on it, he turned into a sword light and came predatory. Then I have to ask the sword in my hand. It won't agree. Boom! The speed of hiding and closing was extremely fast, and the sword came directly, turning into a dazzling sword light. The pale blue sword strangled the quartet and fiercely slashed towards the Lord of Fury. You! The face of Lord Fury suddenly changed dramatically. I didn't expect that I had confessed it, and this Tibetan seal still refused to let him go. Redleaf, what do you mean? Shaking the leader to see this, he was also furious and looked at Hongya hardly. And Hongya just smiled slightly and didn't respond at all. Mystery, Starfall. The Lord of Earth Fury roared, and the spear tip in his hand exploded a little and went towards Zhangfeng. Huh. Earth Fury dominated the spear tip in his hand and hid the swords turned into Tibetan seals. Then, he saw that the spear started from the spear tip and began to break up little by little. The gap between the two is really too big. After seeing this spear split, in the horrified eyes of the Lord of Earth Fury, the liver and gallbladder were split. Zhangfeng sneered, and the blue Excalibur was split again in his hand, and the Lord of Earth Fury was split in half. Do not! The Lord of Earth Fury shouted sternly. However, the Tibetan seal did not show any sympathy to his subordinates, and the sharp sword energy broke out again, directly smashing the body that was split into two halves by the Lord of Earth Fury. Shaking the mountain leader to see the situation, suddenly burst into tears, a rush of anger straight to the top of his head. And that Tibetan seal then put the sword to stand, his face sneered away. Zhangfeng, my majesty, the Lord has conceded. Why do you still want to kill him? Shanshan commander looked at Zhangfeng deadly, panting heavily with anger. Zhangfeng gave him a faint glance and said indifferently, He is weak and doesn't blame me. It's not good. Shocking the mountain, the leader was very angry and smiled, and the blue tendons on his forehead were twisted, and he said, Hidden seal, you bully my majesty what your master is capable of, and if there is something, we will come to the game with us. Strength, how? Chapter 42:54. Second more. Zhangfeng heard the words, his eyes narrowed suddenly, his eyes stared directly at the shaking leader, and he sneered and said, Why dare not? Before he finished speaking, Hongya smiled and waved his hands and said, Okay, Tibetan seal, the others have shaken the mountain, but they have experienced the chaos era and are the ultimate masters, but you can't match it. The words fell, and Hongya looked at the leader of Shaoshan's side and continued, Shake the mountain, and quickly send a third candidate to the test. Obviously, for this test, Hongya already has a winning hand. The leader of Shake Mountain was so gloomy that he understood that if they wanted to go out alive, they could only follow the rules of Hongya. Take a deep breath, shake the leader of the mountain and turn his head, looking at His Majesty's ultimate master. In his eyes, everyone could not help but shrink his head and stepped back. Hidden in 2 battles and 2 wins, the master of Dongxian and the lord of Earth Fury were wounded and killed. The fierce prestige was too great. They were already scared of fear and fear in their hearts. Is anyone willing to go to war? Shun Shan Commander Shan Sheng asked. Many of the ultimate crowd dominate you, and look at me and look at you. All are silent, like a chill. They are killing for overlords. That's right, but it doesn't mean that they will die if they are known to play. Shaking the leader to see the situation, a heart sinking constantly, could not help but laugh bitterly, but did not blame them. Zongfeng, you see, His Majesty is the master, and no one dares to fight anymore. The leader of Shaoshan took a deep breath and turned to look at the martyr. Oh! Zongfeng raised his eyebrows and twitched his lips, saying, Your Majesty King, are all such a group of cowardly rats? Shaking his head boringly, Zhang Feng's eyes narrowed, and he swept across the faces of the ultimate masters behind Shanshan leader, and said, Since this is the case, let me choose the objects myself. Facing the eyes of Zongfeng, many of the ultimate dominators were all cold in their hearts and could not help taking a step back, as if they were afraid of being picked. Seeing the seal, the crickets in the eyes are more prosperous. At this time, his gaze rested on the grim young man with black hair and dark hair. In his eyes, everyone took a step back unconsciously, but this person still stood there lightly, with no expression on his face, and could not see joy and sadness. Who are you? Zhang Fengrao asked with interest. Blood Sword. Jian Wushuang glanced at him and replied slightly. Why don't you see me? Zongfeng asked with amusement. Why should I retreat? Jian Wushuang asked with an expression of unhappiness and sorrow. Ha 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 ha, interesting. Zhang Feng heard the words and suddenly felt like a funny joke, twisted his neck and said, Blood Sword, it's you? You are the 3rd war candidate? As soon as this remark came to an end, many of the ultimate masters who shook the mountain behind him were all shocked and looked towards Sword Jinshuang with sympathy. The leader of Shaking Mountain even said, Blood Sword, you can defeat Liang Air, you have done enough, you can play without fighting. Jian Wushuang smiled and said, No matter. When the leader of Shanshan heard the words and wanted to say anything, he saw that Zongfeng opened his mouth and provoked, Blood Sword, I see that you have a sword in your hand, and you want to come to be a sword repair too. Grinding, what can be done? Jian Wushuang heard a faint smile, looked at Zongfeng and said, You just want to fight me? After hearing the words, Zongfeng sneered and said, Blood Sword, let's get out of the way quickly. Maybe I'm in a good mood, and I can point you to a few words on the sword. After a pause, Zongfeng seemed to think of something and added a sentence, Blood Sword, you are also a sword repairer, and you should know the origin of Kendo, right? To remind you, my understanding of the origin of Kendo has broken through to the first place of Kendo. Triple. Guide me? The origin of Kendo is triple? Jian Wushuang could not help feeling a little dumbfounded, then shook his head and sighed lightly. Then as you wish. The words fell, and the sword unparalleled stepped out, shaking the leader to see the situation. Knowing that it can no longer be changed, he had no choice but to say, Blood Sword, this Tibetan seal is much stronger than that, and you must not be stubborn. Once you find that it is not the Tibetan seal, I immediately confess. As long as you give in, I will protect you. Jian Wushuang nodded his head, indicating clearly. Zongfeng watched the sword Wushuang coming out, and his mouth could not help but ask, Blood Sword, are you ready? Jian Wushuang did not answer, but calmly said, Hidden seal, I only have 3 swords. If you can take my 3 swords, I will give in. As soon as this voice came to an end, everyone in the audience was stunned, and they looked at the magic swordsman, wondering if they heard it wrong. Even the red leaves with smiles on their faces were smiling. Do you know what this kid is saying? Arrogance. Zongfeng immediately smiled in anger, no hesitation in his eyes, stepped hard, and the whole man rose into the sky. Mystery, Jianhua Shuiwe. Boom. A sharp sword light reached the extreme, and it was split from the blue Excalibur in the hands of Tibetan Seal. The horrible sword spread with coercion and spread around. Under this sword light, everyone was in the heart. Fine cold sweat appeared on the forehead. Next moment, Zongfeng smiled coldly, sharp sword light in his hand, fiercely chopped towards Jian Wushuang. Go to hell. Facing this sword that came from the sky, Jian Wushuang's black hair fluttered. His expression was calm, and he spit out 3 words, first sword. Huh. With a light noise, a blood-colored swordman, with the sword unparalleled chopping off. This sword is simple, without any power, but as if it were natural, without any flaws, as it should be with swordsmanship. The blood-colored swordman soon met the sharp swordlight in the hands of Zongfeng. However, it is such an ordinary sword, but it is like destroying and dying, and instantly splits the glorious sword light hidden in the flower into a fan powder. Just like an egg hitting a stone, facing Jian Wushuang's sword, the sword light couldn't stop it at all, and it broke up. How can it be? Zhang Feng's pupils contracted violently, exclaiming, Huh! The blood-colored sword mantle fell on Zongfeng, and he directly slashed Zongfeng from the air, crossed an arc in the air, shot it backwards, and fell to the ground, throwing a large pit on the ground. Countless fumes rose up, Tibetan cape radiated, gray heads and soiled faces, unable to remain half calm, and his face was extremely frightened. The blue Excalibur in his hand showed a few fissures in his hair. How could this be? How could this be? He half knelt on the ground, raised his head and stared at Xiang Wushuang, his eyes full of fear and disbelief. He is an almost invincible lord of Kendo. Nothing is impossible. It can't be just your ignorance. Jian Wushuang shook his head, his expression calm, and said again, second sword. Chapter 42:55. The first is more. Second sword. Open the sky. After the sword Wushuang's sentence fell, the Wu-crying sword in his hand trembled tens of thousands of times in an instant, a sword on gradually condensed, and then, like a rolling river, carrying a roaring muffled sound, rolled towards the Tibetan Seal. At the beginning, Fong was only the thickness of his hair. As the sword's air continually condensed, it gradually became the thickness of his arms. When the sword was really empty, it was already like an upside-down sky. The sun and the moon were connected, and it was amazing pole. Huang Tianwei, sighted with a sword. At this moment, everyone looked up at the sword, with a terrified expression. Swordsmanship? This is the real sword repair. Who is this person? Why has it not been known before? This sword immediately caught everyone's eyes. Even the red leaves and the leader of the shaking mountain flashed a shock in their eyes. This is the fourfold breath of Kendo's origin. Zongfeng was short of breath, staring at this Kaitian Jianmong, his eyes horrified like ghosts. Only with the same sword repair can we understand the horror of this sword. He could very clearly feel that Jian Wushuang's open sword swordsmanship far surpassed him in his understanding of Kendo. That is the fourfold breath of Kendo's origin. Even the Supreme may not be able to deduce his Tao to the quadruple level. I'm not an opponent. I have to run away. The thoughts in Zhang Feng's mind turned sharply, and the decision was made instantly. As soon as he stepped down, he wanted to fire away. However, he hadn't waited for him to rise from the giant pit. Huh? Kaitian Jianmong, come suddenly. Get out of me. With a low roar, Zongfeng raised his blue sword in his hand and held it above his head, blocking the slashing Kaitian sword. Huh! Countless sparks splattered, and the cloak of a cloak was instantly broken, revealing a muscular, knotted body. His body, full of divine power, frantically rushed into the blue sword, want to resist this open sky sword. However, regardless of the strength of the sword, the understanding of Kendo, or the grade of Wu weapons Excalibur, they are far stronger than him. How could he resist it? In the face of absolute strength, all resistance is vulnerable. Click and wipe. I saw a blue Excalibur and began to crack. This crack started to spread quickly. Break it for me. hidden and clenching his teeth, growling in a low voice. There are more and more cracks. The next moment, I saw the blue Excalibur completely broken and turned into countless fragments. Kaitian Jianmong fell fiercely on the shoulder of Zongfeng. The Tibetan seal was directly pressed into the giant pit by Kaitian Jianmong, as if it had great strength, and he wanted to be pressed under the Wuzishan. Click, click. His legs, as he could not bear the huge force from Kaitian Jianmong. His knees gradually bent. Then with a bang, Zongfeng fell to his knees on the ground with his knees on the ground, forming two pits, and that Kaitian Jianmong was still splitting on his shoulder and kept pressing down. The sharp sword's intention kept blasting in his body. After a while, Kaitian Jianmong finally dispersed. Zongfeng knelt down on the ground, his body slumped to the extreme, and his divine power was almost exhausted, apparently dying. A sword comes out, the blue is broken, and Zongfeng kneels. Countless people watched this scene, all of which was a chill from the spine straight to the top of the head, such as falling ice cellar. They twisted their heads stiffly, staring at Xiang Wushuang dully. The disbelief in their eyes turned into shock. Even shaking the leader of the mountain also opened his mouth wide and straightened his eyes. Master Dong Xian stayed there, even forgetting that he was seriously injured. At this moment, Jian Wushuang looked like the sun in the sky, and everyone looked up. Jian Wushuang's expression was calm, and no emotion was seen on his face, as if he had only done something trivial to him. He looked faintly toward Zongfeng and said indifferently, "The third sword." As soon as this remark came to an end, a moment of panic flashed in Zhangfeng's eyes. He turned to Hongye for help, raised his head hard, and said in a weak tone, Red leaves, save me." Hongye's eyes flashed, and he swept down in one step, blocked in front of the cover, and stretched out his hand. "Stop! We confess defeat in this battle. You take this monument." As soon as the voice came down, there was a flash of joy in the eyes of the leader of shaking the mountain, etc., and he turned his head to look at Jian Wushuang, and said, "Blood sword, you can?" However, Jian Wushuang seemed to be oblivious, and said lightly, "I said that 3 swords are 3 swords, and no one can stop them. Third sword, chop star. Hey!" In an instant, time seemed to be stagnant. The turbulent wind in the void, the floating clouds, and the floating dust all turned into the purest energy, just like the return of 100 rivers. It was radiated from all directions. Gather in your hands and turn into a silver sword rainbow with a length of 100 feet. Jian Wushuang spread his 5 fingers, holding this Baizhang Jianhong, between heaven and earth, as if there was a force invisible, holding him up. At this moment, he no longer covered his breath. A sharp sword surged up, as if to stir up chaos and open up the world. Jian Wushuang like the sword Ling Chun. Cut. Sword Wushuang spoke coldly. In an instant, Baizhang Jianhong slashed down. This sword, the mighty, directly blasted the sky nearly thousands of feet apart. This? Hongye's face changed suddenly. Facing the sword, even with him, a sense of powerlessness could be felt in his heart. There was a sense of threat like a thorn in his head, and it was hanging over him. For the first time, in addition to facing the giant, Hongye felt an illusion that he wanted to fall. This person, I can't stop it. Hongye took a deep breath, and her eyes were grim. He turned to look at Zongfeng, shook his head and said, "Zongfeng, please ask for blessing." After speaking, Hongye stepped on her foot and fled quickly. "Do not." Seeing this, Zongfeng screamed a desperate growl. Star sword, finally chopped down. Under this sword, as if the gods were angry and the doomsday calamity was lowered, the earth began to split and separate, and there were abyss ravines that had no bottom. The violent sword spirit swept across all directions, set off a storm, and leveled everything. Everyone's face turned wild, and then they retreated thousands of feet. The power of one sword, such horror. Everyone took a sip of air conditioning, and the words came to their hearts. And in the middle of the storm, Wu Wei's Excalibur with no hands and the sword has taken back the ring of Qinkuan. The storm gradually dissipated, and I saw the land of 100 feet where Tibetan seals were located. There is still a little bit of hidden life in the hidden seal. Under this sword, the hidden seal is extinct, and the dead can't die anymore. Chapter 42:56. Second more. Whirring. A breeze blows away the smoke gradually. Everyone looked at this scene, all shaking and shaking their hair. No one spoke. Everyone's thoughts were still immersed in Jian Wushuang's amazing sword. The scene turned into a dead silence. This sword far exceeds their knowledge and understanding of Kendo. This sword is comparable to the invincible master. Under this sword, the red leaves fled, and the Tibetan seal fell. So, how could this person be so powerful? The Tibetan seal, but the master of almost invincible level. 3 swords. This man really only produced 3 swords, and these 3 swords directly killed Zongfeng. This man is from His Majesty the Overlord. It is indeed the blessing of the Overlord. Cut Lianger, retreat the red leaves, destroy the Tibetan seal. This person is invincible. Countless people shivered. But this discussion is a bit different. Under the control of the Jiuxing Holy Land camp, the teeth are shaking. The tone is full of panic, and the face is ashamed. They looked at Jian Wushuang in horror, trembling, afraid to move. For fear that Jian Wushuang was unhappy, they split a sword again and killed them all. They believed that if Jian Wushuang wanted to kill them, they would not be more difficult than beheading and killing Zongfeng, the overlord of His Majesty the King. Although the expression is shocking, but in the discussion, it is full of joy. Fortunately, this blood sword comes from our side. Otherwise, who can stop him? With this blood sword in, who else can fear? Dong Xin's mouth opened wide, and an absurd feeling arose in his heart. It was this person that he even mentioned about him? Tell him to hide behind him. Don't provoke others? Looking at Jian Wushuang, Dong Xin's face turned red for a while, and he could not wait to find a place to drill into it immediately. Blood sword. Including the leader of Shaking the Mountain, all rolled their throats and swallowed. Under this sword, even his heart could not guarantee that if he wanted to come with amazing defense, was he sure that he would take this star-cutting sword. In the middle of the storm, Jian Wushuang stepped in the void and stood with his hands on his back. His eyes were bright, and his black hair was spread over his shoulders. He is so ordinary, but at this moment, it is as dazzling as the stars in the sky. Countless light condensation. It seems that billions of stars are not as good as him. Feng Xinbei, I want it. Do you have any objections? Jian Wushuang bowed his head and looked down at the ultimate master of the 9-star Holy Land, and spoke lightly. Dare to dare. Suddenly, these remaining ultimate masters waved their hands quickly and did not dare to look directly at Jian Wushuang's eyes. Good. Jian Wushuang smiled, walked down from the air, and walked into the crowd of His Majesty the Overlord. Blood sword. You really gave me one surprise after another, Shanshan said with a bitter smile. The world is the strongest, and now the sword is unparalleled enough to sit on an equal footing with him, even higher status than him. I'm just lucky, Jian Wushuang said with a smile. He shook the leader and heard a bitter smile, and stopped talking. Lucky? When he's stupid. Take a deep breath, shake the leader of the mountain and turn to look at the ultimate master of the 9-star Holy Land. Shun Sheng said, Now, I give you 2 choices. First, you are all buried here for the 9-star Holy Land. All are here. That is to abandon the dark and cast the light, to take refuge in our Overlord. As soon as this remark was made, the remaining 9-star Holy Land was eventually dominated by His Majesty, and his face was full of joy. As long as they do not rush to kill them, they are naturally indispensable. Ill wait, willing to take refuge in His Majesty the Overlord. Suddenly, these remaining 9-star holy places were eventually dominated, and they all bowed their hands respectfully. Shaking the leader to see the situation, nodded in satisfaction and said, Since so, you will follow me to meet the Overlord. After a while, Shaoshan commanded the Fengshan Steel, and a large crowd swept away towards the 12th city. Overlord, in the 11th city. After returning to the first city, Xiao Shanong took the lead to arrange the ultimate masters of those 9-star holy places, and then found Jian Wushuang. Blood Sword, I told you about Lord Overlord. Lord Overlord is very curious about you right now. He is sending me to invite you to Overlord Palace. I plan to discuss merit rewards. Shaking the leader said with a smile. Jian Wushuang nodded his head. Naturally, it was indispensable, and he said, then it's troublesome to shake Shantong's tie. No trouble, it should be done. The leader of Shaoshan smiled and waved his hand indifferently, and then led Jian Wushuang, walking towards a palace group. This palace group is extremely magnificent. There are no less than 1,000 ordinary palaces. In the center of this palace, an extremely majestic hall stands. The hall is composed of crystal white jade. The engraved 4-character Overlord Shrine engraved on the card. The pin is broad and magnificent, full of atmosphere. They quickly walked outside the hall. See Sheikh Mountain Commander. The 2 masters responsible for guarding the temple arched. The leader of Sheikh Mountain nodded, counted as a response, and immediately looked at Jian Wushuang and said, Blood Sword, I will go ahead and let me know, and you will wait a bit here. Jian Wushuang's expression was calm, and he said, Go. The leader of Shaking Mountain no longer hesitated, strode into this Overlord Shrine after waiting for a while. A long snoring came from inside. Master Bloodsword, Overlord please. Jian Wu's eyes flashed, and he immediately stepped into this Overlord Shrine. I saw the extremely spacious atmosphere built by this Overlord, supported by 4 pillars of heaven, coiled with golden dragons. Jian Wushuang looked up and saw a bronzing dragon seat at the center of the hall. It was made of top-quality materials. 6 large chairs were placed underneath, and 6 people sat side by side on this wooden chair. Shaking the leader, he sat in the second seat on the left. Jian Wu's eyes glanced over the faces of the 6 men, and the cultivation of these 6 men was almost invincible. Wanna come? These 6 are the 6 leaders of His Majesty the Overlord. Jian Wushuang's eyes did not stay on the 6 people's faces for a long time. Then they looked at the deepest part of the hall, placed on the dragon seat in the middle. There, a giant with a burly figure and muscular twisted knots was sitting on the dragon seat. The man's skin was covered with mysterious golden runes, his face was heavy and his eyebrows were bright, and his eyes were full of brilliance, full of sense of indignation and self-righteousness. This person is impressively the deepest star in the ancient road, the owner of one of the 9 giants, the indestructible Overlord. Overlord. Jian Wushuang's eyes narrowed for a moment. This person's blood were surging, where far away, Jian Wushuang could also feel the amount of wild violence contained in his body. When Jian Wushuang looked at this person, the same person also looked at Jian Wushuang. Are you a blood sword? The Overlord voice muffled. Blood sword. Met Overlord. Jian Wushuang converged his thoughts, arched his hand, and replied without humbleness or excitement. Chapter 42:57. The first is more. Overlord Shrine. The 6 commanders sat side by side, all looking curiously at Jian Wushuang, wanting to see what is special about this newcomer who can kill 3 swords with almost invincible dominance and push back the red leaves. However, they were disappointed. Jian Wushuang's body was ordinary, and he could not see how strong and weak he was, just like the ordinary one among all beings. In the face of these various sights, Jian Wushuang's expression was calm and his heart had no waves, but he was at random guessing the strength of the Overlord. This Overlord is full of blood and dazzles like a big sun, which makes people dare not look at it. I'm afraid that some monks who are almost invincible dominate the level and have no qualifications to approach him. Is this the giant level strength? Jian Wu's eyes flashed. The strength of this Overlord is definitely the most powerful of the invincible masters. Compared with the Jinnan King and the 3 princes who were in the ruins of Tai Luo, they are much stronger. It can be said that among all the ultimate masters that Jian Wushuang has ever seen, this person can be called the strongest, except for King Jutsai. Even in the face of the 9 kings who ultimately dominated the realm, it is estimated that this person's strength is only 1 line behind. Blood sword, you don't need to be polite with the king. The overlord said lightly. Jin Wushuang put away his thoughts and nodded. Blood Sword, listen to Xiaoshan said. This time he can get the Fengshan monument. You have a lot of credit. If it wasn't for your shot to kill Liang Yi and Zhongfeng and push back the red leaves, this Fengshan monument would be early it fell into his hands. Overlord continued. Jin Wushuang heard the words, smiled slightly, and said modestly, the Overlord joked and laughed. I just did a little bit of effort, not enough to affect the overall situation. Oh, Blood Sword, you are strange. Others are trying their best to take credit for themselves, but you seem to be afraid of merit. The Overlord was a little dumb. He usually sees His Majesty dominance. Almost everyone will use all his heart to show off his skills in front of him, bragging about how strong he is. No matter how big or small the credit is, he will try to win over him, just begging him to look at them a glance. And the sword Wushuang in front of him, from the beginning, not only did he not have a look of excitement and enthusiasm after seeing him, even when he took the initiative to praise, Jin Wushuang's expression was very calm from the beginning to the end. Color. This cannot help but let the Overlord look at Jin Wushuang again in his heart. Do not be flattered. Taishan collapses without discoloration. The Overlord looked at Jin Wushuang again. Just when he was about to say something, he suddenly reached the words of his mouth. As if he had discovered something incredible, his face changed slightly. Immediately, 3 inches of golden light were shot suddenly in his eyes to look at Jin Jinshuang. The next moment, the Overlord retracted the golden light in his eyes, and Shun Sheng said, Blood Sword, if the king is right, you have only the 5th level to dominate the repair, right? As soon as this voice came to an end, the whole house was shocked. What? The 5th grade dominates? Impossible. The 5th level dominates the beheading, which is almost invincible. This is simply a night talk. It is impossible. Taking the 5th level as a practice, beheading is almost invincible. Such a thing has never happened before. Unheard of. Since ancient times, I have never heard of anyone who can use the 5th level to cut and kill nearly invincible dominators. Even the Supremes who dominate the universe today may be in the 5th level domination. Can't do it. Surely it must be the Overlord Lord. You must be right. The expressions of the 6 leaders are very serious. Even the leader of Shaking the Mountain shook his head and couldn't believe it. In several eyes, Jin Wu's eyes flickered slightly. Unexpectedly, his concealed practice was even seen by this Overlord. Slightly groaning, Jin Wushuang simply no longer concealed, nodded back, yes. After speaking, a breath belonging to the 5th level master immediately exuded from Jin Wushuang. Feeling this breath, the 6 leaders are all struck by lightning and their bodies are shaking, really dominated by the 5th rank. Taking the 5th level as the master, the 3 swords beheaded for almost invincible levels. How can there be such a demon in this world? It's just crazy. In an instant, the entire Overlord Shrine was a sensation. The 6 leaders were dazzled, and their eyes fell out in shock. Even the Overlord, after getting the confirmation of sword unparalleled, was full of incredible colors in his eyes. Sure enough, it is the 5th level master. The Overlord uttered an exclamation. Jin Wushuang's 3 swords besieged the Tibetan seal, which is enough horror, but Jin Wushuang only has the 5th series to repair. What is the concept? As we all know, the 5th level and the ultimate sword have a huge gap, which is extremely difficult to cross. And once dominated from the 5th level and promoted to the ultimate dominator, it means that the 9 rules are merged, and the strength will be improved by a leap. Jin Wushuang can master the near-invincible dominator easily with only the 5th level dominance. Then what kind of concept will it be when he is promoted to the ultimate dominator? Suddenly, the 6 leaders were all cold, and they dared not think about it. The Overlord took a deep breath, and his expression gradually returned to calmness. He is one of the most powerful masters in the entire universe. The 5th level of Jin Wushuang dominates the nearly invincible master. Although it shocks him, it is not enough to make him speechless. Blood Sword, you can take refuge in His Majesty. The Overlord smiled and continued to say, Blood Sword, you can slay Tibetan seal. That means that you have already almost invincible dominance, and in our second 8 cities, Nearly invincible dominates the level of combat power, known as commander-level combat power. Often, the owners of such powers, under the influence of any one of the forces, will assume the commanding position. His Majesty, naturally, the same. I don't know you. Would you like to be my seventh commander? Jian Wushuang heard the words, a flash of thought flashed in his eyes, and then nodded with a smile. The blood sword. I would like to thank the Overlord for his love. Ha ha ha, don't say it again after carrying the word love. It's nothing more than that you and the prince are in the same position to win each other. The Overlord smiled boldly, then got up from the dragon's seat and looked out of the hall. Shun said, come here. Pass on the king's order. From today on, you will be given the seat of the Blood Sword Commander, and the Blood Sword will be the seventh commander.
Yes.
Suddenly, there was a long chirp outside the door. A armor guard erected a black gold chair with his hands and placed it next to the 6 commanders. After the sword Wushuang took his seat, the Overlord spoke again. Give another 10 million blood swords for the universe sword, 100 magic drugs, and 3 top-notch rules.
Yes.
Chong Yin came from outside the door again. A armor guard held a jade plate in both hands and bowed his head in respect. On this jade plate, a black Qinkuan ring is quietly placed. This commandment represents the status of Jian Wushuang as the leader of one party, and the 10 million universe source stones given by the universe, as well as hundreds of magic drugs, are all in it. In such a big deal, even Jian Wushuang raised his eyebrows slightly, feeling a bit surprised. And this is not the end. The Overlord's voice came again. 3 blood swords, seal a monument. Chapter 42:58. Second more. 3 blood swords, seal a monument. The words fell, and he saw a big wave from the Overlord, and a square stone tablet immediately waved from him. The stone rose in the wind, and soon it was like a small mound in the center of the hall. Jian Wushuang looked carefully and saw that the steel was dark and covered with letters. Leader of the Blood Sword, hurry up and accept this monument. Overlord Shuanglong smiled. It is good. Jian Wushuang also did not quit, took a photo with his right hand, and put this sealed monument into the ring of heaven and earth. Ill wait. Congratulations to the Blood Sword Commander. In the future, I will wait for 7 people to support and take care of each other. It is the concerted efforts of the 6 leaders. Jian Wushuang smiled slightly and replied, it must be. The Overlord looked at this scene and nodded secretly, and then said to the 6 leaders, Su Su, shaking the mountains, the cold wind. You wait for 6 people, each of whom chooses 10 ultimates from their majesty. Dominate and give it to the Blood Sword Commander.
Yes.
The 6 commanders should be quick to express their respect. Later, the Overlord ordered some things and ordered to retreat. After Jian Wushuang and other 7 commanders took off, the Overlord Jingu suddenly fell into a quiet state. The smile on the Overlord's face gradually converged and disappeared, and toward the empty hall, he said lightly, Fei Ying, what do you think of this blood sword? The words fell, and saw a thin figure walking out from behind the Overlord. His body was shrouded in black robes, making it hard to see his face. He knelt on one knee and said hoarsely, Master, I don't see the strength of this blood sword, only a rough estimate. I'm afraid the threshold of invincible has been touched. Is the threshold of invincible domination? The Overlord squinted his eyes, raised his head and looked away, without knowing what he was thinking. His fingers were beaten on the armrest of the dragon's seat rhythmically, and the sound of tuck, tuck, tuck was made. And the black-robed figure continued to say, Master Overlord, and I can feel that the blood sword should have found me. The Overlord nodded and heard no words. After a while, he slowly said, This blood sword is not a simple generation. The king does not believe that a person who can dominate the repair with the 5th rank and kill nearly invincible dominators will remain silent in the universe. Fei Ying, you go out to investigate the details of the blood sword for the king. Be sure to investigate for the king how the blood sword is sacred.
Yes.
As soon as the voice of the figure in black sank, he planned to fly away. and many more. The overlord spoke again, stopped him, and blinked in his eyes. In this investigation, you must not alarm others, and there is one more thing for the king that needs to be explained to you. What's the matter, Lord Overlord? But it doesn't matter. Go to the 10th city and look for the person in the refining tower who broke through the 8th floor. If you find this person, you must lower your attitude and tell him that the king has invited him and invite him to gather. Observe. After the figure in black left, the overlord sat on the dragon's seat. His eyes flashed with thought, and then he closed his eyes slowly. In just one day, Jin Wushuang's 7th commander's house was completed. It was made of various materials and looked luxurious. That night, the night breeze was learning. Jin Wushuang sat cross-legged in a box room, holding in his hand the Qingquan ring given to him by the overlord today. His eyes flashed with playfulness. Today in the hall, the Naha seems to be bold and magnificent. In fact, Jin Wushuang can feel that this overlord is obviously quite suspicious of him. Behind the Naha, there are a pair of cold eyes staring at him. However, Jin Wushuang did not fall into his heart. After all, his appearance and rise were too abrupt. Whoever changed it, Shinjo would have some ideas. A few days later, when Wu Cry Excalibur is completely repaired, leave here. Jin Wushuang's eyes flashed his thoughts. He entered the ancient city of Shinkong, not to kill others. Immediately, Jin Wushuang turned over with his right hand, and Wu Weiss Excalibur immediately crossed his knee. I saw a poisonous spot on the Wu weapon sword, which was caused by the venom of the heavenly serpent king who dropped on the Wu weapon sword. However, after Jin Wushuang's time to nourish with divine power, this poisonous spot has been removed for most of the time, leaving only some marks. It doesn't take long to think about it. Wu Cry Excalibur can be completely repaired. Jin Wushuang flipped his right hand again, and two fangs hovered quietly in front of him. These two fangs are the essence of Tian Snake Langjun. At the time, Tian Snake Langjun was killed by Jin Wushuang, and only these two fangs were left. These two fangs can probably refine 3 drops of venom, and with just 1 drop of venom, they can destroy and kill weaker invincible masters like Jinnan King. 3 of them come out, even if they are overlords. The owners of the extermination body must retreat. Jin Wu's eyes flickered, and he began to refine these 2 fangs. Time passed, and 3 months passed by. One day, Jin Wushuang was repairing secretly, and there was a heartbreaking laughter from outside the gate. Blood sword. I have screened the final masters in the hands of 6 people. Come and see. In the room, Jin Wushuang slowly opened his eyes, and a faint flicker passed from his eyes. At that time, the overlord said that each of the 6 commanders selected 10 ultimate masters under his own command and transferred them to his sword master. He wanted to come to these 6 commanders after they had been screened. Coming. Jin Wushuang gave a faint reply, then stepped on his feet, and his body disappeared into the compartment. At the same time, at the entrance to the 10th city passage, a dark shadow condensed, and then a monster with a stature and a barbed back was seen at the entrance to the 10th city passage. This is the 10th city? It doesn't seem to be anything special. The monster turned his white eyes slightly, looked up at the 10th city, and said aloud, "This person is a prisoner." Hey, dog slave, you said that the blood sword is in the 10th city, right? I saw a black chain next to him, holding a drooping old man with white hair. The drooping old man with white hair, with his hands and feet resting on the ground, looked at the prisoner's eyes, full of fear. If Jin Wushuang is here, you will find that this old man is the city owner of the 9th city. Veteran Ultimate Dominate. Yes, but I don't know if Blood Sword has left 10th city and entered the latter 8 cities. The 9th city trembled. Hey, it's fine. I can find him slowly. Prison Dragon grinned, revealing 2 rows of sharp teeth. Chapter 42:59. The first is more. 10th city. The dragon dragged the owner of the 9th city and strolled on the streets of the 10th city, which immediately caught attention. Who is this person? Then, the old man being held. Why do I look so familiar? No, this old man is the owner of the 9th city. Thousands of gods are the ultimate masters of the old brand. How can they be treated as slaves? What is the origin of this person? Suddenly, after the identity of the old man who had no hair was recognized, he suddenly caused an exclamation in the crowd, and everyone quietly avoided some and kept a distance from the prison dragon. But there are also the ultimate masters who can't see the eyes, and immediately stood up. One of them said with a cold face, "Sir, the Emperor Qianji always treats people well, never participates in disputes. I don't know where he offends you, and you are treated like this." He? Treat him like a pig? Thousands of gods, as the ultimate masters of the old brand, spent tens of thousands of years in the ninth city of Shinkong Ancient Road. They are also good old people, and their popularity is not bad. Those who stood up and spoke were those who had received the grace of the thousand gods. When the prisoner saw this, he smiled suddenly, clapping at the head of the Emperor Qianji casually, squatting at the head of the Emperor Qianhuang, squinting and smiling. Dog slaves. I don't think you are in a place where you get together in the waist. Popularity is pretty good. Thousands of gods shivered in his heart and did not know what happened to him. The prisoner dragon was so humiliated. His face was not full of anger, but full of fear. Dog minion, I think these people are too noisy. Do you think? Prison dragon raised his head and looked at the ultimate masters who uttered the words of justice. He laughed. After hearing the words, the god of thousands of gods nodded and quickly nodded, as if the dog was begging for mercy to its owner, to please him. Ha ha ha, you are becoming more and more slaves. Prisoner Long burst into a laugh, then slammed out with his right hand, and grabbed at the ultimate masters who uttered the words of justice. I let them come with you. Call out. I saw that the prisoner's arms were elongated in an instant, and the nails on the 5 fingers became dark and sharp, as if they were trained in 5 ways. Court death. Suddenly, the ultimate masters changed their colors, and their spirits surged up, banging fiercely towards the arms of prison dragon. Just like the stones sinking into the sea, these ultimate dominating attacks landed on the arms of the prisoner dragon, and even the waves did not stir, they were blasted away. Next moment, hey! The 5 fingers of the prison dragon snapped at the neck of one of the ultimate dominators. Come here. The prisoner gave a smirk, and instantly, the ultimate master was arrested by the prisoner. No matter how he struggles with the ultimate master, the 5 fingers of prison dragon are like 5 towering mountains, making him unable to move at all. I seem to hear you accusing me just now? Prison dragon chuckled, and a bone spur shot from his back, turning it into a black chain, binding the ultimate dominator neck fiercely. Since you are so distressed by the dog slaves, then you can accompany him. Seeing that the remaining ultimate dominated, his face suddenly changed, and he turned away from him. However, behind the prison dragon, the black bone spurs turned into black chains again, violently blasting towards these ultimate masters. In just a few breaths of time, these ultimate masters were penetrated by the black chain by the gods. Immediately afterwards, among these terrible screams of ultimate domination, all fell into powder. For a moment, on the streets of the 10th city, the weird low laughter and sorrowful wailing of prison dragon resounded one after another. On another street, How Emperor is holding a spear, wearing an armor, and is patrolling. After Jian Wushuang left, he took refuge in Lord Lan. Now, under Lord Lan, while serving as an armor guard, he sharpens himself and improves his cultivation, and strives to pass the refining tower trials at an early date, and enters the 8 cities, and attaches to Sword Wushuang. Hearing the screams of the street next to him, How Emperor frowned, and decided to go over to see the situation. Walking to the side street, the Master How Emperor immediately saw the death of several masters by the prisoner dragon. Well, another one. A white eye of prison dragon twisted slightly, looking at the How Emperor who was coming. The corner of his mouth slowly raised upwards, evoking an evil smile. How Emperor dominated his heart for a moment. He was not a dull man. When he saw this scene, he didn't know that this person was far from himself, and he turned to escape. This man is smart. The prison dragon shook his head, and when he was going to release How Emperor to dominate a horse, suddenly, the 1,000 princes said, Master, Aren't you looking for the blood sword? Little remember that the man was originally with the blood sword. The companion, if caught, must know the whereabouts of the blood sword. Oh! The prisoner raised a brow and shot with a big hand. He grabbed How Emperor, who had fled thousands of miles. How Emperor dominated his face, but he also knew that the struggle was useless, and he simply resigned his fate and let the prisoner catch it. You, what do you want? How Emperor looked at Prison Dragon, his lips trembling a little. The prisoner dragon looked up and down at How Emperor and he smiled. I ask you, do you know where the blood sword is? Look for Master Blood Sword? How Emperor dominated his heart for a moment. At the same time, the 12th city. After Jian Wushuang ran out of the command house, he immediately saw 6 commanders, including the leader of Shaking the Mountain, coming together, and there were 60 ultimate masters standing behind them. When I saw Jian Wushuang coming out, in addition to shaking the 10 ultimate masters behind the leader of the mountain, because I had seen Jian Wushuang's shots, and his expression was in awe, the remaining 50 ultimate masters were all casually looking at Jian Wushuang. Expression of disdain, without any respect. Blood sword, someone brought you. I will leave when there is still something to do. Xiao Shan and other 6 leaders greeted with a smile. It is good. Jian Wushuang nodded. Several people chatted casually, and the 6 leaders left, leaving only Jian Wushuang and the 60 masters. Originally, these 6 leaders were still there. The 50 ultimate masters were not too presumptuous. When the 6 leaders were gone, all of them suddenly looked at Sword Master Sword, and suddenly became all sorts of contempt, disdain. Jian Wushuang shook his head in his heart, knowing that these people were disdainful to him, and also knew that he was suddenly transferred away from his original commander. They were dissatisfied and wanted to give him a power. However, Jian Wushuang didn't bother to care about these people and said lightly, whatever you do, I don't make too many constraints, as long as you don't bother me. After that, Jian Wushuang turned and walked away, and now Wu Wu's Excalibur is about to be repaired. The 2 fangs of Tianqi Langjun are about to be refined. After these 2 things are completely done, it's time he left. Chapter 4260. Second more. Just as Jian Wushuang left. Blood sword, I heard that you are still the 5th grade master, right? A bald man stepped out of the crowd and looked down at Jian Wushuang with his chin, smiling with a smile. Swordless Wu stepped back, looked back at the bald man, and said lightly, yes, I really only have the 5th grade to dominate the repair, but what about it? The voice came to an end. There was a sudden burst of laughter in the crowd. Ha 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 ha, a 5th level master dominated, but still want to lead our group of ultimate masters? It is a joke. 5th grade master? This slap can shoot a group. Well, wouldn't it be ridiculous if I waited for you to be ruled by a 5th rank leader? These ultimate masters all sneered. The 10 ultimate dominators brought by the leader of Shake Mountain saw their anger suddenly. They are grateful for Jian Wushuang. They knew that if there was no Jian Wushuang at the beginning, let alone the Fengshan Monument, whether they can still stand and live here is a question. What are you talking about? Although the Lord Bloodsword has only the 5th level master to repair, but the combat power is definitely the best of the masters. Zheng Sanjian beheaded the Tibetan seal that is almost invincible. These 10 ultimate masters, someone retorted immediately. However, this man's voice was too small, and soon he was drowned in a huge laughter. 5th grade dominates, and beheading is almost invincible. Do you believe such ridiculous jokes? The bald man looked at the 10 ultimate masters who were angry and squeaked, then stared straight at Xiang Wushuang, looked at him up and down and sneered. If this blood sword really has this kind of combat power, I am afraid that have you made a name for yourself in the universe, wouldn't you still be infamous now? I see. This is the bureau set up by the other camps, and its purpose is to perform this kind of drama specially for our overlord, so that the blood sword can enter the overlord camp is entrusted with a heavy task. Shut up. When the Lord Bloodsword beheaded and killed Tibetan seal, we witnessed it with our own eyes, and we couldn't do anything fake. After he finished, the ultimate master said coldly. The bald-headed man heard the words, and immediately flickered his lips, and said indifferently, who knows if you have already been assimilated by several other camps? As soon as this sentence came to an end, the 10 ultimate masters brought by the leader of Shake Mountain suddenly changed their faces. The needle fell instantly in the audience. The power of this sentence is too great. It almost means that the 10 of them are spies sent by other giants. Seeing this, the bald man was a little conscious and said aloud again, "Of course, I just said so casually, I didn't mean to you." And the 10 ultimate masters, who can't bear it at this moment, in a short time, the divine power began to surge. For a moment, the atmosphere at the scene was tense and threatening. Jian Wushuang looked at this scene. His frown slowly wrinkled. Now that he is about to leave, he doesn't want to involve too much. In the face of the 60 masters who are divided into his hands, he also has an attitude of opening his eyes and closing his eyes. As long as this group of people do not act too much, he followed. And this does not mean that Jian Wushuang is weak and deceived. Does not represent the majesty of Jian Wushuang allowing others to challenge him. "What's your name?" Jian Wushuang looked at the bald man, expressionless. The bald man didn't have any fear on his face, and his chest sneered sneerily. "If you don't change your name, you can't change your name. You can call me a god." "Blood King." Jian Wushuang shook his head and said lightly, "Since you are not convinced that I can sit in this commanding position, how about we gamble?" "Oh, are you gambling with me?" Xu Epingshan raised an eyebrow, then laughed and teased, "Little guy, how do you want to gamble with me? It's very simple. I only show one finger. If you can take it, you will sit in the commanding position from now on. My blood sword is obediently sent. There is absolutely nothing to say." Jian Wushuang said lightly. The next moment, Jian Wushuang's voice suddenly became cold. "If you can't take it, then they'll kill you." The words said that Jian Wushuang had already carried a bit of coercion, and for a while, the blood stained was actually cold in his heart, and there was an illusion of kneeling down to surrender. Taking a deep breath, the Blood Emperor's heart sneered and sneered. "You are only the 5th level master. Why don't you dare?" Hearing this, Jian Wushuang didn't have any expression yet, and the 10 ultimate masters brought by the leader of Shake Mountain had already mourned in their hearts for this blood-stained god. They glanced at each other. They could see the pleasure in each other's eyes. Obviously, they have already hated this blood-thirsty monarch. Then start. The sword was expressionless, raised his fingers, and pressed toward the blood-stained with his eyebrows. Every sharp sword spirit began to condense at the sword's fingertips. Gyuandan. Although the bloodstain seems to be reckless, he doesn't really despise Jian Wushuang as much as he seems, and quickly took a top-class defense rule treasure from the ring of Qinkuan. "Hey!" The sword chi continued to condense at the fingertips of the sword unparalleled, and the entire governing house actually trembled with it. Like a storm vortex composed of sword gas, formed at his fingertips. Suddenly, the faces of many of the ultimate dominators at the scene changed greatly. They could clearly feel the terrifying power contained in the sword fingertips. This finger is enough to burst the planet. Back. Suddenly, these dozens of ultimate masters gave a low drink, and they all retreated backwards. And the blood cloak who was locked by the finger of Jian Wushuang had a pale expression, and a lot of bean sweat was pouring from his forehead. He gritted his teeth tightly and watched Jian Wushuang's finger that kept pressing closer to him, and the fingers that were constantly enlarged in his pupils, all trembling with fear. He wanted to escape with those ultimate masters, but invisible. It was like an extremely powerful aura to suppress him, so that his feet could not move at all. How could this be happening? The blood-puffed god did not dare to give way. Gradually, in his eyes, this finger rested on the Guiyuan shield blocking him. Click and wipe. There is no hindrance at all. This Guiyuan shield, known for its strong defense, splits cracks directly, and finally pong, it falls apart. Next moment, this finger is constantly enlarged in the pupils of the blood cloak god, getting bigger and bigger. In the end, this finger hit his eyebrow. Chapter 42-61. The first is more. After seeing Jian Wushuang's finger point at the position of Xiepeng Shenzhen's eyebrow, Xie Pangshan felt the tremendous pressure from Jian Wushuang's fingertips, but his legs were soft, and he knelt down under Jian Wushuang. No, don't, master. I know I'm wrong. His throat kept rolling, and sweaty beads dripped down his forehead. Late. Jian Wushuang heard the words and shook his head. At his fingertips, one after another sharply sharpened his sword and shot into the blood of the Emperor Blood King. Huh! A loud blast exploded. Immediately, the blood cloak smashed his body, and there was no breath of life. The remaining dozens of ultimate masters, with the exception of those brought by the leader of Shaking Mountain, had a horror-like horror on their faces and a trembling body. What is this anti-combat power? Everyone was trembling. Someone who used to provoke the sword unparalleled before was even more trembling, almost scared to the ground. Those who can walk to the 8 cities on the ancient road to the sky. Naturally, no one will be the weak. If they are placed in the outside world, they are arrogant in the holy places of their respective ancestors, and the man who dared to be the leader is the one who is the leader. Confidence in his own strength, he is among the top powerful among these dozens of ultimate dominators. As a result, it was such a strong man who was defeated by the sword unparalleled. So he was killed with one finger? How strong is this blood sword? Everyone dared not think about it. And the 10 ultimate masters brought by the leader of Shake Mountain looked at each other with a smile, and there was no surprise on their faces. Even the Tibetan seals, which were almost invincible, were killed by the sword Wushuang Sanjian. Peng is just the top powerhouse in the ultimate domination. But what they didn't expect is that this time, Sword Wushan didn't even use the sword. With just one finger, the blood sacrifice was killed. This could not help Ling Jianqi's position in their hearts, and once again raised the grade. You are the 7th leader of me, but you still have objections? Jian Wushuang stood with his hands. His eyes faintly glanced from the faces of these dozens of masters, and he smiled and said with a smile, "Dare to dare." Suddenly, the dozens of masters quickly shook their heads like rattles. When Jian Shuangshuang saw this, he would no longer care about them and walked slowly toward a compartment. I haven't ordered anyone to approach this room 10 feet. When the voice landed, the 2 wooden doors of the chamber automatically opened, and the sword stepped in without a step, and then there was a muffled sound, and the chamber's wooden door closed tightly. Years go by, spring and autumn change. A time is over. For 60 years, a pi is already half of life for mortals, but for monks, it is just a matter of time. Deep inside the 7th commander's mansion, there was a muffled sound from a dust-tight chamber. I saw a stern young man with black hair sitting cross-legged in this room. He closed his eyes slightly, and in front of him was placing an ancient sword code. The sword code is engraved with the sharp word Taro, which is truly the 30 swords of chaos, which was well known in the universe before chaos. The next moment, I saw the stern young man in black hair, and slowly opened his eyes. His eyes flashed slightly. Although the retreat of the armor time is not long, or extremely short, it is an unusually large increase in the sword unparalleled improvement. In these 60 years, Jian Wushuang not only repaired the venom-eroded area of Wu weapon sword without damage, but also thoroughly condensed the 2 fangs into 3 drops of supreme venom sufficient to kill the invincible lord. This means that Jian Wushuang's assassin will be one more. Once these 3 drops of venom are used at the right time, they will be able to easily kill low-ranking invincible masters such as Jinnan King and 3 princes. Jian Wushuang will get rid of the dilemma of relying on the Yongye sword to kill the invincible master. I'm afraid that even the 9 giants deep in the ancient road of the starry sky and the Xian who dominates the universe will die under these 3 drops of venom if they are slightly careless. And this, the improvement of the sword unparalleled, is nothing. In this armor time, Jian Wushuang's biggest improvement is Kendo. After breaking through the origin of the 4th level cosmic Kendo, Jian Wushuang has never had time, and he has to sort out his own origin of the 4th level Kendo. In these 60 years, Jian Wushuang relied on the 4th source of the universe's Kendo, not only reorganizing and deducing all Kendo magical powers that he has come all the way, checking for gaps, but also slashing the sword of the star from Deshang pushed to a perfect state. In addition, he continued to enlighten Yongyi and truly grasp it. Jian Wushuang believes that once he uses the Yongye magical power again, the power will have a leap in leaps and bounds. Even the 9 kings who first dominated the realm of the universe in the end will face the wing forever now. It's just a pity that I can't see the second move of Tai Luo Jiandian, Breaking Dawn. Jian Wushuang sighed, but he also understood that the 5 magical powers recorded in the Tai Lu sword code were in fact supreme masters. He could understand Yongyi, but he had already gone fortune and wanted to understand others. At least the next sword move, he also has to reach the ultimate level, only then has a chance. However, this is enough. Jian Wushuang smiled slightly. Now he is confident. If it is not invincible, the ordinary ultimate dominion will not be able to pose any threat to him. Start a battle. Now, I'm almost out of here. After a moment of contemplation, Jian Wu's eyes began to flash. He joined the Overlord camp, except that he wanted to find a foothold at the beginning and figured out the rules of the Hoqing city. Now that he has almost completely figured out the situation, it is time to leave here and go to find the God Monument. Just when Jian Wushuang was about to get up and leave, in his mind, there was a rumor of shaking the mountain leader. Leader of the Blood Sword, come to the Overlord Shrine and find 6 sealed monuments in the 16 cities. Jian Wushuang frowned when he heard the news. 5 Fengshen monuments? Fengshenbai represents the qualification to participate in the universal races. Only the more Fengshen monuments received, the more hopefully they will enter the universal races and strive to become the boy in the seat of the great seat, and have the qualification to listen to the sermon. Nowadays, almost half of the Fengshen tablets have flowed into the hands of the 9 giants, and they are in the hands of the 9 giants. In the hands of them, there are still Fengshen monuments that have not yet been born. This time, the 5 monuments to the gods are displayed together, which is enough to shake the whole Ho8 cities. You know, even if it is the 9 giants, if you calculate it slightly, you only have 10 sufficient Fengshen monuments in your hands. Just let's take a look first. Jian Wushuang made a decision in his heart and immediately flew towards the Overlord Shrine. Chapter 4262. Second more. Not long after, Jian Wushuang came to Overlord Jingu. In the hall, the Overlord took the first place, with a staring expression. Under him, the 6 leaders were sitting in a serious position, without squinting, and his face was also dignified to the extreme. When Jian Wushuang saw his brow, he could not help but immediately arch the archway. See King. The Overlord nodded and said lightly, "Sit down." After Jian Wushuang sat in the 7th seat, the Overlord took a deep breath, glanced across their faces, and said with a deep voice, "My king summoned you. Presumably you also know what the reason is." Yes, and in the 16th city, there are 5 monumental monuments. As soon as this remark came to an end, the 6 leaders received a firm reply from the Overlord, and their pupils shrank slightly. You know, the 5 monuments are not a small number. Don't look at the last 8 cities, there are 99 sealed monuments, but in fact, each of them is divided into 9 giants, and there are only about 10, plus some who have not yet been born, and who do not know unconsciously. It was even less taken by some solo travelers and left in the hands of the 9 giants. From this we know how important these 5 monuments to the world are. Now, the people in the 8 cities behind the ancient starry sky all rushed to the 16 cities to fight for the seal of the monument. Naturally, we must not miss it. The Overlord's eyes flickered slowly and he said slowly, this time, in addition to the virtual leader who stayed at the Overlord Shrine, the other 6 leaders, the Cold Wind leader, the Mountain Shake leader, the Blood Sword leader, the Speed Rate leader Lord, go to the 16 cities and fight for the seal of the gods.
Yes.
After the Overlord said, the 7 men including Jian Wushuang stood up, and they should be stunned. Well, presumably the people of the 9 giants have already rushed to the 16th city at this moment. Don't delay your time. Let's go today. Let's go. Out of the Overlord Shrine, the 6 leaders returned to their respective governing houses to convene the master, and agreed to set out after 3 hours. Jian Wu's eyes twinkled. He originally wanted to leave today, but now that the 5 monumental monuments are here, he changed his mind. Before leaving, he He took the 5 monumental monuments and said, returning to the 7th commander's palace, Jian Wushuang stood in the void and said with a deep voice, the 7th commander's office obeyed the order and quickly went out of the gate. With this seat, he went to the 16th city to fight for the seal of the gods. The words fell, and suddenly within the 7th commander's mansion, all of them rose into the sky, standing respectfully behind Jian Wushuang. Jian Wushuang glanced back at them, nodded slightly with satisfaction, and said, there are 5 sealed monuments in the 16th city. I must get 5 sealed monuments. Yes. Follow the command. Dozens of ultimate congratulatory compliments should be, the sound is soaring. After 3 hours, the 6 leaders including Swordsman, Shaking Mountain and Cold Wind converged and rushed towards the 16th city. Over 9 days, the howling wind howled. Jian Wushuang and other 6 commanders, a total of hundreds of ultimate masters set foot in the air, covering the sky and the sun, the mighty blood sword. This time the 5 Fengshan monuments are here. It is presumed that those who own power in the last 8 cities will not miss this opportunity. They will rush to the 16th city, and even some of them have already stepped into invincibility. We must be careful to dominate the strong, and we must not underestimate the enemy. Leader Sheikh said on the side. He was afraid that Jian Wushuang would be proud and complacent because he besieged a Tibetan seal, so he succumbed to Hubaking Tianjiao. Invincible master? Jian Wushuang raised his eyebrows. Yes, the latter 8 cities are the dominant powers that converge the entire universe. It is not just that the 9 giants are invincible. The 9 giants are just the most powerful among the invincible. The leader of Shake Mountain had a dignified expression, and Shun Sheng said, even under the command of the 9 giants, there are invincible masters. For example, the young emperor who worships the kingdom of God has a long-established invincible master. On weekdays, these invincible masters rarely take action, but this time the 5 monumental monuments are here, and I am sure that there will be invincible masters participating in the battle. Jian Wushuang nodded when he heard the words. The universe is vast and endless. Tianjiao Ingjiao emerges endlessly, and the 8 cities behind the ancient sky are the places where the entire universe Tianjiao is gathered. In addition to the 9 giants, there are other invincible masters, which is normal. The next moment, Jian Wushuang's eyes filled with turmoil. For him now, the ordinary ultimate master is nothing more than a rotten fish, and he can be crushed to death with one finger. Even if it is an almost invincible ultimate master, he can't support a few tricks in front of him. Only invincible can bring Jian Wushuang's heartwarming warfare in mind. While chatting, they rushed towards the 16th city. The closer to the 16th city, the more the sword Wushuang could feel the violent atmosphere in the air. Around them, there is always the ultimate master with a strong breath, hurriedly passing by in all directions. 3 days later, they finally arrived at the 16th city Fengshan monument. I saw 5 monuments to the sky, like 5 pillars, standing on top of the peak, exuding terrifying power, and the void around these 5 monuments, already full of the ultimate masters of the major camps. Countless strong men stand on top of the void, and the black pressure cannot see the end, and the divine power is released, and the power and pressure are in all directions, making the void tremble. One pole represents the flags of the major forces and was blown up by the howling wind. Shaking the Mountain commanded his eyes and looked at them, and his heart sank. The great emperor of the kingdom of the sun, the great emperor of the kingdom of the great God, the son of the holy land of 9 stars, the son of blood in the temple of blood, the chief of the tribe of the Mora family. Except for the blue lord who guards the 10th city, the giant camp is coming. Jian Wushuang also faintly looked at the strong man standing in the void, and could not help but whispered. In this crowd, he actually saw an acquaintance. That was Moro Yengu, who had had a war with him. However, at this moment, Moroa Yengu's breath has become much stronger and stronger than when he met in the 8th city. Just standing there gives a strong deterrent. Wanna come? Imo Luo Yengu. At this moment, the injury has been cured, and he is the leader of the Imo Luo tribe this time, fighting for Fengshan Monument. When Jian Wushuang looked at him, Imo Luo Yengu also locked his eyes on Jian Wushuang. It's him? Imo Luo Yengu's huge eyes were slightly narrowed. The next moment, he twisted his neck, and there was a surging war on his face. In the last battle with Jian Wushuang, his strength was only 50% recovered, so he was suppressed by Jian Wushuang. And this time, he will really let go of the battle. Let's go to. The leader of Shake Mountain took a deep breath and walked towards the 5 sealed monuments in a heavy pace. Chapter 42-63. The first is more. 16th City, where 5 monumental monuments are now. The countless ultimate dominates the void and exudes a hint of power. At a glance, the flags covered the sun, and the blackness was the ultimate dominator. The 6 leaders, such as Shaking Mountain and Jian Wushuang, are not weak among these countless forces. As they walk towards the void around the 5 sealed monuments, some of the ultimate masters shrank their pupils and fled. Cold Wind, Overlord. Is this guy leading you this time? Among the various camps, the leader of the Blood Temple Hall is an evil young man wearing a blood robe. He sat on a large chair and glanced across the faces of the 6 leaders, including Shaking Mountain and Jian Wushuang. Finally, in the Overlord camp, the Cold Wind leader who was in charge of the team leader was amused. The leader of the Cold Wind is the first commander of His Majesty the Overlord, and it is also recognized as the first strongest before Jian Wushuang joined His Majesty. This time competing for the 5 function steals, it is the Cold Wind leader who is in charge of the overall situation. According to Jian Wushuang's understanding, this Cold Wind leader was the one who first joined His Majesty the Overlord, and has the longest experience. He has been used by the Overlord as the trump card, and few shots have been taken. The evaluation of Shanshan commander for this person is only 4 words, which is unfathomable. The Cold Wind leader heard the questioning, his face suddenly sank, and a few icy murderous flashed in his eyes. Blood sacrifice, needless to say more nonsense. This time the battle for the seal of the steel. We will resolve all the previous grudges and grievances. Cold Wind commanded indifferently. Ha ha ha, don't worry. After the guy from the Qiang Divine Kingdom comes, even if you don't say it, I will fight you. The evil young man, calling for blood puckering, covered his mouth and laughed. Road. The blood sword, the Cold Wind leader, and this blood sacrifice had long augured out of the starry sky ancient road. Later, when the people of Qiang Divine Kingdom arrived, when the battle really started, you shot with us and kill first. Let's talk about the blood dying, otherwise, this person must be a confidant. Shanshan commanded in Jian Wushuang's brain. Jian Wushuang nodded when he heard the words. The blood was full of evil spirits. If it was coercion, it could be one of the most dazzling strong players in the audience. I'm afraid that it is not invincible, but also half a step away from invincible. A distant top powerhouse. Rumble. As everyone discussed plans for countermeasures later, a loud roar rang out in the sky. I saw a carriage driven by a 3-footed Jin Wula stepping from a distance. The carriage was so majestic, the front was driven by a huge, 3-legged gold owl, and the bronzed wheels carved dragons and phoenixes. Any void that was crushed by the wheels left 2 long flames. From a distance, it looks like a scorching sun, pushing forward. On both sides of the carriage, there were dozens of powerful ultimate masters with solemn expressions, guarding on both sides, striding forward. At the head of the carriage, a huge banner was hung, writing the word Qiyang. The horse-drawn carriage immediately attracted the attention of the audience. Everyone looked up and looked grimly. One of the 9 giants, the Lord of Qiyang Demon, arrived. Isn't this golden wagon a royal car for the Lord of Qiyang? Might it be the Lord of the Red Sun who shot it himself? Impossible. There is an agreement between the 9 giants, and they can't do it now. I don't know the Lord of the Qiyang Devil, who will be sent to fight for the seal of God this time? Except for the blue man who guards the 10th city, the strong men under the 9 giants have really come. Everyone talked. At the moment when the Jinhua carriage appeared, Jian Wushuang also looked in the past, but slightly different from others. Through the curtain of the carriage, he saw the figure sitting in the carriage. The man's blonde hair was with a headband at will, and a few strands of hair in his forehead hung down. A handsome face was full of indifference and arrogance. When Jian Wushuang looked at him, he suddenly felt something, turned his head towards Jian Wushuang. Suddenly, Jian Wushuang felt only two raging flames, which shot into his eyes fiercely, which made him unable to bear his pupils to shrink. This person is absolutely invincible. Jian Wushuang retracted his gaze, and a flash of thought flashed on his face. If he was not invincible, this person would never be able to find his gaze, let alone see through the void and see him directly. Inside the carriage, the blond young man noticed Jian Wushuang's gaze receding, and his mouth uttered a cold hum. A moment later, the golden wagon arrived beside Fengshan Monument. An ultimate master guarding both sides of the carriage, he strode to the carriage and opened the carriage curtain. Immediately, he saw a tall, indifferent young man wearing a golden armor and holding a trident on both sides, stepping down from the carriage. His gaze swept across the audience, without staying for anyone, as if no one in the audience could catch his eye. How could it be him? This person is a Jinwu tribe, the Emperor of Jinwu the Great. I can't think of the Lord of Qiyang. Even let him fight for the seal of the gods. Well, although Emperor Jinwu is not one of the giants, but if it comes to combat power, I am afraid that he is not under the 9 giants at all. In general, the Qiyang Demon Lord cannot dispatch him. Fighting for the monument, what good promises have been made? Emperor Jinwu always has the name not a giant, is better than a giant, is the first person in the 8 cities behind the ancient sky and the recognized giant. He comes to fight. Who can stop him? The audience ultimately dominated, and after seeing this person, there was a commotion. Even the leaders of their respective camps, such as Shui, became cloudy for a while. No one had thought that for the 5 seals of the monument, the demon master of the kingdom of Qiyang sent the Emperor Jinwu over. Bloodsword. This time I'm in trouble. The Emperor Jinwu is a real invincible dominator. It is enough to stand up to the Titan. Although he said he was lodged under the Lord of the Red Lord, the Lord of the Red Lord never dispatched him, and I don't know it. What cost did the Qiyang Demon Master once ask for? Shocking Mountain Commander took a deep breath and said solemnly. Jian Wushuang didn't reply, but the war in his eyes became more and more surging. Yeah, that's why he wants to see the ancient sky. Tianjiao got together, and all races fought. What is the point of it if it's just some rotten fish, stinky shrimp, and terrier? The emergence of Emperor Jinwu is just the beginning. In the ensuing time, there were several powerful men who were unprecedentedly powerful and obviously had stepped into the threshold of invincible dominance. These strong men do not show up in the world on a weekdays, and have never trusted in any of the giants, but today, they all came out to break through the 5 seals and come from all over. With the advent of these powerful men, the 16th city suddenly became stormy and undercurrents. Although the fighting has not yet erupted, the sense of depression faintly permeated in the void has almost condensed into substance, giving people a sense of rain and wind coming from the wind. Everyone knows that once the battle breaks out, it will be shocking. Chapter 42-64. Second more. One strong one after another, constantly came across the void, and some of them have been famous in the universe for a long time, and even hundreds of old monsters of the Chaos Age were born. After their arrival, they caused a lot of sensation. There are weird rabbit Buddhas wearing hawks, but with rabbit heads, giants of the Titans who dominate the universe, descendants of dark demons from the abyss of the universe, and so on. The breath is extremely powerful. This also made Jian Wushuang's eyes wide open, and his heart sighed that the size of the universe was far beyond his imagination. If you are not a special creature with perfect level, I am afraid that in the face of these evils, there is really no battle. I'm afraid it's difficult to get the Fengshan Monument this time. Shanshan leader shook his head, his expression solemnly. His Majesty the King, in addition to removing the future illusory leader, a total of 6 leaders came to compete for the Seal of the Steel. Each of them is a near-invincible dominance of the strong, the first commander of the cold wind. The strength is unfathomable. I'm afraid it's enough to be invincible. Such a large force, as far as the universe is concerned, can basically sweep the invincible as long as it is not supreme. But for the 16th city, there can be no sense of deterrence at all. The smell of fire in the air became stronger and stronger. At this time, The Emperor Jinwu opened his face expressionlessly. These 5 sealed deities. This emperor takes 3, and the other 2. How you fight and fight. This emperor does not care. After saying that, Emperor Jinwu stretched out his right hand and immediately took a photo toward the 5 sealed monument. I saw in his hands countless golden flames condensed, forming a giant arm, grabbed across the void towards Fengshan steel. When everyone saw this scene, hesitation suddenly appeared on their faces. In the shadow of a person's famous tree, as the eldest son of the Emperor Jinwu, Jinwa's strength is unfathomable enough to rival the giants, and no one wants to take the first shot to offend Jinwu. Shake the commander of the mountain. Shall we take 3 Fengshan monuments? Jian Wushuang asked with a frown on his frown. Shaking the leader's expression was cloudy for a while. He glanced at the cold wind leader who did not speak, and replied, "We obey the cold wind leader." Jian Wushuang nodded after hearing the words, and continued to look at the Emperor Jinwu. Although this Emperor Jinwu is strong, there are also a few people in the field who are not weaker than him. He believes that someone will try to stop him. Really? Just as the flame hand extended by Emperor Jinwu was about to touch the Fengshan monument, a cold, low-pitched sound came from Joyo, and it suddenly sounded, "Jinwu, you are thinking too good, right?" Huh. The next moment, a huge black horse pierced from the crowd. This practice is like coming from Joyo hell, filled with the feeling of cold and evil spirits, directly chopping the flame giant hand of Emperor Jinwu. Oh! Emperor Jinwu raised his eyebrows and looked back towards the place where he practiced the splits. I saw a tall man wearing black armor with a huge axe stepping out of the crowd. The giant axe man had red eyes and a horned helmet, and his face was ugly, like an evil spirit walking from hell. Dark descendants of the abyss? Prince Jinwu narrowed his eyes. The abyss is located in the far north of the universe, where it is desolate all the year round and no one dares to set foot. There was only a blood river flowing with countless chaos periods. There was a strong corrosive force in that blood river. Even if the invincible dominated it, it would be completely corroded in a few breaths and destroyed. The land of the abyss, also known as the taboo land of the universe, can only be survived by the descendants of the dark demon born from the blood river. You want to stop me? Prince Jinwu's voice gradually cooled. The descendant of the dark devil twisted his neck and took off his huge axe with his backhand. His voice deepened. There are more than 1 or 2 Jinwu killed by this seat. Come on, let this seat see what is different about the Jinwu royal family. The words fell. The descendants of the dark demon stepped hard, and the body burst out instantly. The giant axe in his hand was like Pango Kaitian, splitting wildly towards the Emperor Jinwu. Behind him, a pair of blood wings opened up. Court death. Emperor Jinwu's face was cold, and the 2 sides of his trident were immediately covered with golden flames. A gorgeous tail flame was stroked in the air to welcome the descendants of the dark demon. Suddenly, the battle between the Emperor Jinwu and the descendants of the dark devil was like a fuse, and the whole battle was started. Kill! At this moment, countless ultimate masters roared and killed towards the 5 Fengshan monuments. The killings are starting to happen. This battle will be earth-shattering. In this battle, only the most powerful of the masters can live to the end. Step on the tired bones, compose a glorious epic, and get the god's monument. Blood sword. It's time we got on the battlefield. Shanshan commander looked dignified and said in a deep voice. In the distance, the Blood Sun camp, led by blood maggots, has been killed in a mighty manner. Hanfeng, 500,000 years ago, you fled in Tsuyin Starfield. This time, I see how you escape. The mouth corner brought a smile of evil charm, and looked at Hanfeng's eyes, full playful. Cold Wind Leader didn't reply, just coldly spit out a word, "Kill." Suddenly, the 2 camps fought together. Huh. Huh. Countless magical powers unfolded, and the bombarding void sounded loud. At this moment, I saw Morua Yengu, leading a group of Morua people, striding towards the place where Jian Wushuang was. Suddenly, the 6 leaders saw their faces, and their faces changed. They are already struggling to face the Blood Sun camp. Where can I go now to face the Mora family? Are the Mafe tribe united with the blood god? The expression of shaking the mountain leader is ugly. Standing next to him, Jian Wushuang's black hair flew. He took a deep breath, shook his head, and said, "No. They came to me." "Coming to you?" Shocked by the leader, hesitantly said, "Blood sword. Have you offended the Mora family?" Jian Wushuang didn't answer, but held the right hand in his right hand, and the repaired Wu weapon sword appeared in his hand instantly. The next moment, Jian Wushuang stepped on his feet, and the whole man suddenly rose into the sky, passing the two camps that were being killed, and greeted Molu Yingu, who was striding. Morwa Yingu paused, then twisted his neck and said, "Little guy, the last battle in the 8th city is not counted. This time we are back." Jian Wushuang heard the words, nodded his head, and said gently, "Come on, call out." A sky-opening sword condensed on the Wu-crying Excalibur, and slashed towards Imo Luo. When Imo Luo looked at the sword that seemed to have met him, his pupils shrank first, and then he laughed loudly, "Ha ha ha, blood sword. It seems that during this time, you have improved and refined." Chapter 42-65. First come the 16th city has been completely reduced to a battlefield. There was a continuous roar in the void, and the ground was shattered, and from time to time you could see the ultimate dominator fall. This scene is extremely spectacular, and it is enough to dominate the party. The 16th city at the moment is like a Chinese cabbage on the street, worthless. Jian Wushuang and Maluo Yingu stood opposite each other, and other Maluo people stood on one side, as if there was a tacit understanding, preventing the flames of war from coming to this side, affecting the duel between Jian Wushuang and Maluo Yingu. Goodbye Maluo Yingu this time. Jian Wushuang can feel that the breath on Maluo Yingu is much stronger than in the 8th city, and the boy sitting on his shoulder is black. From the previous, the pale face became solemn, like a reincarnated Buddha, full of sacred meaning. Open day, Jian Wushuang sang softly, and no longer covered his breath, which belonged to the fourth most important source of kendo. The sharp swords and tint rushed into Shaohan as if the sky was broken. A blood-colored swordman condensed on the Wu weapon sword without hands, and then stroked a beautiful arc in the air. Splitting towards Morwa Yingu along with it was a cry of devil crying, the Buddha groaning. "Good job," in the ancient eyes of Imo Luoyin. The light flashed violently, and he roared. He lifted his right foot and stomped on the ground. Imo Luo trampled, boom immediately. An extremely violent force emerged, and the entire earth began to tremble and split, and a trembling light wave spread out like an aperture toward the surroundings. At this moment, the ultimate masters of countless fighting around the two of them were all bounced up. Some of them were weaker, and the body collapsed instantly. Jian Wushuang, who was standing in the middle of the shock wave, couldn't help wrinkling his brow immediately. This trick was used again by Imo Luo Yingu, which was several times stronger than before. Jian Wushuang stepped on his right foot, and the whole Buddhist divine power suddenly surged out. He resisted like waves, and wave after wave of shocks swept across. At the same time, the Kaitian Jianmong that had been split by Jian Wushuang had already fallen on Morwa Yingu severely. In these years, not only did Moro become stronger, he also did not waste time on his sword, and his strength has also been greatly improved. Bang Kaitian Jianmong split on Imo Luo Yingu's right arm. Imo Luo Yingu stepped back a few steps. A dark golden blood leaked from his arm. He glanced down at his arm, and then raised his head to look at Jian Wushuang. There was a hint of appreciation in his eyes, and he said, "Blood sword, I have to say, you are the strongest kendo master I have ever met. If it was not Tianchi if you guys, you will be my friend and the friendliest friend." Jian Wushuang smiled slightly when he heard the words. From his heart, he still had a good impression of the Imo Luo Yingu. Although this man was against him, he acted brightly and did not rely on other Imo Luo people here. Bullying. No more nonsense, please fight first. The law of the universe. 10 times the power of will. Sword Wushuang laughed loudly, and he was full of divine power. He let out everything, and in combination with the tenfold will power given to him by the laws of the universe, he cut out thousands of swords. At the same time, Imo Luo Yingu laughed a lot, and a huge force was knotted in his arms, and he went towards the sword Wushuang. Okay, after this blood sword, if you and I can survive, I must invite you to drink it. The two men fought together in an instant, a wave of power destroying the mountains and a sword that tore the sky were intertwined. On the battlefield of the 16th city, a brilliant spark exploded. Jian Wushuang only felt that he was extremely happy, and his offensive became fiercer. At this moment, throughout the battlefield of the 16th city, it is already a gun smoke, and gradually, as the ultimate master continues to fall, some people start to stand out. Donor, am compassionate, and I don't want to create evil again. A weird rabbit Buddha wearing a blood-stained hawk with a rabbit head, with a solemn expression and eyes full of compassion, seems to have compassion on the world. The next moment, he waved his Zen stick in his hand, directly blasting the head of a nearly invincible powerhouse. Well, the poor monk has saved another killing, and I am compassionate. He sighed and continued to walk towards another ultimate master. Suddenly, the ultimate master around him, his eyelids were jumping wildly. This guy, while talking about making less evils, blasted the gods of others directly with a mallet. In just a few hours, the ultimate master who died in his hands was no less than his hands. Where is this pervert? Everyone was trembling. On the other side, a handsome young man in a snow-white gown with a snow-white cape on his left shoulder and a pale blue meniscus around his eyebrow. Within 10 feet of it, it has completely turned into a dead place. He seems to be a demon sword killing the moon. Killing the moon is the peerless killer who once slaughtered the 3-star domains. He came here too, farther away, very close to the center of the Fengshan Monument area. Emperor Jinwu and the descendants of the Dark Lord continue to fight. The Emperor Jinwu's eyes have turned into a golden flame. In his hands, the tridents are chopped with the power of annihilating the heavens and the earth, and the extinct fire dragons roar the heavens and earth from the tridents, burning the void, snoring. Only worthy of the dirty poor worm that lives in the abyss. You are so humble and worthy to stop this prince. Emperor Jinwu looked indifferent and glanced down at the descendants of the Dark Devil. The Dark Axe danced with a huge axe in the hands of the Dark Devil and continued to split the fire dragon. He was carrying a pair of huge blood wings, and the blood flowing under his feet. Next moment, he twisted his neck, made a clicking noise, and then smiled lowly. Take me away, your disgusting superiority, and then go to death. Roar. He stepped hard with his right foot, and the whole man rose into the sky. The huge axe in his hand was shining in an instant, and he split down towards the Emperor Jinwu. Humph! Emperor Jinwu grunted coldly, his eyes narrowed, and he shouted coldly. Talented powers, eyes of ember, call out at his eyebrow. A golden stare opened wide. The battle has become more and more fierce. The original dominion, which had covered the sky and darkened the sky, has sharply decreased at an extremely fast speed. Anyone who can still fight on the battlefield now is the strongest in the ultimate domination. Han Feng, Xiao Shan, and other 5 leaders all shot together and besieged the blood sacrifice. The blood sacrifice faced 5 people, and they were not weak at all. Blood sword. After the battle, the leader of Shake Mountain looked sideways at Jian Wushuang, who was fighting Mola Yengu, and there was a look of worry in his eyes. Chapter 42-66. Second more, Imo Luo Crash, Chopper Star, Bang the sword with no hands, Wu Weapon Sword, and Imo Luo Yengus sharply curved horns collided fiercely. All of a sudden, a loud noise came pushed to perfection by the sword, unparalleled swordsmanship. It instantly transformed into a rainbow of 500 feet, shocking the world, straddling the void and running through the sun and the moon. Huang Huang Jianwei. This sword split on the pair of sharply curved horns of Morwa Yengu, but he cut off his horns in an instant. Like a knife-cut tofu, Mora's pair of horns was directly cut off. The blood of the gods spurted out, and a blood rain fell on the battlefield of the 16th city. Yengu leader, suddenly, the other Imo Luo people who were on the side changed their faces and anxiously uttered a voice, and immediately wanted to rush to help Imo Luo Yengu. Nothing. There was a string of blood flowing from Morwa Yengu's mouth. He reached out and waved his hands towards those Moroa people. He took a deep breath and looked at Jian Wushuang. Shin said, "Blood sword, let us look at us." The magic of the Imo Luo tribe is amazing. Immediately, he turned to look at the blackbird next to him and said, "Blackbird, the next thing is up to you." After speaking, Moroa Yingu slowly closed his eyes. Correspondingly, the braided boy sitting on his shoulder opened his eyes. Jian Wushuang frowned, and a faint feeling of heart surged. I saw this braided boy. His eyes were black. Only the center of the eyes, there was a small white spot. Blood swords, we of the Imo Luo family, do not cultivate magical powers, do not practice mystery, rely on only the physical power from the innate, and the associated black cricket boy, next moment. The braided boy spoke, but strangely, the braided boy spoke silently, while Imo Luo Yin Gu did not speak. But the sound came from his mouth. His voice is no longer as low as before, but has become a bit sharper. "I understand." Jian Wushuang took a deep breath, his expression a little thick. "Blood sword, you only need to take one of my moves. After taking this move, we have 2 grudges. From then on, you are a friend of the Mora family." Mora Yingu continued to speak. "It is good." Jian Wushuang nodded, clenched his wu-crying sword, and waited for the strongest move of Imo Luo Yingu, talent of magic, wrath of Mora. Moroa Yingu raised his head and roared, and the black cricket boy sitting on his shoulder suddenly changed his fingers and quickly drew his tactics. With the black lad boy's tactics, the space suddenly began to shrink in his chest position. A black light wave condensed to the extreme, and began to condense in the position of Moroa Yingu's chest. "Blood sword, you got it," Imo Luo Yingu roared, and stepped forward with his right foot. Instantly, this black light wave, like a laser annihilating space, slammed violently towards the sword Wushuang. This black laser has the thickness of a bucket and is extremely fast. Everything that is rubbed by this black laser is melted into nothingness. The reaction of an unlucky ultimate master was slightly slower. After being rubbed a little by this black laser, it fell directly into powder. Is this the magical power of the magic Luo tribe? Jian Wushuang's expression was dignified, and he also used the talented magic power. Talented supernatural powers, primitive universe, talented and talented, life stunned. Immediately, 2 realms with strong oppression came. In this realm, Jian Wushuang slowly lifted the Wu weapon sword, and the 4th heavy kendo origin is mixed with the extremely high-order universe law. Chopper star, bang, the silver sword rainbow condenses again. But this time, the silver sword rainbow has soared to 1,000 feet under various forces. What is 1,000 zhang jianhong? This sword directly encompasses all the void in the battlefield of the 16th city, covering the sky and reaching the extreme. Cut, along with Jian Wushuang's low drink, this 1,000 sword rainbow covering the sky was chopped down. Poof chi chi qianzhang inbai jianhong and black laser slammed into each other at this moment. The world seems to be divided into 2 pictures. On the left is Moroa Yingu rendered by a black laser, and on the right is a sword Wushuang holding a nearly 1,000 silver and white swords. Unfavorable silver sword rainbow, this time, finally met the opponent. The 2 kept wrestling, and Jian Wushuang stepped on the ground with his right foot, but was forced to retreat by the huge force from the black laser. The Imo Luo was even more embarrassed. He kept roaring and began to crack a little on the huge body. At this moment, on the battlefield of the 16th city, many of the ultimate masters who were fighting were stopped in the hands and looked towards Moroa and sword warriors. I am compassionate, seeing that these 2 people must have created many sins. The rabbit Buddha held a scepter and folded his hands, sighing for mercy. Let the poor monks come to save their sins later. The other side. The handsome young man in a snow-white gown, with a mink fur on his left shoulder, stabbed the ultimate master to death, raised his head to look at where Jian Wushuang and Imo Luo battled. His eyes narrowed suddenly. What a terrifying sword! More than just these 2 people keep looking in all directions, looking at Jian Wushuang and Imo Luo. Bang! In the end, a huge explosion sound blew up, setting off a sea of waves. Jian Wushuang and Imo Luo were both blocked by the diffused smoke. Around them, there is a violent and chaotic divine power. no one dares to approach. The smoke gradually dispersed. The shocking scene happened. I saw Morwa Yingu half knelt on the ground, and a long stream of blood continued to flow from his mouth. The Wu weapon sword in the sword without hands so quietly stagnates a few inches above the ancient skull of Emo Luoyan. Win or lose, know at a glance, blood sword, you won. Morwa Yingu panted and raised his head a little bit hard. A sign. Jian Wushuang smiled slightly, did not mean to kill him, but turned his eyes and looked towards the 5 monumental monuments. I saw there, the battle between the Emperor Jinwu and the descendants of the Dark Devil was approaching the end. Both were real and invincible masters, but unfortunately, the Emperor Jinwu was indeed the Jinwu clan, and the eldest son of the Emperor Jinwu, a descendant of the Dark Devil born from the Blood River. Destroy it, filthy and humble bug. In the eyes of Jinwu, 2 groups of flames were burning. He glanced lightly at the blemishes of the body, the descendants of the Dark Devil who was about to collapse, and his voice was not happy or sad, without any emotion. The axe in the hands of the descendants of the Dark Devil has been cut into 2 pieces. He looked up and looked at the Emperor Jinwu, his eyes full of unwillingness. Just when Emperor Jinwu was about to start, ready to kill the descendants of the Dark Lord, suddenly a sword shadow, driving the Excalibur towards 5 Fengshan monuments. This sword shadow is the sword Wushuang that defeated Morwa Yingu S2, arrived today. Chapter 42-67. First come, who the Emperor Jinwu was furious to the extreme, and stretched out his hand to grab the sword Wushuang. However, the speed of Jian Wushuang is too fast. The capture of Emperor Jinwu actually caught a void. Court death, Emperor Jinwu was furious instantly, and Zhang Jun's face could no longer remain calm, and he looked at the shadow of the royal sword. Not only the Emperor Jinwu, but also the Rabbit Buddha, the demon sword killing the moon, the 9 giants, and so on. At this moment, they all stopped their hands and looked towards the Fengshan monument. The sword Wushuang stepped in front of the 5 Fengshan monuments, looked down at the 5 Fengshan monuments exuding a little coercion, and with a big wave of their hands, directly put the 5 Fengshan monuments into the Qinkuan ring. At this point, 5 seal monuments are in hand in addition to the previous Fengshan monument. The sword has no hands to accumulate a total of 6 Fengshan monuments. It can be said that he is the person who has received the most Fengshan monuments in addition to the 9 giants. The next moment, Jian Wushuang turned and looked faintly at everyone. Who is this person? Kill him and take back the monument. Bold, give up the monument. We will spare you not to die. There was a roar on the battlefield of the 16th city. The endless killing intentions swept towards the sword unparalleled. Under this killing collision, I am afraid that the ordinary ultimate master will be instantly unstable by this surging killing collision. Blood sword. Shaking, the commander looked at Jian Wushuang in a stunned state, and his throat rolled for a while. He did not expect that Jian Wushuang dared to be so brave and take the 5 Fengshan monuments as his own. With so many people present, no one was a fool, and he didn't know that he was going to make a sudden maneuver, grabbing Fengshanbai into his hands. The reason for not doing so was without him. It was nothing more than being unwilling to be the target of siege. Therefore, everyone is very acquainted, and did not go to get these 5 sealed monuments, because even if they got it, it was not a treasure, but a life sign. Even if it was as strong as the Emperor Jinwu, he had only dared to take 3 seals and left 2. Forgive me, it has not been successful. This is like a delicious cake. Countless people are rushing on. Then the first thing to do is to drive the weak out of the game, and the last strong one. Everyone can share it with me. What is Jian Wushuang's approach? He didn't just swallow the cake. He just lifted the table. I say and play at all thinking of this. Shanshan's eyes were full of anxiety and looking at Jian Wushuang. Although the blood sword is strong, it is still too young. He sighed in his heart. The cold wind leader in charge of the team this time shook his head and said, blood sword. This time is reckless. The state of affairs is really like the conjecture of shaking the mountain leader. Countless ultimate masters, roaring towards the sword warriors to kill. However, fortunately, Rabbit, Buddha, Moon, and Emperor Jinwu, as well as descendants of the dark demon who have recovered from the respite, are invincible. Su is a self-contained person, but he is not in a hurry to act against the sword, but stepped in the void and looked at Jian Wushuang coldly. Kill countless ultimate masters, driving the Mang towards the sword Wushuang. Many of them are leaders of the 8 giants, including blood crickets, and even Jian Wushuang saw several acquaintances. For example, Zhang Fong said that the next time he saw Jian Wushuang, he would be dominated by Arakawa, who was scared by his sword, and others. Blood Sword, I originally saw you in a battle with Morua Yingu, and already intends to stop fighting with you. Unfortunately, people who want to break the rules and break the rules often don't end well. Arakawa dominated Fong Tianhua halberd, wearing a black armor, spearheaded first, with the halberd in his hand chopping off the sword Wushu, breaking new ground. In the face of this menacing group of ultimate masters, Rao is the master of the overlord who is in the same camp as Jian Wushuang, but also keeps silent and dares to watch from a distance. The leader of Shake Mountain opened his mouth to say something, but after seeing the cold expression of the cold wind leader, he directly swallowed the words that had already reached his mouth and swallowed them back. Jian Wushuang's expression was cold, looking at the black pressure. At least hundreds of ultimate masters took a deep breath and looked down at the Wu weapon sword in his hand. The current situation, as early as when he decided to take a shot to rob Fengshenbai, it became his expected thing. He was already mentally prepared. Come on. Jian Wushuang bowed his head and whispered to himself. Next moment he raised his head suddenly. His warfare condensed to the extreme. He even felt that his blood, which had been silent for a long time, began to boil. Only the brisk fighting can make him feel the longing in the soul. Swordsman, born for battle, crazy for sword. There is a saying in Tibetan Seal, that is the sword repairer. When there is no going forward, the heart is fearless. Kill, a cold word came out of Jian Wushuang's mouth. Next moment sword warriors moved. His first goal was to dominate Arakawa with a halberd, blood sword www. Novel. Let's die, Arakawa dominated with a grin. However, before the halberd in his hand was chopped off, Jian Wushuang's figure passed past him. The next moment, the smirk on Arakawa's face dominated, completely solidified. How can it be? This was the last thought that flashed in Arakawa's mind. Immediately, his thoughts fell asleep in endless darkness. The sword Wushuang mouth spit out 3 words. First, this is just the beginning. The sword is twin-shaped and smart, and Wu Weiss Excalibur follows him all the way, ruthlessly harvesting the life of the ultimate master. The 4th source of Kendo is evoked by the sword unparalleled number, and Wu Weeping Sword is covered with a layer of blood, which is the symbol of the killing of Kendo. The 2nd, the 3rd, the 4th, the killing began. When Jian Wushuang completely let go of his hands and feet, these ultimate dominations were in his eyes, as simple as chopping melon and chopping vegetables. In the battlefield of the 16th city, Jian Wushuang held the Wu weapon sword and killed 7 people in and 7 out in the crowd. Whenever Jian Wushuang cut one sword, he could reap 1 life. Among them are some of the major races in the universe. The blood of the gods sprinkled the earth, rendered the sky bloody. 89. When Jian Wushuang used the sword to kill the blood puppet and spit out such a figure, everyone was trembling. They clung to the treasure in their hands, but they did not dare to kill Jianshou again. Wow! Jian Wushuang stepped forward, and they took a step back. If you stand in the void and look down at this moment, you will find this extremely shocking scene. The still dominated by the Black Master, facing Jian Wushuang, who was 1 person and 1 sword, was actually repressed by Jian Wushuang, 1 person at a time. Chapter 42-68. Second more Jian Wu's eyes were icy cold. His black hair spread down and flew slightly, and his body was also covered with some marks of hacking. However, on the strength of Jian Wushuang's powerful divine power, these scars soon recovered. Looking at this scene, even the Rabbit Buddha, the Moon Killer, the Emperor Jinwu, and others who have not yet shot in the distance frowned slightly. No wonder this man dares to be so entrusted. It turned out to have invincible dominance. More than that, if the general invincible dominates, I am afraid that it will not be able to do one step. Yes, the tree has a dead day. When a person is poor, the general invincible dominates, and his power is not enough to support the battle for so long. I am afraid that this person is still a special life. Special life, yes, only the special divine power can go far beyond the monks in the same realm, so that the divine power is endless like this person. This group of invincible dominates, and many are discussing. Here is the depths of the universe. Special life has long been strange. However, although they are words of admiration in their mouths, their faces are not so dignified. After all, who can reach the step of invincible domination, which has never had a unique whole card in the world? Although Jian Wushuang's performance is strong, it is not enough to make them solemn. Some of the top ultimate masters are just that. If they want to kill, they can do it anytime. Emperor Jinwu sneered, "Yeah, let this person clean up the garbage first, and the provincial emperor's shot will be dirty, and the emperor's hand will be dirty." The rabbit Buddha sighed with sorrow and mercy, and folded his hands together. The world is foolish and sin is created by the people. It seems that only by relying on the poor monk's voodoo stick can we cleanse the sins of the world. After that, he shook his head and said, "Alas, the poor monk is really difficult." The beautiful-looking moon killing was a thumb rubbing the waist demon's sword lightly. He could feel that his demon sword was almost unable to suppress the desire for blood and wanted to kill the sword. At the same time, at the entrance to the 11th city, a monster with a waist on his back, barbed spines on his back, and blue skin all over his body gradually condensed. This person is a prisoner, but at this moment, the owner of the 9th city led by Prison Dragon is missing, but he has an ebony box in his hand. This ebony box is covered with mysterious patterns, and it is tightly covered, making it impossible to see what is in the box. As usual, when the 9 giants saw the arrival of new people in the 8 cities, they rounded up, rushing to invite the prisoner to enter their own camp. Hearing the noisy invitation, Prison Dragon's brows gradually frowned. "You guys, it's really noisy." The words fell, and before they could reflect on them, Prison Dragon had already shot very impressively. "So I decided to shut you up." Killing started a moment later. The entire 11th city entrance, all the ultimate masters fell, leaving only the prisoner dragon standing. The blowing cold wind raised his sticky hair, and he shook his head boringly. "Why are you all so weak? Can you tell me why?" With a sigh, he opened the black sandalwood box in his hand. "I saw. This box contains a skull, and this head is dominated by Hao Ember." At this moment, the master of Hao Ember has not died yet. His face is blue, and he stares at the prison dragon with a pair of eyes, full of anger. "Hey, boy, don't you want to enter Hubaking to look for the blood sword? Now that you have come in, you talk about how you should thank me." Prison Dragon chuckled. "You monster, I tell you, once I die, Lord Bloodsword will not let you go." How Emperor dominated his teeth, squeezing this sentence out of his teeth. "Ha ha ha ha, don't let me go." The prisoner laughed loudly when he heard the words, and then his voice was cold. "Then I'm really looking forward to it." After that, he covered the sandalwood box and looked around with interest. "This is Hubaking. Let me see, where is the blood sword guy now?" The prisoner's eyes flashed for a while, as if they were hunters looking for prey. Their eyes were full of playfulness. Then he shook his head and said, "Well, look for it one city at a time. Blood sword, you have to hide. Once I find you, the game has to be announced." 16th City Battlefield. The sword has no double-sided color and is cold. Once again, a sword is cut. Under this sword, the ultimate is more than 30. Eventually, these ultimate masters collapsed and they retreated. Jian Wushuang didn't go after him, but sat down with his knees crossed Wu Chang's Excalibur in front of his knees, and quietly regained his divine power. Under him, the bodies of countless aliens have been piled up into mountains and built into a jingguan. Numerous people looked at this jingguan, which was piled up by corpses, only felt a cool air straight to the top of their heads, and their livers and gallbladders were split. The dominance of Hongye is also mixed with the retreating crowd. At this moment, he is grateful. Fortunately, I didn't play against this person for the last time." On the void. The sword sat cross-legged, and the large black robe had become blood-colored, just like Shura killed from Joyo Hell, but his expression was always indifferent. The leader of Shaking the Mountain and others have long been stunned and dumbfounded. Although he has repeatedly overestimated the combat effectiveness of Jian Wushuang, until now, he found that he still underestimated Jian Wushuang by far. Sword unparalleled, although only the 5th level dominates the repair, but it is absolutely invincible to dominate the combat power even more. An extremely absurd idea came to his mind. Even if Lord Overlord comes, under so many ultimate siege, you can't deal with it as easily as Jian Wushuang. He pursed his lips, secretly. The Emperor Jinwu, Rabbit Buddha, several moons and other invincible masters stood. You plan to watch this person with all your eyes and take away the 5 monuments. The descendants of the Dark Devil glanced at Emperor Jinwu side by side and said aloud, "He can't take this monument." Emperor Jinwu gave him an indifferent glance and then strode toward Jian Wushuang. One step down, Emperor Jinwu has stood in the void before the sword without double sides. He has a good-looking face, with a mark of flames and black rays on his brows, and holds a trident on both sides, just like the gods in the heavens. He looked down at Jian Wushuang and said indifferently, "No matter who you are, I now give you 2 choices. First, submit to me, and the Emperor will allow you to take a seal. The second is the Emperor. After killing you, take away all the monuments from you." S2 arrived today. Chapter 4269. The first is more. After him, invincible masters such as Rabbit Buddha, Dark Demon descendants, etc. also moved. No one wants Prince Jinwu to take the lead. The donor, the poor monk, observes your sinfulness and will soon be entangled in karma. Therefore, the poor monk advises you to return quickly to the shore and surrender the monument to the Buddha. Laughed. "Boy, you have another option, is to cooperate with this seat. The 2 of us will kill together, and then this monument is divided equally. How about?" The descendants of the Dark Devil laughed with a dark smile. But didn't he even think about it? Once Jian Wushuang really cooperates with him, as he said, "I am afraid that the first descendant of the Dark Devil's descendant will be his Jian Wushuang." The last invincible master to kill the moon was an expressionless face, with 5 slender fingers clearly holding the waist handle of the demon knife. He testified by killing that Zhang Jin slaughtered the 3-star domains, but this time he came to the 8 cities, just for the sake of killing and drinking blood. When Jian Wushuang heard the question, he slowly raised his head and looked at the people. "Do you really want this monument?" Jian Wushuang said lightly. Emperor Jinwu frowned and said, "You're called Blood Sword, right? Blood Sword, I tell you. This prince hates others playing tricks in front of me. Now I will give you 3 rest times to make a choice. After the 3rd breath, whether or not you submit to me, the Emperor will kill you. You understand?" After saying this, Emperor Jinwu immediately stretched out a finger and said indifferently, "A breath." 2nd breath. After waiting for him to count, Jian Wushuang laughed loudly, and his right palm patted the void, and the whole man rose into the sky. "If you want to seal the monument, you rely on your strength." With that said, Jian Wushuang stepped on his feet, blasting away like a cannonball. Emperor Jinwu frowned immediately and said coldly, "I don't know how to lift." Huh. The Emperor Jinwu also swept away, chasing towards the sword unparalleled. The 2 were in the air, and immediately formed 2 beams of light, flying forward and backward towards the distance. "I am compassionate, but I also have the means of thunder. Why is the donor so handsome?" The Rabbit Buddha sighed, but in his eyes was the red light flashing red blood, stepped down and turned into a horizontal thunder. After the Rabbit Buddha, the descendants of the Dark Demon and the Moon also turned into a blood river and a cold moon, and went after the sword unparalleled. At this moment, for invincible masters, while hunting down sword unparalleled, Jian Wushuang looked back at them for a moment, and there was a flash of murder in his eyes. These 4 invincible masters are not weak. Just one of them came out, far more than the Jinnan King, the 3 princes and others who were killed by Jian Wushuang in the Tail Ruins. Even today's Jian Wushuang, whether he can fight the four invincible masters without using the Yongyi trick, is unknown in his heart. The reason why he attracted these four people was that if he was forced to use only his whole cards, he could perform the Yongyi sword move without being noticed. There are too many people here, and it is inevitable that there will be people who can recognize the Terra Sword Code. Once the outside world knows that Jian Wushuang owns the Terra Sword Code, I am afraid that the entire universe will be a sensation for it. Blood Sword, you can't escape. Emperor Jianwu held the trident on both sides, with an indifferent expression, and followed closely behind Jianwu. Jian Wushuang glanced back at him, didn't speak, just pulled a sneer from the corner of his mouth. 16th City Battlefield. Leader of the Cold Wind, what shall we do now? Leader Shanshan asked, looking at Jian Wushuang, Jinwu, and others who were blasting away. What can we do? The leader of the Cold Wind shook his head, his eyes flashing helplessly. The combat effectiveness of these people has far exceeded the scope they can compete with. The leader of the Cold Wind, but Bloodsword is, after all, a member of our camp. Is it just so watched that he was chased and killed by the Emperor Jinwu and others? The leader of Shanshan asked unwillingly again. The leader of the Cold Wind was silent for a moment, and then said gently, "Shake the mountain. If you want to accompany the Blood Sword to die, then you go alone. This seat has to consider the lives of other people." Stuck. The leader of the Cold Wind continued. The Blood Sword is self-sustaining and self-cultivation is high strength. He did not act according to my instructions. Now he was chased and killed by himself. If he really falls, he can only blame himself. The leader of Shanshan heard the words, and there was a hint of hesitation on his face. However, it is such a moment of hesitation. Jian Wushuang and others have disappeared on the sky. The leader of Shaking Mountain had no choice but to sigh and stop speaking. At the same time, the 11th city. Overlord Shrine. A monster leaning on his waist, with a thin figure and a barbed back, holding a black and ebony box, walked step by step. Who's here? This is where the Overlord is, and the idlers quickly retreat. The two masters responsible for guarding the gate of the shrine suddenly frowned, and two spears crossed, blocking the way of the prisoner dragon. The prisoner lifted his hair down from his cheeks, narrowed his eyes and glanced at the four magnificent characters of Overlord Jingu, then turned his head to the two ultimate masters, and smiled and said, "Little guy, let me inquire about you." "Who?" The two ultimate masters, Wen Yin, frowned and asked, "Blood Sword, is it in this shrine?" The two ultimate masters immediately sneered and said, "It turned out to be Lord Bloodsword. Lord Bloodsword is our 7th commander, and you can't ask. I finally persuade you that you can quickly retreat now. I can when nothing happens, otherwise, blame me for waiting for the two spears to be polite." Prison Dragon smiled, looked at the two with an interest and asked, "Oh, what a polite way." The two ultimate masters heard each other and looked at each other with a smirk on their faces, and the spear in their hands was raised high, chopping off towards the prisoner dragon. "Now you know." Watching the two spears from the chop, Prison Dragon chuckled. "Funny little guy." Huh. The two spears split on the prisoner's dragon without even seeing any white marks. The faces of the two ultimate masters suddenly changed, and before they changed their moves, two black chains had been violently shot from behind the prisoner dragon, instantly passing them through. "Since the two of you are not willing to say it, I will find one." Prison Dragon raised his head, glanced at the word Far King Shrine, and walked step by step. After a while, wow! Numerous armor guards blasted from all directions, holding spears, and looked at the prison dragon with a clear expression. "The Overlord has orders. Who dare to break into the Overlord's shrine? Kill without amnesty." The leader of Emptiness stood in the first place with a cold expression. I saw that with a big wave of his hands, these armored guards rushed towards the prison dragon. The prisoner looked at the overwhelming armor guard and chuckled. "It's really courageous." Chapter 4270. Second more. Huh. Countless black chains blasted out from the back of the prison dragon. Like a javelin, blasted towards this overwhelming armor guard. Suddenly, there was a miserable situation in the Overlord's shrine. Countless gods' blood permeated, and sounds of stern despair sounded one after another. The imaginary leader is the whole head being stabbed stiffly, thrown in the hands as a ball. In the Overlord's shrine, there was a sea of dead mountains and blood. The prisoner dragon carried his back and walked towards the hall where the Overlord was in a relaxed manner. At the foot of the imprisoned dragon, the overwhelmingly prepared Overlord's shrine is like a victory in the court. No one can stop him for a moment, as if in no one's realm. After half a column of incense, the prisoner stepped into the Overlord temple. This is where the Overlord is. At this moment, the Overlord temple was quiet, and the 7 commanding seats were all empty. The Overlord sits on the dragon seat. His eyes are closed slightly. His blood is boiling like a big sun. Duh, 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 duh. Hearing the footsteps, the Overlord's eyes suddenly opened, and a ray of God passed by his eyes. Huh? Didn't you stop it? The Overlord's brows frowned, and a look of discomfort flashed on his face. So many people can't stop one person? However, he didn't pay much attention, or he was one of the 9 giants. In the next 8 cities, only a few people can make him care. The prisoner dragon in front of him is obviously not in this rank. The prisoner dragon looked up at the Overlord and shrugged with a smile and shouted, "Big guy, your men are too rude. I only want to say a word, and they want to kill me." You said, "How can you compensate me?" Compensation? Overlord Wanyan immediately laughed angrily. This man slaughtered his men, and even asked him for compensation? Also, he is the owner of the indestructible domineering body, one of the last 8 cities and 9 giants, who even called himself a big man. Go to hell. The Overlord sneered, stepped on his right foot, and the whole man suddenly flew up. His right fist condensed like a big sun, and he blasted towards the prisoner. This fist was just blasted out by the Overlord, but it was like the drums of the ancient heavens were slammed, and the space in the blast was shaken, cracking several cracks directly. This punch is enough to directly blast the stars. This punch shows the power of invincible domination. However, the prison dragon just stretched out his palm and grabbed the right fist of the Overlord. Huh! A muffled sound came, and the Overlord's fist hit the prisoner's palm firmly, and the huge power spread out, directly crushing the Overlord's shrine. With 2 people as the center, the entire land is collapsed. It was such a terrible punch that fell on the palm of the prisoner's outstretched hand, but he could not advance any further. What? The Overlord's expression changed immediately. You're rude. Prison Dragon shook his head, pinched his fingers, grabbed the Overlord's fist directly, and threw it fiercely. In that moment, the Overlord smashed out and smashed a long gully on the ground. In the sky, the Overlord jumped up, his face gloomy to the extreme. What the do you want to do? Bawang asked coldly. At the same time, his strength began to condense, and the skin of his body began to be covered with mysterious runes full of ancient breath. Do not destroy the bull body. He was triggered. I ask you, where is the blood sword? Prison Dragon twisted his neck and asked, Are you looking for a blood sword? The Overlord's eyes froze suddenly. 16th City Battlefield. A few light beams, chasing Jian Wushuang, quickly passing over 9 days. The Emperor wants to see. Where can you escape? Emperor Jinwu said with an ancient indifference, just after his words fell. Huh. The figure of Jian Wushuang sprinting forward suddenly stopped suddenly. Oh, don't run away? Emperor Jinwu laughed disdainfully, and his footsteps also stopped. Rabbit Buddha, Moon Killer, Dark Demon Descendants, etc., have changed shape, enclosing swords in a square shape. When did I say, I want to run away? Jian Wushuang stepped into the air, standing against his hands. His eyes glanced across the 4 faces. Blood sword. This emperor has given you a chance, but you don't cherish it. So now, don't blame this emperor's merciless. Emperor Jinwu said a little, then stepped on his feet, holding the trident on both sides, the first to kill the sword without a match. I saw him stabbing his halberds, and countless sacred fires poured along the tridents on both sides, turning into a dragon that swallowed the sun and chanted the world. The Jinwu tribe was born among the sun stars, bathed under the sun fire all year round, and grew by sucking the sun fire, but it is the strongest force in the universe's fighting power. And the Emperor Jinwu is the royal family of the Jinwu family, the eldest son of the Emperor Jinwu the Great. From this we can see how horrible he is. If placed outside, it is enough to burn a galaxy into nothingness. My Buddha is compassionate, and the poor monk really does not want the ninjas to make evil. The rabbit Buddha sighed, a picture of compassion and compassion, but the voodoo scepter in his hand did not hesitate and smashed it towards the sword Wushuang. This smashing is quaint and heavy. The golden ring on the Zen stick makes a strange sound. Immediately, a sound of bulging Buddha sounded, as if between heaven and earth, there was a great Buddha who came to the world, lowered his giant hand, and punished evil. The descendants of the dark devil laughed wildly, tore his hands apart, and a blood river was drawn directly from the void by him, rolling towards the sword unparalleled. As for the handsome young demon sword killing the moon, he said nothing and pulled out the demon sword in his hand. A cold lull flickered across the face of the killing moon, and then I saw a razor blade approaching to the extreme, like a torn knight of lightning, quickly collapsed into the void and slashed towards the sword unparalleled. Suddenly, the four invincible masters and shot at the same time Swordsman. Jian Wushuang's black hair flew up, facing a shock that only split from four directions. Although his eyes were turbulent, his heart was dignified to the extreme, and he was not relaxed at all. Chopper Star. Jian Wushuang gave a cold drink. His eyes were sharp like a hawk, and he directly evoked more than 12,000 times the divine power, and 10 times the will power given by the law of the universe, turned into a silver sword rainbow of nearly 1,000 feet. Jian Wushuang turned over with his right hand, and Jian Hong swept away in his hand, welcoming the shock of these four invincible masters. Boom! However, in the usual week, the starstruck Jian Hong, who was not disadvantaged in the face of the four people's joint blows, even only persisted for a few breaths, and then instantly defeated. But a few breaths is enough. Taking advantage of this gap, Jian Wushuang stepped on his right foot and killed the descendants of the dark demon. These four invincible dominate, the Emperor Jinwu is the strongest, and the descendants of the dark devil itself are weak against them, and they were seriously injured before, which is the best to kill. Burning power. Jian Wushuang did not hesitate to directly cast the dragon extermination technique, his strength sword. In a flash of his figure, he appeared directly in front of the descendants of the Dark Lord. Okay. And when the descendants of the dark demon stunned for a while, the Wu crying Excalibur with no hands and the sword had been severely cut at him. The first one to die is you. Chapter 42:71. The first is more. After seeing this menacing sword, the descendants of the dark devil's face suddenly changed slightly. He didn't expect that Jian Wushuang's first goal would be him. Call out. No, wait for the descendants of the dark devil to come at all. The speed of Jian Wushuang was extremely fast, and the sharp Jingguang directly splitting the entire dark demon descendant in half. But weirdly, he didn't wait for Jian Wushuang's sword to break out, shatter the body of the descendants of the dark devil, and his body automatically decomposed into a pool of blood. The next moment, the pool of blood backed away, and the figure of the dark demon descended again. Blood sword, it. The descendants of the dark devil looked dull, grabbed with his right hand, and a spear condensed in his hand. At the same time, a flash of anger flashed through his heart. If it weren't for their dark demon tribe, they were bred from the blood of the blood river, and could be dispersed into blood water at any time. I'm afraid that the sword of Sword Wushuang just made him overturn in the gutter. However, although the sword of the Sword Wushuang did not kill him, he also used this blood river mystic skill, and it was also costless. At this time, Emperor Jinwu and others have been killed again. I saw the Emperor Jinwu ignited a flame, and the Jinwu mark on the eyebrows became more and more enchanting. He held the trident on both sides, like an ancient of war, stepping forward. Blood sword, give up the unnecessary struggle. It is your glory to die under the prince, said Jin Wu, coldly. Jin Wu's eyes fixed. First he cut 3 swords in succession, forcing the descendants of the dark monster who was about to move away, then turned abruptly and looked at the shock that struck him, sneering, "You can die in me, your sword is your glory." The words fell to the ground. The sword Wushuang Wu weeping sword pointed directly at the Emperor Jinwu, and did not retreat to fight back. Stubbornness. There was a coldness on Emperor Jinwu's face, and the golden fire on both sides of the trident became more and more turbulent. Jinwu Shanhua is one of the top 3 peerless gods in the universe. It is powerful enough to burn the sky. Burning the sky. Emperor Jinwu spoke, and instantly, his trident on both sides completely turned into a fire dragon. Open the sky. Jian Wushuang took a deep breath, and all the divine power erupted, prompting Kaitian Yijian to slash in front of the Emperor Jinwu. Boom! Under the attack of the two, I saw countless Jin Wushan fire exploded, landed in the void, and made a sound of burning. Huh? How could you force this prince back? Emperor Jinwu's eyes flickered, and he stepped back half a step, glanced down at the slightly numb palm, and sighed with admiration. Blood sword. Just hit this one. In the next 8 cities, you will have a place. Unfortunately, you should never think about swallowing up the monument alone. Although the words of admiration are in his mouth, the murder between the eyebrows is getting more and more cold. This son must die today. Otherwise, once you let this son escape, if you want to kill him again in the future, I am afraid it will be difficult. Jian Wushuang heard the words. There was no time to talk back, but his eyes turned and looked coldly towards the smashing moon. I saw Zaiyu slanting the handle of the demon sword, fast as a phantom, and when he stepped on it, a second killing moon appeared in the void not far from him. Immediately, the 3rd, 4th, 5th. This is the afterimage of the killing moon because it is too fast. Until the killing moon appeared in front of the sword without 2 sides, when the demon knife split in the hand, the first afterimage of the killing moon was dissipated. So fast. Jian Wushuang's eyes narrowed. This person's speed was much faster than the snake Lang Jun that day. Wow! When the moon was slashed with a knife, Jian Wushuang was preparing to lift the sword to resist it. I saw that the moon's right hand was turned over, but it was changed to a slash in an instant, and the demon sword passed directly across the sword. Laugh. Immediately, a deep knife mark appeared on the sword's body. Jian Wushuang glanced down at the knife marks on the god's body. Countless divine powers permeated. The god's body was restored, and his face was turbulent. Although this killing moon didn't say anything from beginning to end, if it comes to strength, I am afraid that it is not worse than Emperor Jinwu. And this person's understanding of the knife path has also reached the 4th level of the universe knife path. Sure enough, no one who can reach the invincible dominance will be a simple character. Jian Wushuang whispered to himself, and in his eyes the war intent rose sharply by 3 inches, and he whispered, "Come again." Suddenly, Jian Wushuang exhibited the swift kendo, killing towards the moon. If you only talk about speed, even if you add hate kendo, Jian Wushuang is not as good as him, but he has other means. Dragon's mystery skill, burning power. Boom. The mighty divine power in Jian Wushuang's body that had been calmed down at this moment began to burn wildly again. Under the burning of divine power, his strength suddenly soared. Blood sword, you're exciting me. Before Ye changed his calmness, he laughed loudly, holding the sword towards the sword without a match. Soaring. I saw that the speed of both of them was extremely fast, and they instantly fought against each other in the empty space. Wu Chang's Excalibur and the monster knife in the hand of the moon continued to collide. With each collision, a series of sparks could be pulled up and a shocking sound. The two people's understanding of their respective Kendo and Daodo is one level, but Jian Wushuang's use of the laws of the universe and the total amount of divine power are much stronger than this moon. Soon, the moon fell into the downwind. Emperor Jinwu, Rabbit Buddha, and others looked at this scene. Their faces became dignified. The descendants of the Dark Lord said lightly, "Jinwu, Rabbit Buddha, This blood sword has reached the level of Kendo understanding. If you keep your hands and let him continue fighting, I am sure that we will be defeated one by one." Hearing this, both Emperor Jinwu and Rabbit Buddha frowned, but also knew that what the descendants of the Dark Devil said was true. At this moment, it is the most important thing to get the Fengshan Monument. There is no need to follow the sword without twining bucket. Less night-long dreams, let's join forces to kill this person first. Emperor Jinwu said, equal to the final word, announced the death penalty of Jian Wushuang. Talented magical powers, Jin Wu Tun Ri. The voice fell, and behind him, a huge Jinwu virtual reality suddenly appeared. This Jinwu is as high as thousands of feet in the sun, bathed in the sun. The wings are condensed by flames, and a scream of clear chanting is heard, and the world is instantly shaken. Seeing this, the descendants of the Dark Lord also said, "Talented abyss." Wow! A huge blood river appeared around the descendants of the Dark Demon. This blood river seemed to be real and constantly flowing, and it even made a roaring and exciting sound. "I am compassionate." The rabbit and the Buddha folded their hands together and said each word. Rumble. The world began to shake, and numerous clouds were torn. First, an inch of golden light was emitted through the dark clouds. Subsequently, this golden light is more and more and more. The next moment, the entire sky became dazzling, and numerous Buddha lights shone on the earth. A giant golden Buddha emerged, standing in the void. Chapter 4272. Second more. This golden Buddha is full of golden light, and the treasure is solemn, full of sacred inviolability. It's just weird that the head of this golden Buddha is a rabbit head with red eyes. In this sacred atmosphere, there is another gloom. Go with. The three wave their hands, and for a while, 3 blows to destroy the world, and at the same time blasted towards Jian Wushuang. First, the one that swallowed the sun, and under the wings of a pair of wings, countless flames fell from the wings like molten plasma, opened their mouths, and bite at the sword Wushuang. Immediately after that was the blood river, like the rising tide of the river, carrying a roaring roar and rushing towards the sword unparalleled. In the end, it was the giant Buddha who stretched out 5 fingers and pressed them towards the sword unparalleled. Each of these 5 fingers is as tall as a mountain. Once pressed, they suddenly cover the sky, and a burst of sound in the void creates a sound of various sound barrier bursts. Jian Wushuang and Zhu Yu watched the 3 invincible masters joint hit and could not help but stop the action on their hands. The moon killing by the sword unparalleled only by parry was slightly slowed, and he shook his head and said, "Blood sword, your understanding of Kendo is no less than my understanding of Kendo, but unfortunately, the situation does not allow me to fighting against you." After that, Yaya stepped back, saying one word at a time, "Mystery, step on God." Boom. This sword is cut out, as if the world is split, and the 2 worlds of yin and yang are separated, and the sword air is in full swing. The 4 invincible masters no longer keep their hands while performing mysterious magic. Looking at the 4 annihilation blows that carried the might of heaven and earth, Jian Wushuang looked dignified and took a deep breath. God now. A force from the deepest part of the soul that belongs to the perfect level of life emerges. Suddenly, Jian Wushuang sounded a crackling sound like fried beans. Immediately after, I saw Jian Wushuang's body skyrocketing inch by inch. 1 foot, 10 feet, 100 feet, 1,000 feet, 10,000 miles, 3,000 miles, 6,000 miles. In a blink of an eye, the sword warriors turned into a world-strength giant, holding the sun and the moon to pick the stars, and stepping on the earth and mountains and the sea. He was surrounded by Xianhui, making his appearance unclear, just like the chaos immortal king came to life, and a horrible power that could not use any words spread out from him. In the presence of this chaos fairy king, Emperor Jinwu and others are as tiny as ants. Even the former golden Buddha who sits sideways in the void, like a young boy, is not as high as his knees. Town. A dull voice came from Jian Wushuang's mouth. The next moment, I saw that the sword was double action. He first stretched out his palm and took 5 fingers towards the golden Buddha, then spread out the other hand and pinched the Jinwu's hand like a little chicken in his hand, raised his most feet, and stepped on the blood river to the descendants of the dark demon and the shocking sword of the moon. Sword unparalleled body, suppressed the 4 invincible masters at the same time. Huh. Can't use any words to describe this collision. In this collision, the world seems to be in the end of the disaster. The mountains and rivers are capsized. The world is turned upside down, and the sky is set off. A huge shock wave spread, filling up all nearby hills. Immediately, a blast exploded, as if thousands of thunders blew at the same time. What? The Emperor Jinwu's pupils shrank, and the face, which was cold from the beginning to the end, did not have any emotions. For the first time, an incredible color surged. The rabbit Buddha and the moon killing were not much better, and shocked on his face. As for the weakest descendants of the Dark Devil, they were directly shaken by the impact of Qilong, and almost fell from the air. Is this the power of special life? The 4 looked at each other. Their eyes were shocked. Not only these 4 people, but even the distant mountain leader and other people, all sensed this amazing explosive power. Who is so horrible? Shaking Mountain Commander stunned. The Cold Wind Commander took a deep breath, and his eyes scorched back. No matter what the horror might be, the battle between Bloodsword and Emperor Jinwu must be extremely fierce. The turbulent turbulence of the sky gradually dissipated, and I saw Jian Wushuang, who was bombarded by 4 shocking magical mysteries. The body was covered with thousands of cracks, and the 4 magical mysteries had disappeared. Whirring. A gust of wind blew through. Jian Wushuang raised his head and looked coldly at the 4 Emperor Jinwu. Now it's me. He held a handful of hands, and Wu Weapon's Excalibur hovered in front of his chest, turning into a silver sword rainbow of nearly 1,000 feet. Chopper Star. Immediately, this nearly thousands of silver Jianhong locked on the descendants of the Dark Devil and quickly cut off at him. When the descendants of the Dark Devil saw this, they almost spit out the old blood and snarled, "Blood sword. Why don't you kill others? Just hold me back." Jian Wushuang's expression was indifferent, and he could not answer. He can feel that the divine power required to support the divine body is simply too horrible. Even if he is a special level of perfect life, more than 13,000 times the divine power, under this consumption, it is also nearing the bottom. I am afraid that at most only I can persist in the 10-breath time therefore. I must take advantage of my current peak period to kill one of the 4 invincible masters in the 10-breath time. The descendants of the Dark Lord are obviously the best choice. The first breath, the Silver Qian Zhang Jianhong condensed. The second breath, the Silver Sword Rainbow, was cut off towards the descendants of the Dark Demon. Mystery, Blood Lotus. The descendants of the Dark Devil looked at the silver sword Hong that had been cut off and roared. I saw his hands swiftly knowing his way, and in the void in front of him, a lotus flower suddenly appeared. This blossoming red lotus intersects each other, each one sucking the power of heaven and earth and growing up sharply. In just 3 breaths, this blossoming lotus becomes intertwined to form a blood-red lotus platform, spinning and flying towards the silver sword rainbow. Jinwu, Rabbit Buddha, killing the moon. If I am dead, can you stop him? The descendants of the Dark Devil turned around and drank. The Emperor Jinwu, Rabbit Buddha, and Yeya heard expressions that were cloudy and uncertain, and knew the intention of Jian Wushuang in their hearts. Taking a deep breath, Emperor Jinwu drank lowly. Yes, this blood sword has become a climate, and we must gather the strength of the 4 of us in order to kill him. Everyone, don't keep your hand. Stop this sword. I saw that Emperor Jinwu took the lead in turning his right hand first, and a net woven from the wings of Jinwu flew out to protect the descendants of the Dark Devil. This Jinwu feather was obviously very precious. Even the Emperor Jinwu's eyes flashed a tinge of pain. The Rabbit Buddha was hesitant in his expression, and opened his mouth to spit out a colorful relic, and slammed into the silver sword rainbow of sword unparalleled. It's too difficult for a poor monk. He shook his head and sighed. Doubting the moon did not hesitate, pulled the knife out of the sheath again, and cut out a shocking sword. Chapter 4273. The first is more. The silver sword rainbow, nearly thousands of feet, was like a river pouring from top to bottom, fiercely splitting towards the descendants of the Dark Devil. This sword rainbow was so vast that it was like the flood of a dike. They were all swallowed up. Even the sky and clouds over 9 days were smashed by 500 swords by the sword Wushuang, forming a narrow white line. Under this silver sword rainbow, the Scarlet Lotus Terrace was the first to be unable to support it. The blossoming lotus leaves began to break, and the Lotus Terrace continued to crack open. With a loud noise, the Scarlet Lotus Terrace burst into pieces. So scary, Jianhong. If the descendants of the Dark Devil were slammed, his chest slumped sharply, and a mouthful of blood spit out of his mouth. At this point, the distant sword Wushuang shot to cut out the star sword Jianhong. 6 breath time has passed. Immediately afterwards, I saw the colorful relic spewing out of the rabbit's mouth. The colorful relic revolved continuously, blocking the silver sword rainbow that was pressed down like the flood of the dike. Can't help, a burst of unpleasant clapping and shattering sounds, and finally, in a muffled sound of pong, it is torn apart. The body shape of the rabbit Buddha was shocked, counted backwards, and there was a tinge of pain in his eyes. This colorful relic was born after exhausting countless hours of his mental energy. As long as he bred a few more chaos periods, it would be very likely to become the ultimate rule of treasure, but now, it can be described as a loss. Only the shocking swordsman turned into a demon sword in the moon-killing hand, cut into the silver sword rainbow stiffly, and the swordman entered into the tens of meters, but it was just like splitting on the cowhide. It gets harder to go inside, and finally, under the horrible sword intention of the silver sword rainbow, the blade is completely shattered. But the moon was shot backwards and smashed into a mountain far away. The silver sword rainbow, after breaking through all the obstacles, finally split on the skull of the descendants of the Dark Devil. The wing Luo Luo, which was given to him by Emperor Jinwu, quickly flew out, enclosing the silver sword rainbow. However, now the sword-struck sword rainbow, blessed by various forces such as Jian Wushuang's whole body power, coupled with the willpower of the universe, the burning of divine power, the origin of the fourth heavy kendo, and so on, are really terrifying, and then they are caught by wings after consuming most of the sword energy. This feather net woven from the wings of the Emperor Jinwu also declared defeat, and it burst into pieces after a wailing sound. In the end, the silver sword rainbow was unstoppable, and in the roar of the dreaded descendants of the Dark Devil, he cut the whole person in half like a knife-cut tofu. This time, the descendants of the Dark Devil are not so lucky. At all, he did not wait for him to perform the secret technique of Hemorrhage River. He was completely shattered by the sharp sword and turned into countless powder. At this point, 10 interest times have passed. The descendants of the Dark Lord, one of the 4 invincible masters, have fallen. The Emperor Jinwu, the Rabbit Buddha, and the Moon Killer all turned pale. One of the 4's joint efforts was broken by Jian Wushuang's sword. The 3 Emperor Jinwu took a sigh of coolness, and they were convinced that Jian Wushuang is definitely a giant-level combat power. You know, all 4 of them are the most powerful of the invincible masters. In terms of combat effectiveness, they are far more powerful than the 3 princes and other people encountered in the ruins of Tailuo at the beginning. The Emperor Jinwu is even more famous. Be the first person under the 9 giants. The 4 of them joined forces. I'm afraid that even the giants will retreat from 3 points. Where exactly did this person emerge from? The 3 looked at each other with shock in their hearts. Above the sky, the breath on Jian Wushuang's body quickly began to fall. The body gradually shrank and finally returned to its normal shape. Feeling the severe pain from the bones of the whole body, Jian Wushuang could not help but grin. The price of using the body was still too great. However, it is gratifying that compared to the last use of the body, it is still much better. Jian Wushuang grabbed his right hand and grabbed dozens of superb magic drugs directly from the Qinkuan ring and swallowed them, regardless of how expensive these magic drugs were. When he thought of them, he wiped them out, turn it into the purest divine power and replenish consumption. Seeing this, the Emperor Jinwu took a deep breath and said in a deep voice, "You guys, this shot is so expensive in turn, and the cost of wanting to come is so great. I won't let anyone keep it and kill him together." The Rabbit Buddha and the Moon Sleigh nodded slightly. Suddenly, 3 terrifying killings erupted, turned into turbulent winds, and shattered the sky. Jin Wushuang's expression was still indifferent, but in his eyes, the surging warfare became more and more turbulent. This startling battle has begun again. Boom! With a bang, the 3 Emperor Jinwu, Yaya, and Rabbit Buddha stepped in the void, and once again slew towards the sword unparalleled. The trident and two-faced halberd in the hand of Emperor Jinwu disappeared. His arms turned into a pair of flaming flame wings. His eyes were replaced by the divine fire, and only when his wings were raised, he appeared in the sky above the sword. Roar! Emperor Jinwu opened his mouth and moaned, and immediately gave out a clear cry that shocked the world for 9 days. Immediately, he saw a fireball spit out of his mouth. This fireball was only the size of a fist at first, but after vomiting from the mouth of Emperor Jinwu, it rose up against the wind. When it was pressed down towards Jin Wushuang, the fireball had turned into a golden sun. This round of scorching sun is vast and boundless, not to mention the burning flames inside. Even the hot temperature radiated from it, the earth of the 16th city is roasted and cracked directly. The Rabbit Buddha closed his eyes, and the blood-stained urn began to shatter. The next moment, I saw that he became a 1,000-handed evil Buddha. Countless arms extended from various places in his body. Each hand held different magic weapons, including a bowl, a scripture, a Zen stick, a relic, and so on. There was a wicked smile in the corner of his mouth, and then his lips were closed up and down, and he began to chant strange Buddhist scriptures. Under this Buddhist scripture, all the magic weapons held in his thousands of arms rose into the air, and then continually condensed to form an asterisk Buddhist seal, pressing against the sword. The moon was closing his eyes, and a gust of wind rolled up around him. Mystery, kill God. His lips lightened, and he slowly spit out the 5 words. The next moment, he stepped forward in a footstep and cut it out with a slash. This knife was cut out in the same round of half a month, full of antelope hanging horns, no trace of the trend, but his incarnation of the knife path, all incarnation. After this was cut out, the sky was torn directly and the world was destroyed. A fireball like the sun, the asterisk-shaped Buddha seal covering the sky, tearing the horrible swordsman of the sky. The 3 forces, like the 3 hanging Tianhe, smashed down with unparalleled power. Chapter 42-74. Second more. In the face of these 3 gangs of surging Gu Shi Pei Shui, Jin Wushuang's solemn expression, but gradually restored peace. He let go of Wu Weapon's sword, spreading his hands as if embracing this world, and raised his head with a big breath. The next moment, he bowed his head sharply and looked at them all. Taro Sword Code, First Style, Forever Night. Alas, after the words fell, time and space seemed to stagnate. There were no earth-shattering explosions, and no eclipse that caused the world to eclipse. It was as if a tiny stone had been dropped in a calm lake, and ripples rippled around. Wu Xing's exquisite sword suspended in front of him quietly began to disappear silently from the point of the sword to the hilt of the sword. What the is Blood Sword doing? What does he want? Both the Emperor Jinwu and the Rabbit Buddha frowned tightly, and they could feel that a strange power began to erode towards them. This weird force was like a pair of large, invisible hands hidden in the darkness, tremblingly extended from behind them, and then they gripped their necks. Cold, suffocating, dark, dull, stiff. All kinds of negative emotions poured out. The world began to fade quickly. The light in the sky gradually disappeared. Everything was so silent, and let it go. Unconsciously, the world in their eyes has become colorless, and the world is left only with a thick haze of gray. And this gray is still deepening. as if to draw them into the eternal dark abyss. Feeling this power, both Emperor Jinwu and Rabbit Buddha had a strong sense of uneasiness in their hearts. Obviously, there is no danger, but the instinct of instinct makes them hate everything in front of them and wants to escape. Of the three, only Yeye seemed to know something, and the whole person froze, watching the scene blankly, his lips constantly becoming trembling and terrified. This power is the recorded Terra Sword Code. Suddenly, his face became pale, and the whole person was teetering, almost falling from the air. How can this be happening? Isn't it too Luo Jiandian? Has it been lost for a long time? Why did it appear in his hands? Gus said to himself in chaos, his body shaking violently. Emperor Jinwu noticed this and asked with a frown, "What's wrong with you, Moon?" Hearing this questioning, Yeye just slammed Ji Ling soberly, shouting, "Run away!" The Emperor Jinwu and the Rabbit Buddha heard the words, and they were all confused. They couldn't figure out what the ghost was doing. However, due to their inherent caution, they subconsciously fled first. Unfortunately, it's all over. When Youngye started, the space where the three of them belonged is no longer in the ancient road of the starry sky, but belongs to the eternal dark territory opened by Youngye. Jian Wushuang looked at this scene. His expression was not happy or sad. His face was not shocked, and he said softly, "Deprive at night." A trace of dark mist spread from the soles of Jianhui's feet, and then slowly climbed towards the three Emperor Jinwu, finally intertwined to form a large black ball, wrapping the three in this black circle. Among the balls, to the outsider, this black sphere seems to be a sphere that can be broken with a poke, but to the three Emperor Jinwu, it is a boundless and dark country. This is not the nine calamities one-minded kingdom of God, but the one sword that belongs to the sword unparalleled. I saw that in this dark space, the Emperor Jinwu, Rabbit Buddha, and Yeye all changed their faces. They could feel that in this eternal darkness, there was an invisible force in the midst of the darkness, which was depriving them power and vitality. The joint strike they had bombarded before was also wrapped in this dark country. In this dark country, this was originally enough to destroy the planet and smash the galaxy, but it absorbed the power as if it were stripped and cocooned. The original horrible power began to fall at a rate visible to the naked eye. Weak. In just a few breaths of time, these three powers disappeared completely. Alas! The Slayer Moon-Shaven Demon sword and the hundreds of treasures of the Rabbit and Buddha all disappeared, turned into mortals, and fell into the endless darkness. How can it be? The Emperor Jinwu and Rabbit Buddha shrank their pupils, and for the first time they were shocked. What kind of power is that? But that is the source of the mysterious fire of the Emperor. Even the mysterious cold water has been extinguished. Why is this so? The Emperor Jinwu did not dare to speak. The Rabbit Buddha was also trembling in the same way. These rules are treasures that he collected from countless years, and each one has his painstaking effort. At this moment, hundreds of thousands of rule treasures were damaged, and he couldn't help snarling again, "Blood sword, the poor monk will kill you." Among the three, there was a bitter smile on the face of Juyue, and he shook his head helplessly, and there was no surprise on his face. From the moment he recognized the move, he knew that the ending was doomed. "Break it for me!" Emperor Jinwu roared and smashed several fires. However, everything was useless. As soon as the fire broke out, it was absorbed by the surrounding void. The Emperor Jinwu discovered a more terrifying fact, that is, he found that in this kingdom of eternal night, his unstoppable power that relies on the sky and began to dissipate. Ultimate. 5th level. 4th level. Master of Rules. In a short moment, Emperor Jinwu was dominated by an invincible universe and incomparable combat power, and fell to earth. His handsome face began to sag and wrinkle. One night, deprive everything. Not only deprived of divine power, but also deprived Shouyuan. Between the moments, Emperor Jinwu seemed to have experienced mortal life, illness, death, and death. From being a god-rich man, the ultimate master of Feng Fengyun, to a mortal old man. In the end, the Emperor Jinwu couldn't even support the transformation form, and turned into a three-legged Jinwu that was exhausted and exhausted. At the same time, under this force, Yeye and Rabbit Buddha have become two dry corpses. Emperor Jinwu was despairing. At the last moment of his death, he reached out his hand tremblingly, crushed a token hanging around his waist, and raised his head hard. "Father, help me!" Boom! An extremely ancient and majestic Jinwu screamed through the floods of the universe. Next moment, Jian Wushuang felt an incomparably hot and horrendous horror that could not be described in words. With Emperor Jinwu as the center, it exploded. This power far surpassed Jian Wushuang's cognition. It was the supreme power that he did everything and could not resist at all. Under this mighty power, the sword's unparalleled Yongye kingdom was directly torn. Chapter 4275. The first is more, puff. Under this indescribable terror, Jian Wushuang retreated wildly. His arms exploded. The eternal dark kingdom formed by the sword of eternal night is shattered even more. What kind of power is this? Jian Wushuang looked frantically. I saw Emperor Jinwu's eyes close tightly. His breath was fading to the extreme, and the whole man was dying, as if he were going to fall at any time. However, behind him, countless flames burst out. The flame condensed behind him, slowly turned into a human figure, and then stretched out his hands to hold the Emperor Jinwu. This flame figure can't see the appearance, but it has a strong enough to make the world disappointed, and the coercion of the surrender of the people spreads. This coercion was extremely horrible. Under the coercion, Jian Wushuang could not help but tear and collapse. This coercion, after crossing the sword unparalleled, swept away in all directions. Wherever the coercion passed, the void was roaring. What power! Extreme breath. Under this coercion, the whole city was shaken. Countless people looked horrified and rushed to see here. Some of these eyes are from the 9 giants. However, the 9 giants that have always been in the post-8 cities, after seeing this flame figure, put away the meaning of unscrupulous look, respectfully and superbly. "Who dares hurt me?" This flame figure raised his head and slowly looked at Jian Wushuang. A low voice with majesty, so that it could not tolerate any resistance, came from his mouth. As if, he is the of heaven who controls the life and death of the universe, holding the right to life and death. In the eyes of this flame figure, there are 2 blazing fires. These 2 blazing fires are like 2 rounds of sun inlaid in them. They cannot be seen directly. Under this gaze, the void seems to be unable to persist. In order to collapse, Jian Wushuang was trembling all over, as if the body would burst in the next moment. "Jinwu, great emperor!" Jian Wushuang trembled, and his pupils shrank. No need to guess, Jian Wushuang also recognized it. This flame figure is the Jinwu Emperor in the universe. Emperor Jinwu, who became famous in the 500 Chaos Prehistoric Era, is one of the oldest top supremes in the universe. He is a top 10 in the universe and has a reputation for overwhelming the heavens. One word is definitely one of the most terrifying names in the universe. Even the Supreme of Blood and Supreme of the Axe, in the presence of Emperor Jinwu, can only be called juniors, and must meet the ancestors after meeting. "Is it you that hurt my son?" Emperor Jinwu's eyes condensed on Jian Wushuang's face. Although the words spoken were interrogative sentences, the overbearing tone was full of unquestionable meaning. Jian Wushuang was condensed by Emperor Jinwu's eyes, and suddenly felt that his eyes were like the most terrifying fire, and he wanted to burn him through. Jian Wushuang gritted his teeth and did not answer. He is not stupid and reckless, and although he is now very humiliated, he also knows that at this moment, instead of arguing about snoring, it is better to say nothing and use silence to show his attitude. After all, the world is the strongest. No one will talk to an ant who can run to death with a single finger and talk about it. At the moment, the sword unparalleled, in front of Emperor Jinwu, is like an ant who can be killed by a finger. Emperor Jinwu narrowed his eyes, looked up at the sky, and said indifferently, "Little man, this time the deity looks at that adult's face and doesn't care about you, but next time, you won't be so lucky." After that, the flame figure of Emperor Jinwu, and the Emperor Jinwu with his eyes closed, gradually turned into fine sand from his feet, and the last breeze passed, and the two figures disappeared into the 8 cities behind the ancient sky. Until 9 days ago, only the fierce howling wind remained. After a long time, Jian Wushuang's tense heart completely relaxed and exhaled a long breath. Is this the ultimate horror in the universe? Jian Wushuang smiled bitterly. Originally, he thought that although the Supreme was terrifying, it was not so terrifying, such as the Black Eagle Supreme of the Universe Temple he met before, the White Floating Supreme of the Taishu Temple, etc., although he was far from the opponent, but not so much as it is now, just a look is enough to make him tremble. This is the first time he has faced the Supreme in the universe. The sense of oppression and suffocation that came from the depths of his soul has made him look up at the endless sky when he was young. That feeling, I was so small. Moreover, the flame figure just now is not the real Jinwu Emperor. It is just a mark of the divine power left by the Emperor Jinwu. How terrible is the true King Jinwu? Jian Wushuang did not dare to think further. At this moment, in the solar star field, which is extremely far away from the depths of the universe. This is the habitat of the Panyu of the Jinwu tribe. 9 gigantic fireballs are arranged in the shape of 9 stars in a row, forming an aperture, forming a star-shaped moon. Among the 9 fireballs, a round is hundreds of times larger than the 9 fireballs. This sun is so large that it can't be described in words. The usual stars are so small as dust in front of the sun. The flares emitted by them will illuminate dozens of star fields all around the sky grunt. On the sun in the center, there are countless hot melts flowing and tumbling, and huge bubbles are emitted, making a terrible burning sound. Whenever the bubbles burst, they are splashed with countless fire. And this magic fire, just a random cluster, can kill the ultimate master. Father, what's wrong with him? At this moment, a 3-foot-long Jinwu, flying from one of the 9 small suns, fluttered to the huge sun in the center and asked respectfully, I don't care about you, don't ask, don't ask. A deep and majestic voice came from the depths of the central sun. The 3-footed Jinwu heard a word, and immediately trembled, daring to ask more, and quickly resigned. Deep in the sun, in the endless melt, a pair of huge scarlet eyes opened suddenly. This ancient Shinkong road is somewhat interesting. Well, the breath I felt before, the little guy who was exiled by the dragons, seems to have gone too? Interesting. With a small laugh, the huge scarlet eyes closed slowly. Emperor Jinwu fell into a long sleep again. With his eyes closed, the Emperor Jinwu, who had fallen into a coma, rose slowly from the depths of the melt. His slack and wrinkled skin, nourished by this melt, began to repair gradually, and the dissipated divine power also recovered at an amazing speed. Next moment, Emperor Jinwu's eyes opened sharply, and he stepped heavily, rising from the molten sky. Bloodsword, how dare you kill this prince? This prince will kill you. A fierce roar suddenly exploded in the solar star field. Chapter 4276. Second more. Shinkong Ancient Road, in the 16th city. Jian Wushuang sat cross-legged on the void, quietly restoring the power and repairing the body. Some of the ultimate masters who came before heard the news, one after another, and looked at Jian Wushuang with complex eyes. Although they have not witnessed the battle between Jian Wushuang and the 4 invincible masters such as King Jinwu, they have been paying attention to them secretly. They thought that the 4 invincible masters shot, even if the giants came in person, they could not escape, but did not expect that Jian Wushuang could fight back and reverse the victory. Use your own strength to turn the tide and kill the 4 invincible masters. What a horrible combat power. Leaders of Shaking the Mountain and leader of the Cold Wind also watched Jian Wushuang from afar. Their eyes were no longer shock and horror, but deep awe. Others only know that Jian Wushuang's combat power is unparalleled in the world, with 1 enemy and 4, but they don't know that Jian Wushuang is now dominated by the 5th rank. Use the power of the 5th level to dominate the 4 invincible masters. These deeds have been unheard of since ancient times. and I am afraid that there will be no ancients before, and no one will come later. There is great terror in this person. The leader of Shaoshan muttered to himself. There are many more staring at Jian Wushuang. After this battle, the blood sword will seal the war in one battle and make the universe famous. Since then, the pattern of the 8 cities behind the ancient starry sky will be changed by the blood sword alone, and he will become the 10th giant to be promoted to the latter 8 cities. Universal. The blood sword seals the gods. Blood sword. Ascend to the throne of the ancient road giant. Countless people secretly marveled. Just as the crowd was boiling, suddenly, a very dissonant low laughter sounded from the outermost part of the crowd. Well, it's so lively. Immediately, I saw a weird man with a waist on his back, barbs on his back, and a sandalwood box in his arms. This person is a prisoner. Where's the man? This man walked rampantly and was rude. Where's the kid? Go away. An almost invincible ultimate dominates his eyes with a frown, and his face flashes with dissatisfaction. He stretches out his hand and grabs at the prison dragon, trying to pull him to the back. He hasn't waited for his hand to touch the prison dragon. Get away. The prisoner took a photo with the palm of his hand, directly slapped the ultimate master of near invincible level, slapped to fly 1,000 feet away, and fell directly from the air, like a cannonball, smashed into the emperor fiercely, raising the sky and dust. Everyone looked at this scene, and suddenly their throats rolled and they swallowed, and they did not dare to squeak anymore. In this way, the prison dragon stepped out of the crowd step by step, raised his head to look at the sword unparalleled sitting cross-legged on the void. He first took out a black mirror from his waist and looked at it as if verifying his identity. He immediately looked up at Jian Wushuang and giggled, "Blood sword, finally found you." Jian Wushuang heard the words. His slightly closed eyes slowly opened and frowned. "You have something to do with me?" The prisoner smiled strangely and whispered, "Nothing. I just want to find something for you. Let me borrow something?" Jian Wushuang raised his eyebrows and said lightly, "What to borrow?" Prison Dragon didn't rush to reply, but struck the void with his right foot, and the whole man rose into the sky, stretched out his hand and patted the sword. He smiled lowly. "Let's use the item on your head." Boom. The prisoner's big hand has not been photographed yet. The barbs growing behind him have turned into countless black chains, taking the lead in violently blasting towards Jian Wushuang. These barbs are extremely fast, almost like countless artillery shells, pulling up a fierce sound boom in the air. Okay. Jian Wushuang raised his eyebrows. Although he didn't know who the man was and why he suddenly shot at him, the subconscious combat experience instantly made him step back, and his appearance flashed behind him. 100 feet. It's fast. The prisoner whispered a laugh, and instantly turned into a dark shadow, and swept towards the sword unparalleled again. The dense black chains hovered over his back, and kept bombarding towards the sword unparalleled. Jian Wushuang's eyebrows froze. Wu Wei's divine sword appeared in his hand for a moment, and moved between them, quickly swinging his sword towards the prisoner dragon. Kong! Kong dang dang dang! Jian Wushuang slammed thousands of swords on this black chain instantly, splashing a long string of sparks. Hey! Sword Wushuang receded back. His legs pulled out 2 long white marks in the air. What a terrifying power! Jian Wushuang's pupils couldn't help shrinking, looking down, and Huku was numb for a while. This is nothing. The most important thing is that before the sword warriors and the 4 ultimate masters, forcing the use of the body, and the kingdom of the night was broken. The body is already plagued with holes. At this moment, after fighting, the body was suddenly the tearing pain was extreme. Not bad. Come again. The prisoner Zhang smirked violently, and in his eyes captured the madness of war, and again slaughtered towards the sword unparalleled. Fuck. Countless black chains, at a faster speed, slammed into the sword Wushuang. Jian Wushuang's face sank, and Wu Wei's Excalibur was quickly cut by him. Every time he cut on the chain, Jian Wushuang felt a shock in his body. Every time this chain hit, it was powerful, extremely hard to sink. Can't go on like this. Jian Wushuang took a deep breath, his expression dignified, and said, "Open the sky." In that moment, Kaitian Jianmong turned into a roaring river and was cut off towards the prisoner dragon. Who kills with such soft power? The prisoner gave a grin and actually reached out and grabbed Kaitian Jianmong in his hands. Feng Rui's sword exploded and kept slicing on the palm of prison dragon, but he did not even break the defense. Next moment, the prisoner dragon opened his mouth and actually bit the Kaitian Jianmong into his mouth. Click, click, click. Kaitian Jianmong was directly chewed by him and swallowed. How is that possible? Jian Wushuang's face turned wild, and there was an incredible color on his face. Blood sword. Next, it's my turn. The prison dragon stretched out its barbed tongue, licked the corner of his mouth cruelly, and then smiled strangely, stretched out his hands to form a hug of heaven and earth. Dragon. God. Cannon. Bang. I saw countless divine powers condensing on his chest, forming a Mori blue light ball compressed to the extreme. The horror of this forest bluish sphere was extremely extreme, and the turbulent divine power spread, and even the void cracked. Next moment, the prisoner's chest was violently slammed. This Mori blue light ball suddenly hit the sword unparalleled like a missile. At the moment when this Mori blue light ball appeared, traversed the tracks in the void, turning countless voids into powder. Jian Wushuang's pupil shrank, his expression was dignified to the extreme. Regardless of the severe pain from the body, he bit his teeth and drank, cut the star. Chapter 42-77. The first is more. Huh. The silver sword rainbow reappears in the world, like the water of the sky, and like the dawning thunder, with endless power, chopped off towards the prison dragon. Look at it. The blood sword is relying on this sword to kill the descendants of the Dark Lord. Who can stop such a sword? The style of this sword is really like the swordlingshire. Countless people marvel. And Jian Xiu's eyes were burning, his face was full of fascination, and he sighed, "Our generation of Xiu, it should be like this." However, only Jian Wushuang knows that now his whole body is full of divine power, and his body is full of scars. If this sword has star power, it is worthy of luck. Today, I'm afraid there will be difficulties. Jian Wushuang shook his head with a bitter smile. Huh. Cho Xing and Mori blue light ball collided fiercely. A terrifying explosion came, and then I saw the silver sword rainbow began to collapse and shatter, and finally disappeared completely, and the Nazem blue light ball, just after the light was slightly dim, then hit the sword Muzu again. Puff. A muffled noise came, and he did not wait for Jian Wushuang to react at all. The chest of Jian Wushuang's body was directly penetrated by the Sen Longguang ball, leaving a huge void. Jian Wushuang's face turned pale to the extreme, but it was crumbling and almost fell from the air. His body has been hit harder than ever. The audience instantly turned into a dead silence. Everyone stared at the scene blankly, forgetting to speak for a moment. The last second also carried one enemy killing the 4 invincible swordsmen who dominated the mighty sword. In the next second, he was defeated by this strange man who did not know where to come from. Immediately, they reacted excitedly and glared at the prison dragon. Despicable. Shoot while the blood sword is weakest. Let's kill someone while they're sick. Huh, that's a good way. Shameless. A sound of righteous indignation and sarcasm came, and the prisoner dragon shrugged his shoulders indifferently, then spread his hands, glanced at Jian Wushuang obliquely, scornfully. Weak, weak, blood sword. You are too weak. After all, the prisoner laughed wildly, then shook his head and said to himself, I don't know what the guy in the iceberg thinks. Is such a garbage worthy of me? Jian Wushuang heard his face expressionless, but his eyes grew colder. He could feel that the power of his body was not enough to repair the scars on the body. Stop talking? Well, it's boring. The prisoner spread his hands, then flashed in shape, and appeared before the sword without double sides. So fast. Jian Wushuang's pupil shrunk, and he raised his arm arduously, trying to slash Wu's weapon sword to resist. However, the prisoner's dragon had been thrown out fiercely, like a 9-section giant whip, and the fierce side kicked on the sword wasteless waist. Trash! You should have a trash attitude. Huh. This foot was thrown on Jian Wushuang, and the whole person of Jian Wushuang was directly dropped from the top of Jiuzhong Cloud, and he was severely smashed into a mountain rock, and a humanoid giant pit was smashed. Why? It's just an ant that can be crushed to death by hand. Prison Dragon poked his mouth, then slowly descended and flew towards Jian Wushuang. Deep in the rocks, Jian Wushuang lay on the ground, panting like a drowning man. Pain, intense pain. Every bone in his body, every inch of skin, every vein, seemed to be cracked, causing pain in the heart. The prisoner's foot not only destroyed all the divine power and the body he managed to recover, but also put him into a precarious position. I can fight. Jian Wushuang clenched his teeth. Although his whole body was hurting as if it were about to fall apart, the coldness and perseverance in his eyes did not decrease by half. The palm of the sword trembled and held the hilt of the sword of Wu Weeping Sword. A trembling support stood up. The prisoner's voice was somber and deep, and it resounded outside the rock. Oh, by the way, Blood Sword, I also prepared a gift for you. You should like it when you come. Call out. A turquoise arm shot violently from the outside of the mountain rock, then grabbed Jian Wush's neck, pulled it back fiercely, and immediately pulled the sword out. The prisoner held his sword Wushuang's neck with 5 fingers and lifted the sword Wushuang's neck. He smiled and said, Blood Sword, when I pass the 10th city, a little guy said that he is yours, and if I dare to come you're going to die. It's ugly. Guess who is that person? Jian Wushuang heard the words. His face suddenly changed. The next moment, he saw the prisoner dragon flipping his right hand, dragging a black sandalwood box on his palm. The black sandalwood box slowly stretched out, a complexion with an iron complexion and eyes with wide eyes, appearing in front of the sword without double sides. How Ember? Master Blood Sword? 2 sounds sounded at the same time. How Emperor glanced up and down Jian Wushuang, then turned his head, looked at Prison Dragon sternly, and roared angrily, What do you monster do to Lord Bloodsword? What did you do? Are you questioning me? Prison Dragon chuckled and continued to say, You are optimistic you, the Blood Sword Lord who is invincible in your heart, is in front of this seat how to ask for mercy. Huh. A violent divine power suddenly surged in the hands of the prisoner dragon, and then saw Jian Wushuang's legs explode. He licked the corner of the bloodthirsty mouth, and Pai Xiaoro did not smile. Blood Sword, your game is over. I will start your body from the feet, then to the skull, crushing inch by inch. Ha ha ha, despair, beg for mercy, growl. Jian Wushuang didn't say a word, looked at him coldly. His body began to explode, and then dissipated. Even so, Jian Wushuang's expression did not change half. Master Blood Sword. Seeing this, how Ember dominated the heart-shattering roar and burst into tears. Blood Sword. The leader of the distant mountain shook his face and suddenly wanted to sprint over. However, he hadn't waited for him to take 2 steps. I saw the cold wind leader's body flashing, and he was standing in front of the shaking mountain leader, reaching out to stop him and coldly yelled, Shake the mountain, recognize your own strength. You rush forward now, not only to help Usain T kill Blood Sword, you will only bury your life. Shocking the mountain clenched his fists, his teeth clattered, squeezing out a sentence from his teeth. The cold wind, the Blood Sword is so good that we are in the same camp. Do we just watch him like this? Han Feng heard his face eased a bit, and sighed softly, Weak meat and strong food. Strength is respect. The world is like this, and I can't stop it. He shook the commander of the mountain and gasped heavily, panting, and finally roared, and turned away, and could not bear to see the scene of Jian Wushuang being killed by the prisoner dragon. Chapter 4278. Second More. Master Blood Sword. How Emperor dominated Jian Wushuang with trembling eyes. His eyes were full of self-blame and guilt. If you are stronger and can share a little for the Bloodsword Master, will the Bloodsword Master not be the end? If he hadn't let it go at all, would this weirdo have let go of Bloodsword Master? How Emperor dominated the click of his teeth, and for the first time hated his humble strength. When Jian Wushuang heard the call, a pale smile was forced out of his pale face, and he smiled at the master of How Ember and said, "It's not about you." After that, Jianwu turned his eyes to Prison Dragon and said coldly, "Tell me, who are you?" "I." Prison Dragon held Sword Wushuang in one hand, heard the words and thought for a while, and then smiled and said without a smile, "Well, you are going to die anyway, then I will tell you. My virtual temple, Prison Dragon. Well, Blood Sword, go to death with peace of mind." The prisoner gave a smirk, and countless divine power burst out between his 5 fingers. Infinite gravity. Huh. Suddenly, the power of the heavens and the earth were all mobilized, squeezing toward the sword unparalleled. Under the weight of this heaven and earth, the sword deity's body exploded 1 inch by 1 inch. Finally, in a loud noise, the sword deity double body completely collapsed, turned into countless divine power, and dissipated in the air. In an instant, the audience turned into a dead silence. Died. Countless people watched this scene blankly, shaking their hearts for a while. Even the sword Wushuang who dominated the 4 invincible swords was so dead. Everyone looked at each other face to face, all like falling ice cellar, cold all over the body. The leader of Shaking the Mountain is a clenched fist, and his nails sink into the flesh. Of all the people, only How Ember dominated, his face stunned, and he seemed to have found something, flashing a thoughtful look. "Ha ha ha ha, from today onwards, there will only be one voice heard throughout the ancient starry sky, and that is the voice of my prisoner dragon." In the 16th city sky, there was a loud laugh of prisoner dragons. He stepped in the void, his eyes narrowed, and he was full of evil spirits and domineering. Everyone looked up at Prison Dragon, inexplicably trembling. Years passed, 10 years passed in the blink of an eye. Jian Wushuang slashed the 4 invincible masters on the Shinkong Ancient Road, took down 5 sealed monuments, and then was killed by the prisoner dragon, and gradually spread out from the Shinkong Ancient Road. In a short time, the entire universe shook forever. With the 5th level dominance as the master, the 4 invincible dominators were beheaded. These deeds are enough to shine through the ages and shock the times. The name of the Blood Sword is the first time that the universe is truly famous. There are even more people who call the sword unparalleled and become the first day of the universe. However, with the fall of Jian Wushuang, more people sighed. If the Blood Sword is immortal, it will have an impact on the Supreme. It's a pity that I have waited for so long for the universe to come out of such a demon proud. Whether or not the Blood Sword falls, he is enough to record entering the annals of history. Yes, there should be a place for Blood Sword in the list of eternal heavens. Countless people lamented. And with the news of Jian Wushuang falling, the farther and farther, the Shrine of Life shook. The Temple of Life. Inside the Supreme Temple, Bloodwave Supreme was sitting on a big chair. His face was gloomy to the extreme. He had just gone to investigate, and the lamp of life left by Jian Wushuang had gone out. With the palm of his hand, he smashed the armrest of the large chair directly, with a gloomy expression. Check. Check this seat. This seat must know. What is the identity of the prisoner dragon, who killed the sword unparalleled?
Yes.
Several people in black knelt at the foot of Supreme Bloodwave. When he heard the words, his heart trembled immediately. He knew that the Supreme Bloodwave was really angry, and his congratulations should be immediately followed by a step and disappeared into the Supreme Temple. After doing all this, the frost on Bloodwave Supreme's face still hasn't been reduced by a small amount, and the murderous flash in his eyes. The giant axe sat next to him with the same ugly expression. Jian Wushuang can be said to carry the hope and optimism of the two of them. They are the people who will be on an equal footing with them in the future, and even command the people of the Temple of Life. Hearing the words of Supreme Bloodwave, this time Greytax Supreme is not refuting anything. Although he is not good at words, it does not mean that he has less love for Sword Unparalleled. As long as they are fighting frankly, they allow Jian Wushuang to defeat or even die on the ancient road in the sky. This is nothing, but they will never allow anyone to sneak in on Jian Wushuang while they are in danger. Once this seed is known, who is behind the prisoner dragon, then no matter who it is, I have to pay him. The blood-wave Supreme Mori opened his mouth, and his eyes were icy and cold. Extreme anger, thousands of corpses. He wants to let the people behind the prison dragon know the price of annoying a Supreme. The Supreme Axe is raising his head, and there is a icy killing in his eyes. Their shrine of life has been dormant for dozens of times. It seems that it is time to tell everyone in the world. All disciples of Life Shrine should not be disgraced. The Taishu Temple, which has no light all year round, is shrouded in shadow. Under a black minaret, the Lord of the Ice Palace, who has been promoted to be the contemporary emperor of the Taishu Temple, stands quietly in front of the window, standing with his hands on his face, neither happy nor sad on his face, and no emotions can be seen. Outside the window, countless lightnings intertwined, countless thunders blew, and the white light shone on the face of the owner of Bingyu Hall holding a copy incoming news. The content of the newsletter is simple. After the blood sword slashed the 4 invincible masters, it was subsequently killed by the prison dragon. Su Air, Jin Wushuang is dead. Your vengeance is a reward, so rest in peace. The Lord of the Ice Hall murmured to himself, then turned around and walked towards the dark place of the black minaret. The text message in his hand fell, and then a blaze of fire spontaneously ignited and burned it. At the same time, deep in the extreme starry sky ancient road, King Jujia sat on a mountain with his eyes closed. His white hair was slightly shaken by the wind, and his white clothes were dyed red by the blood of the supreme god. The next moment, he slowly opened his eyes and looked up at the sky. The ancient and indifferent eyes seemed to cross the starry sky and look into the unknown distance. In his hand, he holds a recent cosmic newsletter. Died. He looked down at the newsletter in his hand, and a look of disdain flashed in his eyes, and a divine power poured out in his hand, directly squeezing the newsletter into cosmic powder and dispersed with the wind. He's the one who won this seat. How could he die there? He took a deep breath and shook his head disdainfully. He is still waiting for Jian Wushuang to break through the Supreme and fight with him, and he is still looking forward to the two meeting again at the cosmic race. He would never allow it. Swordless died. Between heaven and earth, there was a return to silence. After a long time, a faint murmur came again. Jian Wushuang, if you are really dead, then the prisoner will kill you, and I will slaughter his entire family for you. The sound is very light, but it's cold. Chapter 4279. The first is more. That day, after the news of Jian Wushuang's death came out, the major forces in the depths of the universe have heard news. In the solar star field, it was even said that Emperor Jinwu was happy to laugh extremely. Ha ha ha, blood sword, one newspaper at a time. You kill me, naturally someone will kill you. Just hateful. This emperor cannot take off your skull with your own hands. I saw Emperor Jinwu's body repaired from the sun. His body was wrapped in flames, and Huang Huang was like of heaven. His handsome face was full of resentment and pleasure. Just in the whole universe, when the sword died without twins, the wind and the storm surged. There is a trace of divine power in the supreme starry ancient road, but it is wandering aimlessly. This divine power is truly a sword unparalleled. That day in 16 City, Jian Wushuang's divine power was nearly exhausted, and the deity was pinched by the prisoner dragon. If it were anyone else, I was afraid that it would really die. Unfortunately, Jian Wushuang is the perfect chaotic life. At that critical juncture, Jian Wushuang made an instant decision and finally used the second awakening supernatural power to decompose the power. Decomposition of the divine power was not a terrible killing move, but it was the sword with no hands underneath, and the last gold medal for death. It can decompose Sword Wushuang into the most primitive divine power particles and attach to anything. As long as there is a trace of divine power, Jin Wushuang will not die. But the life lamp in the Palace of Life is directly broken. Jin Wushuang finally used this talented supernatural power to absorb the Tai Luo divine sword and Qinkuan ring into the divine power. Finally, under the explosion, numerous divine powers were scattered, and a trace of it was blasted away towards the distance. However, for some reason, 100 years have passed, and Jin Wushuang did not wake up, but was turbulent and constantly wandering in the void. As time goes by, he constantly floats in the void, like a rootless duckweed, rolling along with the tide, and like a lost child, unable to find the direction of home. No one found him, and Jin Wushuang floated in the 16th city for 100 years. He followed the wind, across countless mountains and rivers, across many battlefields, and witnessed one kill after another. He is like one of the most lonely passers in the world, seeing the ebb and flow, seeing the rise and fall of life and death. Finally, he left the 16th city floating. In the midst of it, there seemed to be something guiding him, drifting towards a place. 15th city, 14th city, 13th city. 500 years later, Jin Wushuang still hasn't awoke. He floats up and down in the void, and floats across several cities. He didn't know where he was going, but just followed the instructions in the deep and drifted farther away. At last, he returned to the 10th city. After arriving in the 10th city, the guidance became stronger. He floated and came to the refining tower again. Hundreds of years have passed, and the refining tower has not changed. Many ultimate dominators surround the refining tower, and their faces are full of eagerness, hoping that they can make a good ranking in the refining tower. But at this moment, no one noticed that a divine power was passing by them, and then slammed into the pagoda of refining God. This time re-entering the Tower of Refined Gods, perhaps because Jin Wushuang once broke through the tower and was not blocked, he went straight through the first 7 floors to the 8th floor. Refining God Tower, 8th floor. This is also the last layer of Jin Wushuang's breakthrough. Here, he met a sword warrior exactly the same as him, perfectly copying all his sword powers. In the end, the sword warrior used all his powers to kill him. And when he came to the 9th floor, he had no time to look at the future, and felt that a great force came out and expelled him directly. Rumble. I saw the empty space on the 8th floor of the Refining God Tower. The space continued to tear, and a dark vortex black hole emerged. An invisible force, taken from a black hole, seemed to be calling Jin Wushuang into it. Next moment, the magical power of the sword warriors turned straight into 10th City. The owner of the 10th City, the Starry Sky Ancient Road, guards the ambassador of the Ambassador Blue in a fortress. A slender figure wearing a blue suit, face covered with a veil, was sitting quietly on a futon cross-legged. Suddenly, the image sensed something, and long eyelashes jumped. Immediately, a pair of beautiful eyes opened slowly, flashing a fascination. Sure enough, back, there was a chuckle under Lord Land's veil, and then she stood up and walked towards the outside of the room. Alas, the door of the compartment opened automatically, and a respectful cry came out. "Ill wait, welcome to Lord Lawn. Ill wait, welcome to Lord Lawn." Blue, Lord nodded slightly when he heard the words, and said lightly, "Come here, arrange all the news in the recent ancient sky, and then give it to this seat."
Yes.
Many of the armor guards dispersed. Lord Lawn stood with his hands in his hands, and his eyes flashed a moment of thought, and then he flew into the fortress and fled towards the refining tower. The 9th floor of the refining God Tower, after a faint twist of the magic power transformed by the sword Unparalleled, it became the sword Unparalleled. At this moment, Jin Wushuang, who had fallen into consciousness, suddenly woke up. "Me, Swordsman." Jin Wushuang suddenly opened his eyes, and there was a sharpness in his eyes. Immediately, he looked around, his expression suddenly shocked. "Here is..." Jin Wushuang's pupils contracted, and there was an incredible color on his face. I saw that there was a chaotic void around it, and the sky and the earth were all dark and dim, like the beginning of chaos, the splitting of yin and yang. And when the universe was born, innumerable channels of the most primitive rule of origin force swept through the air. Storms and thunderstorms, the sky of the earth, Kendo, Kendo. The rules here are endless, and they are the most pure and ancient rule powers in the world, born at the beginning of the universe. These most primitive and pure rule powers, like Wang Yang, are so rich that they enclose swordsmanship in them. It's just a pity that these original forces can be seen and felt, but they seem to be blocked by a force, and the sword can't absorb the slightest. What happened? Jian Wu's eyes flashed his thoughts and looked towards the void. I saw that in the void, countless Tao rules of origin condensed into two words. Viewing the mind. Viewing mind? Jian Wushuang's brow lifted, and Ning Shan looked towards these two words. His eyes gradually became contemplative. Is that so? Jian Wushuang thought to himself thoughtfully, then sat down cross-legged and began to quietly realize. The biggest creation in a refining tower begins. Chapter 4280. Second more. The ninth floor of the refining God Tower is full of original rules. The concentration of regular breath here far exceeds that of any place in the ancient road of Shinkong. Even the Wudao River in the Temple of Life cannot be compared with it. Jian Wushuang sat quietly sitting cross-legged, staring at the word viewing heart, his eyes flashing with thought. If I guess correctly, the test of the ninth floor should be to comprehend the word viewing heart. Jian Wushuang murmured to himself and began to carefully review each level of the God of Purification Tower he had crossed. He remembered that the first floor of the refining God Tower was the Yuan Eater. When slaughtering the Yuan Eater, he used the Wu Weeping Sword to crush it. The second layer is the Bandage Swordsman. By this time, although Sword Wushuang is still the most common sword skill, the magic power and the origin of Kendo are far higher than the first layer. Subsequently, the Headless Leader on the third layer, the Swordsman on the fourth layer, the Ancient Swordsman on the fifth layer, and the Feihong on the sixth layer will. Many, waiting to defeat Feihong Shanjiang. In addition to those few Killer's Jan whole cards, other magical powers he has exhausted all efforts. Every time he broke through the level, Jian Wushuang felt that he had used the aftermath of magical powers and some divine powers, which were absorbed by the void in the refining tower. Up to the seventh floor, a sword warrior like him appeared. This simulation body can accurately use every magical power he used in the first few layers. Sword Unparalleled used all-around skills, and finally used the sword Yong Yi before defeating it. Then comes the eighth floor. There is no longer any opponent on the eighth floor, but a sword stone. There was a sword mark on that sword stone, and I do indeed know who left it. Even with the sword talent of Jian Wushuang, who was amazing, it took nearly a minute to realize the true meaning of it. In the end, Jian Wushuang came to the ninth floor, and before seeing anything, he felt dark and was expelled by a huge force, as if the heaven and earth could not fit him, and was out of step with him. Until this time, Jian Wushuang turned into the most original divine power. Only an ignorant entered the ninth floor of the Tower of Refining Gods that no one has ever set foot on. Perhaps from the beginning, this Tower of Refining Gods was not a place for trials, but a gift from Shinkong Ancient Road. The so-called trials were just to decide the distribution of different gifts according to the different ways of each person. Jian Wu's eyes blinked, and he bowed his head and said to himself, "It's just a gift. Only those who climb to the top of the tower to refine the tower are eligible to receive it." So, that said, Jian Wushuang's eyes narrowed. His gaze was directed at the word Guanxin, and Shan said, "As long as I understand the word Guanxin, I can devour all the rules of origin here, and once I devour it, the rules of origin are enough to push me to the ultimate level, even higher." Thinking of this, Jian Wushuang took a deep breath and began to meditate silently. Watch the heart. Of these two words, if you can't guess badly, then the focus should be on the word heart. Heart. What is it? Jian Wushuang slowly closed his eyes. The heart should refer to the original heart, the deepest one in the heart, the Tao that was advocated at the beginning. Gradually, Jian Wushuang's thoughts were empty, as if returning to the ancient world, back to the Tianzong dynasty, back to Jianhou House, Bahui County, Tianlaheng Province. There, it was where Kendo began in his life. There, It was the first time he clenched the hilt of his sword when he was young. That was his initial intention when practicing sword. Jian Wushuang began to look for it, the original heart that had long been forgotten by himself and did not know where it was going. Time passed, and in the blink of an eye, thousands of years passed. Jian Wushuang is still immersed in the search for the initial heart and is caught in the deepest level of understanding, and the outside world has changed a lot. The biggest change in the Shinkong Ancient Road is that the prisoner dragon continuously challenged the 8 giants, winning 8 battles and winning 8. After reaching the Shinkong Ancient Road, he was the first person in 8 cities and crowned the new king. Shinkong Ancient Road, the 18th city, is also the last city of Shinkong Ancient Road. A grand ceremony for the crowning of a new king is beginning. The prison dragon sits on a throne. Except for the Lord Blue, the other 8 giants are sitting under him, some with flattering expressions, some with expressionless faces, and others with overcast faces. Sunny, the overlord, is also in it, but at this moment, there is still a bit of overbearing majesty on his face, and the Een is extremely extreme, and he keeps his head down and says nothing. Last time, the two played against each other in Overlord's shrine and ended with his defeat. Under the strange power of the prisoner dragon, his indestructible domineering body that repressed the heavens was actually suppressed and died, and he was not the opponent of the prisoner dragon at all. In the end, I had to inform Jian Wushuang's whereabouts, and after the prisoner dragon destroyed his overlord shrine, he left with a big wave. You guys, don't hide it. This time it is difficult for everyone to hold the new king's coronation ceremony. Otherwise, with this modest and low-key personality, where would you like this extravagance? The prison dragon tilted his head, supported the throne with his right elbow, supported his chin on the back of his hand, and said with a smile. The expressionless giants such as Ba Wang, the chief of the Molu tribe, and the Jiuxing Shengzi heard the words, all of which were drawn from the corner of their mouths. They have seen it. How shameless this prisoner is. But they were silent and did not say anything. They knew that the prison dragon suddenly summoned them up, naturally not for the purpose of witnessing his ascension to the throne. So simple, there must be some plans. The young emperor of the great divine kingdom, the young prince who greatly enshrines the kingdom of God, the blood of the blood temple, and the demon lord of the red sun, all have a coquettish face, and when they heard it, they laughed quickly. Naturally, the strong ones live here, and the prisoner dragon is superior in strength, so he should have sat on this throne. These people announced that they had taken refuge in prison dragons long after they lost the 8 giants in a row. Upon hearing this, Prison Dragon laughed and said, 4 of you are still sensible. After finishing speaking, Prison Dragon turned his eyes and looked at the Overlord and others, and smiled vaguely. You guys, are you ready for the new king this time? The tyrants, Prince Molu, and Jiuxing Shengzi all heard. Their eyes narrowed. They knew that the prisoner dragon was trying to see the poor, and he was archaic. It is a superb magic medicine, which is enough to increase the strength of magic power by 30%. Before he finished speaking, I saw the prisoner's head slowly raised his head. His face interrupted coldly. Superb magic medicine? Are you fooling with this seed, and then taking the garbage? Jiuxing Shangzi heard the words. His face suddenly felt ugly, forcibly depressed his heart and asked, Dare to ask, Master Prisoner, what do you want? Prison Dragon smiled. He glanced at the faces of the 3 sons of Jiuxing Shengzi, Ba Wang, and Ma Luo, and licked the corners of his mouth cruelly. This seat wants all the monuments on you. Chapter 4281. The first is more. What? Jiuxing Shangzi, Overlord and others heard that their faces changed suddenly. Sealing the steel is their sole purpose of coming to Shinkong Ancient Road. To seal the steel, they paid too much. Now handing over the function tablet is not the same as the operation of the Ancient Road in Shinkong over the years. This prison dragon has such a big appetite. Master Prisoner Dragon, forgive me for not being able to surrender the function monument. Jiuxing Shengzi pressed down the anger in his heart and arched back. Oh? Then you just don't give this face to this seat? Prison Dragon twisted his neck and made a kakaka sound. The great prince and young emperor who stood on his sides suddenly took a cold light in his eyes. I felt a blast of coldness and rushed at them. The Jiuxing Shengzi, overlord, and the chief of the demon lord Luo changed their faces, and the most irritable demon lord of the demon lord, when they shot the case in front of them, stared at the prisoner with a dead eye, and said, "Prisoner, you don't go too far, it's up." The two Jiuxing Shengzi and the overlord also got up and stood up, standing behind the patriarch of Morua Shao, exuding their own coercion. When the prisoner saw this, the smile on his face gradually converged, and he said indifferently, "How about too much? But not too much?" The words fell. Prison Dragon shot violently, a chain lazing from his back, and flung it towards the neck of the chief of the Luo family. Good job. The devil Luo tribe burst into a drink, and the sturdy tree-like arms blasted out instantly, carrying the horrific force and banging towards this chain. The demon's Luo family only repaired magical powers, born with divine power, and their horror was extremely extreme. I saw this punch blow out, and the smashing void suddenly shook. This fist is enough to capsize the mountains and the sea, and the earth splits. Huh! I saw the clash of the two, and gave out a huge bang, and the horrible fist force broke the chain of chains. The prisoner licked the corner of his mouth and made a hissing sound. After waiting for the fist of the Mo Luo tribe to exhaust his strength, hundreds of chains had floated behind him and blasted at him again. Just when the two were about to start a world-fighting war, the nine-star prince immediately said, "Moro, don't be reckless. I will not retreat before being a prisoner of dragons." Looking at the hundreds of chains that came crashing, Moro's face was cloudy for a while, and he knew that the prison dragon had not yet really shot. He groaned and yelled again, using the power of Moroa to blast these chains again. After shattering, he stepped harder and swept away. The king of overlords and Jiuxing Shengzi were equally ashamed. Each performed a secret technique and left in an instant. Watching the disappearance of the three people, the big prince and the blood sun standing on both sides of the prison dragon were about to chase them, and then saw the prison dragon waving his hand, and said lazily, "Let them go. Anyway, now they are far from the universe, there will be tens of thousands of years for the Grand Clan event. If they all die, who will bring fun to this seat?"
Yes.
The granddaughter of the grandma and others laughed. The prisoner dragon looked up and looked at the overlord and other people who had turned into small black spots in the sky, and there was a hint of playfulness in his eyes. At the same time, outside the ancient sky and the sky, because of the death of Jian Wushuang, the whole universe has been surging. Life Shrine, Supreme Shrine. The Supreme Master Xiebua and the Great Axe sat in the main seat, and several men in black who were in charge of inquiring about the news of the prisoner dragon had returned, kneeling respectfully at the feet of the two. "Return to the Supreme Bloodwave Supreme, the Great Axe Supreme. I have found the news about the prisoner dragon." "Huh? Let's talk in detail." The Bloodwave Supreme and the Great Axe looked at each other, and there was a cold flash in his eyes, and he said coldly, "Yes." These men in black bowed their heads and narrated quickly. After a scent of incense, a few people in black turned into black shadows, and then left the Supreme Temple. In the Supreme Shrine, it became a quiet place, leaving only the Bloodwave Supreme fingertips hitting the handrails, and the sound of tuck-tuck-tuck was made. Bloodwave, if the prison dragon is really like the Shadow Guard said, it was the dragon who had been stripped of the Supreme Divine Realm because of the failure to occupy the position in the dragon, then it will be a bit difficult. You also do in Tino, dragon according to the rules of the Dragon Clan. The Dragon Clan can only be killed by the Dragon Clan. Otherwise, the person created such a sin in the Taishu Temple, and the Emperor of the Taishu Temple could not just suppress him, but not kill him. Dead. Great Axe frowned and said. Bloodwave Supreme heard no expression on his face, and said indifferently, "What about the dragons?" "He has been expelled because he put down his taboos on the dragons. He has not belonged to the dragons long ago. Now he is just a funeral dog." After a long pause, Bloodwave Supreme continued, "Furthermore, the Shinkong Ancient Road incident was not planned by the dragons, and the owner had a debt and a debtor. What this one is looking for is not a dragon, but it is just a temple." After hearing the words and thinking for a long time, Supreme Master Axe passed a moment of determination in his eyes and laughed heartily. Well, this seat is for the sword unparalleled. Why not go crazy last time? What he said is difficult, not impossible. Hit him with a huge axe. Never a person who is afraid. Sun Shuebwa Supreme laughed, and for years, he and this old friend have not fought side by side. I'm afraid this time, the two will fight again. Okay, then he'll go to the Taishu Temple now and discuss justice for Wushuang. Blood Wave Supreme laughed loudly, stood up, and left the Temple of Life. The giant axe's eyes narrowed, and a wave of killing began to condense, and he also stood up. Just as the two were about to step out of the Temple of Life, a disciple of the Temple of Life came quickly. Two adults, please stay away, and Supreme Lord has something to let the younger bring them to two. Blood Supreme and Axe Supreme frowned and heard that Supreme had to stop them? What's the matter? Bloodwave Supreme said lightly. The Life Shrine disciple quickly said, Two adults, Supreme Gav said. You do and T stop you from leaving the Life Shrine this time. But you do and T just ask what you want to do. But you must not use the banner of Life Shrine. What you do is all your personal inclinations and has nothing to do with the Temple of Life. Bloodwave Supreme and Giant Axe Supreme heard the words and could not help but smile at each other. What does it mean? They naturally understand. It is good. The two nodded their heads. Blood Supreme seemed to remember again and instructed, Yes, the thing about Jian Wushuang's death is still the same as before. He must not be revealed to his acolyte. News, do you understand?
Yes.
The disciple of the Shrine of Life shook his hands and replied. Bloodwave Supreme and Great Axe Supreme no longer hesitate. Looking up to the sky, under the body, has appeared thousands of miles away. The Temple of Life, the temple where the Supreme Lord is located. The Supreme Cover sat on a yin-yang futon cross-legged, surrounded by several exquisite incense burners, a smoky smoke of innocence, rising from the incense burner, spreading out into the mist. Little guy, there is only so much I can do for you. There was a rustling voice coming out of his mouth. Chapter 4282. Second more. The years continue to flow, and the 5,000-year period will soon elapse. With the Supreme and the Giant Axe killing the Taishu Temple, the entire universe was full of smoke for a while. In Shinkong Ancient Road, the 10th city, the 9th floor of the refining tower, Jian Wushuang sat cross-legged in the chaotic void. His eyes closed slightly, his brows frowned. At this moment, he didn't know where he was now or how long it had passed. He only knew that he had fallen into the long river of years, and a reflection of hundreds of thousands of years of life began. He was searching in the long river of these years, and he had long lost his original heart. Why do you practice yourself? Why practice sword? Jian Wushuang wanted Zheng Jin to tell him an answer. In the years, he saw his young sword battle, saw his spirit, saw his own Jedi's counterattack, and saw himself going through ups and downs. Until a long time passed, Jian Wushuang opened his eyes suddenly. Like a dragon waking up in deep sleep, like a lightning flash across the night, Jian Wu's eyes shot 3 inches of mansions violently. Chushin, he found it. His original intention was reverse. Even facing the endless darkness, you can split it with a sword and see the fearlessness of the light again. Even if the sky wants to press him, he will split the sky, and even if the ground is to stop him, he will break the ground and treat him as death. Even if deep in the swamp, you must go forward with a heavy load, clenching your teeth and never give up. This is his sword unparalleled in verse. Just this inverse, with the continuous improvement of Jian Wushuang's strength, the constant fame of the world. It made Jian Wushuang missing. However, it has never been far away, just stored in the place where Jian Wushuang forgot, and quietly waiting for the arrival of Jian Wushuang. Now, Jian Wushuang finally found it back. Sorry to keep you waiting, Jian Wushuang murmured to himself, then looked up at the word Guanxin. Huh? The word Guanxin is broken. Suddenly, the numerous original rules on the 9th floor, like the rising tide, surged toward the endless waves of swords. Under the strong original rules, Jian Wushuang's broken body, fast recovery, exhausted divine power, also became full at a very fast speed. Jian Wushuang quietly absorbed these most primitive rules of breath and began to impact towards the ultimate dominating realm. He believes that once he breaks through to the ultimate dominating realm and exits the customs again, he will be shocked. As Jian Wushuang began to impact the ultimate realm in the universe, a great battle between the Supremes burst out. The Supreme of Blood Wave and the Great Axe of the two entered the Taishu Temple directly. Extreme power. No one can stop it. What's more, the Supreme of the Blood Wave and the Supreme of the Great Axe are the top extremes in the universe. When the two shot, they swept the invincible and flattened the two virtual star field in general. In addition to the Ice Temple Supreme and the main halls of the leading temples in the Supreme Star Road, the other four halls the Lord shot everything, strangling the Blood Wave Supreme and the Great Axe Supreme. This battle was so earth-shattering that countless stars and galaxies were smashed and countless star fields were ground. The starry sky around the entire Taishu star field was even more fragmented. I do indeed know how many disciples in the Temple of the Xin were tragically dead in the blood. Extreme Axe Hand. This battle lasted for several years and ended with the defeat of the four main halls. When this news came out, the entire universe was horrified and stunned. At this time, everyone came to realize that they were silent for dozens of Chaos-era life shrines. Once they were angry, what a horror! At this moment, the gate of the Temple of Life. The Blood Wave Supreme was expressionless. His clothes were stained with Supreme God blood. His hair was flying slightly, and countless disciples of the Taishu Temple were watching from afar, all shivering. The Supreme Axe is transformed into a giant and axe-bearing giant, like an ancient who opened up the world, a horrifying atmosphere that can shake 9 heavens and 10 places, crush the eternal world, and radiate from his body. The masters of the four halls suffered injuries and stayed outside the Taishu Temple. Their faces were ugly. Blood Wave, Giant Axe, in order to make a sword unparalleled. Do you too want to start a war between Taishu Temple and Life Temple? A silver-haired boy strode from the Temple of Taishu with a pale complexion and cold eyes in his eyes enough to freeze the stars. It is Bingyu Supreme. Bingyu, when you sent a prisoner dragon to kill my temple disciple sword unparalleled, did you ever think of waging war? Bloodwave Supreme saw Bingyu Supreme coming out. His face was not moved, and his indifferent hand was indifferent. Said. Bingyu Supreme heard a sneer, and replied, "This seat is nothing but the way of treating its own. In the ruins of Tai Luo, Jian Wushuang can kill his disciples. Now, this seat can naturally send someone to kill him. Is this the only sword in the world that kills this person, and the reason why this person cannot kill him? It is ridiculous." Bloodwave Supreme squinted his eyes, looked at him lightly, and frowned. "What's the matter?" "You." Bingyu Supreme replied with an instant anti-smiling smile. "Blood, don't bully people too much." Bloodwave Supreme heard the words, and then faintly replied, "This seat. I'm just lying to you today." "What?" Bingyu Supreme heard the words and immediately laughed. "What a bully me!" With a smile, he suddenly looked down at Bloodwave Extreme, his eyes cold to the extreme. "Bloodwave, it seems that there is only one battle." The voice fell down. A shocking horror breath erupted centered on Bingyu Supreme. This breath is so powerful that if he stretches out his hand, he can pinch the sky, and if he steps on it, he can break the universe. Extreme power, so scary. "Okay, I heard that you are now the new emperor of the Taishu Temple. I just want to see how strong your new emperor is." Bloodwave Supreme said faintly. "Come on then." Bingyu Supreme gave a cold drink, and when he stepped on his right foot, he suddenly disappeared outside the Taishu Shrine and swept towards a remote part of the universe. Bloodwave Supreme's expression was indifferent, and the same body flashed and chased towards Bingyu Supreme. Both are top of the universe. Once they fight, they will blast all the surrounding stars, so they must find a remote place in the universe. Morocco Supreme. Ice God of Emperor. The faces of the other four main halls changed, and as soon as they wanted to catch up, they saw the giant axe step down, and the horrifying axe passed in front of them with an indifferent expression. This seat is here, and no one must disturb them battle between them. Just when the supreme of the blood waves and the great axe killed the Taishu temple, a similarly eye-catching news came out from the Supreme Starry Road. The king of 9 robbers killed the 2 deputy temple masters of the Taishu temple in the Supreme Starry Ancient Road. The deputy of the 7th hall is Bai Fu. The deputy of the 5th hall is Young. The entire universe is shocked again. Chapter 4283. The first is more. Bai Fu, the main deputy of the 7th temple, and Qing Qing, the deputy of the 5th temple, although they are all ordinary supremes, they broke into the supreme divine realm long before dozens of chaos ages, and their qualifications and background are unpredictable. However, it was these 2 supremes who were killed by the king of 9 robbers alone. What a horrible record. You must know how precious the supreme is in the universe. Perhaps there will not be a supreme fall in the chaos period. However, in addition to the former Dingguang Supreme, the Supreme died in the hands of King 9 Calamity has exceeded 3. When this news came out, the universe was horrified at the moment. Countless people were trembling, and they were astonished at the impressive record set by King 9 Calamities. At this moment, inside the Supreme Star Ancient Road, a wilderness plain, King Jujiao with white hair and white shirt, with an indifferent expression, walked on his own. He knew all the praises from the universe, but his expression did not change much, as if he had done something trivial. No matter the praise in front of people or the satire in the future, in his nearly 100 years of chaos, he has heard too much and has long been out of whack. In his life, he has experienced too many ups and downs. When he was still at the end of the world, Supreme Gava took him from a remote and wild star field back to the Temple of Life, and then detected the perfect chaotic life rare in all ages. The entire temple is he applauded and regarded him as the successor to the Palace of Life Shrine. When he was stuck in the ultimate dominating realm of dozens of chaos eras, countless people ridiculed that his potential was over, and the fallen genius, even the Gap Supreme, whom he regarded as a master, could hardly hide his disappointment. In the end, he broke through the supreme divine realm and killed the 3 supremes in succession, which made the universe sensation. His Tao heart has been tempered extremely calm. Call out. When the thoughts of the king of Jiuzhai were in tide, suddenly, an old man wearing a big slapstick, holding a black crutch, and embroidered with the word "too empty" on his back, fell in front of him. King of 9 Calamities. The old man looked at him lightly, blocking his way. Okay. King Jujia stopped, his eyes narrowed, and he looked at the old man with the cane. The Black Owl, this is the high-level supreme master of the Taishu temple, which is only eligible to be worn. Introduce yourself. The main hall of the 5th temple of the Taishu temple, south of Zhenhai, completed the supreme divine realm 130 chaos. The youth you killed is the main hall of this temple. Zhennan Supreme spoke faintly. Oh, what are you doing to me? King Jujiao looked at him and said calmly, Oh, you killed the deputy chief of this seat. What do you think this place is looking for? There was a hint of fun in the eyes of Zhennan Supreme. You want to kill me? Wang Juyin of Jiuzhai Wang gradually evoked the corners of his mouth, evoking a smile that looked like a smile. Yes, but to kill you for the time being, I have something to ask you first. Zhennan Supreme nodded his head, then shook his head and said, King of the 9 Calamities, you know, the whole universe is in chaos today, and the blood and supremacy of your life temple have already killed the Taishu temple. One thing is that Jian Wushuang died. This one is not difficult to understand. After all, as far as I know, Jian Wushuang is the temple of life that the Supreme of Blood Waves leads to. It can be regarded as the half-disciple of Supreme Blood Waves, and the Great Axe is the ultimate friend of the Blood Wave Supreme. After a pause, Zhennan Supreme looked at King Julong's face and said, But what I can't understand is that, as far as I know, you are lonely and indifferent by nature, and your relationship with Jian Wushuang is not very good. The two had a battle on the trial ground of the Life Shrine. The battle ended with your failure, and lost all face in the Life Shrine. With your temperament, you will report if you say nothing. Will he make himself enemies for him? Zhu Jiawang heard the words and smiled slightly. You're right, Jin Wushuang. This guy really doesn't like him very much. He is also his biggest opponent ever. When Jinnan's Supreme heard this, a doubt appeared on his face, and he said, Then you still. Before he finished speaking, the king of Juzai turned to him and calmly said, However, you idiots will not understand. How precious is a real opponent? Oh, do you love each other? There was a flash of thought in the eyes of Jinnan's Supreme, and then a cruel arc roused at the corner of his mouth, and he turned his head and said, Okay, I already know what I want to know. King Nine Calamities, you can kill me 2 temple halls of Taishu Temple Lord. Prepare to die now. Having said that, the crutch in the hands of Jinnan's Supreme dropped slightly to the ground. Suddenly, a huge floor plan of the Xinghe River emerged from the place pointed by the extreme crutches of Jinnan. The figure of Jinnan Supreme disappeared slowly. In the sky, countless stars hang. The moon splashes the galaxy, and the sun rises, hanging on both sides of the sky. On the ground, countless mountains and mountains rise up, and the rivers and rivers flow endlessly and are full of vitality. The entire wilderness and plains changed in an instant, creating a world of their own. King of the 9 calamities, you are optimistic. This is the supreme divine art of this seat. Here, this seat is heaven. This seat wants you to die. You cannot live. This seat wants you to live. You must not die. The supreme words of Zhennan, at the same time, sounded like heaven and earth here. As if at this moment, Zhennan Supreme is the incarnation of heaven and earth in charge of the authority of heaven and earth. Is the art of heaven? King Jujia raised his head and looked at the sky, then a sneer appeared on his face. Heaven, I can't help it. I'm the master of this. Boom. One thought, the kingdom of God. A killing has begun. When the king of 9 calamities fell into battle, 3 days had passed in the battle between Supreme Bloodwave and Supreme Bingyu in Taishu Temple. No one knows the outcome of this battle. Everyone is waiting for Bingyu Supreme and Bloodwave Supreme. Who will win? One is the former owner of the first temple of the Taishu Shrine, the newly increased Taishu Emperor, and the other is the Supreme Chief of the Life Shrine, with ancient qualifications and special life. However, regardless of the outcome of the battle, everyone reached a consensus in their hearts. That is, disciples of Life Shrine should not be insulted. At this moment, a star field far away from the Taishu Temple. Bingyu Extreme stepped on the void, holding a Bingfeng Excalibur. His silver hair and silver eyebrows were stained with frost. Under his feet, countless icy colds spread out, but it turned out to freeze millions of miles of stars. Under the power of this cold, countless stars and the Milky Way were frozen, stopped rotating, and formed a very shocking picture. The Blood Wave Supreme was expressionless, standing against his hands, and a trace of red blood dripped down his body, freezing and melting his feet. Ren air, southwest, northwest wind, I stand still. Chapter 4284. Second more. Blood, what are you trying to do? Really want to fight with this seat? Bingyu Supreme looked dull and coldly spoke. They have been fighting for 3 days. If it comes to attacking power, he is better than the Blood Wave Supreme. Unfortunately, the Blood Wave Supreme is a special life, and the Supreme Divine Power is much stronger than him. How he attacked his blood, he couldn't defeat him. Nowadays, the grand celebration of the universe is about to start, and he is very likely to become one of the children listening to the sermon in the adult seat. He is unwilling to fight with the Supreme Master of Blood. Bloodwave Supreme expressed an indifferent expression, and when Yin said, What I don't want to do, what I want is nothing more than to recover a fare for the disciples of my life. Fare? Is it possible that you still want this seat, and apologize for that sword unparalleled? Bingyu Supreme seemed to have heard a joke, and Boundless rushed on his face. However, Bloodwave Supreme nodded his head and replied, Yes, that's right. Bingyu Supreme heard the words. The smile on his face gradually converged. His eyes froze coldly and said coldly, Blood, you are so naive. What is your identity? What is the identity of that sword Wushuang? By him, is it worth it? From the beginning to the end, Bingyu Supreme never thought about it. He will fight against him because of the incomparable sword, regardless of the power situation of the two parties. After all, from his point of view, if he is not a supreme, he will eventually be a ant. A sword is unparalleled, and he will kill if he kills it, which will not affect the overall situation. Bloodwave Supreme shook his head indifferently. He is not worthy. It's not up to you. Also, Blood, don't blame this seat, since you are looking for death. Bing Yin Supreme frowned, and could no longer restrain the anger in his heart. Tens of thousands of sharp ice dragons stood up, overwhelming, and screamed towards the Supreme. Countless voids shattered. Bloodwave Supreme saw his eyes narrowed, and a humming sound was heard in his mouth. Countless blood and water condensed at his fingertips, forming a wave of light and slamming towards that forest ice dragon. Just when the two were about to fight again, two deep and ancient voices sounded in their minds. You guys, is that enough? Okay, Blood, stop. When this sound sounded, the Blood Wave Supreme and Bingshuan Supreme flashed their eyes. Master God, Gov Supreme. Just because the sword died without a twin, a storm that swept the entire universe. Starry Sky Ancient Road, inside the 10th City Refining Tower. Jian Wushuang's breakthrough has also reached a critical point. The breath of countless rules of origin has become turbulent and violent. Just like the tide of the sea, wave by wave swept towards the sword unparalleled. The 9th rule gradually formed in his body. Swordless eyes are open, like a whale sucking water, constantly inhaling the original rules. At this moment, if someone is refining the 9th floor of the God Tower, they will find that in the chaotic 9th floor, there is a huge vortex centered on Jian Wushuang. At the center of the vortex, the sword sat cross-legged, a surge of divine power, absorbed by him as much as possible, and then formed the 9th rule in the body. With the formation of the 9th rule, Jian Wushuang's breath became more powerful and horrifying, and gradually moved to a completely new realm. In fact, there is indeed such a person who is quietly watching Jian Wushuang. I saw that outside of the refining God Tower, Lord Lan stood with his hand in his hands, and the exposed beautiful eyes were like crossing the refining God Tower. A picture of Jian Wushuang flashed through the depths of her pupils and was immediately recorded. Her face flashed again and again, and she murmured, "This is a good seed." Years passed like a white horse, and in a blink of an eye passed. Outside the universe, although the battle between Bingyu Supreme and Bloodwave Supreme has ended, a gap has naturally formed between the Taishu Temple and the Temple of Life. People of the two major forces constantly collided. In the ancient sky, the same situation changes. The 9 giants no longer exist, and now in the ancient road of the starry sky, only the prisoner dragon is left to honor him. Most of the entire 8 cities are ultimately dominated, and most of them are already attached to the prisoner dragon. Only the Overlord, the 9-star prince, and the Patriarch of the Moral Master team joined together to defend the prisoner dragon, but the situation was very bad. Like the dog of the bereaved family, the other giants of the prisoner dragon drove the west to the west. Struggling. Even when the 3 men joined forces, the situation became precarious. Overlord's 6 commanders, die, and vote, leaving only Shaoshan commander and Hanfeng commander, who are still alive. Even Mo Luo, the original Mo Luo Yengu who had fought against Jian Wushuang, had already died in the Huba city and died in the hands of the Emperor of the Sun Kingdom. Just when the 3 of them began to shake their despair, thinking about whether they should also take refuge in the prison dragon. No one knows, in the 10th city of the refining tower. Ultimately dominate, succeed. The sword Wushuang, wrapped in countless rules of origin, opened his eyes suddenly, and a fascinating world of gods flashed from his eyes. There was a crackling noise in his body, as if becoming a fairy. With the integration of the 9th rule, Jian Wushuang arrived in a perfect state. Regardless of the strength of the divine power or the divine body, Jian Wushuang can feel that it has become unprecedentedly powerful. Compared to the 5th level domination, Jian Wushuang's strength has soared at least 100 times. At this moment, he was far from being able to compete in the 5th series. How strong is it now? Jian Wushuang spread his palms, looked down, and muttered to himself, I don't know how strong I am now. Jian Wushuang took a deep breath and did not rush to leave the 9th floor of the refining god tower, but a flash of thought flashed in his eyes. Now, I have broken through to the ultimate realm. It is better to push here and push the Yongyi sword art to Shao Qing's realm, and I can try to master the Terra Excalibur and to understand the second form of the Terra sword. When you think about it, Jian Wushuang flipped his right hand, and the ancient Taro sword code exuding the ancient flavor suddenly appeared in front of him. Opening the second page of Tai Luo Jiandian, the introduction of Breaking Dawn suddenly came to his mind. When night falls and the world is plunged into endless darkness and suffering, the first light that cuts through everything in the deepest darkness. Its name, Dawnlight Dawn. Boom. The world in front of Jian Wushuang has suddenly changed. I saw a beam of golden light radiating from a distance in the dark night. This beam of golden light was initially only the thickness of the hair. By the time the beam of golden light completely arrived, it had become unrivaled, turning it into a golden sky sword, suddenly tearing endless darkness into the night. The whole world is divided into two. Endless light drips, and the world returns to chaos. Chapter 4285. The first is more. Break of dawn. Cutting off all the evil spirits of the world and darkness is the ultimate invincible killing trick. Jian Wushuang murmured to himself. A flash of enlightenment flashed in his eyes. Daybreak is considered a variant of Yongyi. If Yongyue is a sword and a country, it is a move that gathers the trapped and killed the enemy as a whole. Then Breaking Dawn is the strongest killing magical power that gathers all the divine power. If we only talk about pure attack power, the attack power of Daybreak is far greater than Yongyi. Jian Wushuang took a deep breath, closed the Tai Luo sword code, and continued to develop the Yongye sword trick, trying to push Yongye to Xiaoqing. Years passed, and 5,000 years passed again. Starry sky ancient roads are disturbing one after another, and in the latter 8 cities, the momentum of the prisoner's dragon has become as high as the sky, and no one dares to disobey his orders. Under the suppression of the prisoner dragon, Ba Wang and others have gradually no respite, so they have to retreat. The overlord, the 9-star prince, and the chief prince of Morua had no choice but to split their heads, so as not to be caught by the captive dragon and wiped out. At the moment, at the entrance to the 11th city, the overlord bleeds blood, panting heavily, staring at the big prince and Qiyang demon who came after him. At one time, all 3 of them were expensive as one of the 9 giants in the ancient sky. However, with the rise of the prisoner dragon, the great prince and the lord of the red sun took refuge, and his tyrant became a bereavement dog, and the 2 became the thugs of the prison dragon. The prince and the lord of the red sun had a faint smile on their faces, and they looked at the overlord who was at the end of the road with a smile, and said with a smile, "The overlord, the good bird chooses to live by wood." Now the prisoner dragon is very powerful. This seat looks at you once. Kind, I would like to remind you that you should hurry up to the Lord His Majesty. This is your only clear way. The overlord's expression was indifferent, and the immortal overlord has been urged to the limit by him, but even so, his breath has slumped to the extreme. If not, the overlord is an extremely strong constitution rare in all ages. I'm afraid he can't hold on, fell in the hands of 2 people. Well, my overlord has stood up to his feet all his life, never succumbed to others, and he is not qualified to submit to this prisoner. The overlord frowned and said proudly. Even though his body was full of scars, his waist was still straight, like a long gun that didn't fall. He is a tyrant. He is undefeated in all his life. After suppressing the ancient city of Shinkong, how can he be willing to surrender to others? Stupid clinging. The prince shook his head. His eyes were cold and harsh, and he said, "Since this is the case, then you are ready to go on the road. Qiyang Lord, do it." He dropped, flipped his right hand, and a dragon-patterned jade seal suddenly appeared on his hand, violently suppressed towards the overlord. Brahma Seal Town? This jade seal was overbearing to the extreme. The jade that was under the seal of the jade appeared, as if an overwhelming emperor appeared. He condemned the sky, lowered the wrath of thunder, and stormed the world. The Qiyang demon also flashed his eyes, pulled his hands together, and a black ball condensed, braving the black magic fire and pressing down towards the overlord. Both men were the most powerful invincible masters. When they shot, they were suddenly rock-shattered, and the powerful coercion directly cracked the earth. Seeing this, the overlord narrowed his eyes and flashed a dignified meaning. In terms of combat power, he thinks that he is no worse than either of them, even enough to kill either of them. But now his immortal, overbearing body has been overwhelmed by long-term pursuit. I'm afraid I can't fight anymore. Huh? Finally, the big prince and the Qiyang demon blasted a trick together and hit the standing position of the overlord again, blasting the trembling of the 11th city. In the 11th city, countless ultimate masters hid in their temples, watching this scene tremblingly. Huh? What about people? The big prince raised a brow and made a frivolous noise. I saw that where the overlord was standing, there was no one, and the overlord's figure disappeared. Big prince, here is the link between the 10th city and the 11th city. It is estimated that the overlord has fled to the 10th city. Qiyang demon said slowly. The eldest prince narrowed his eyes and sneered at the corners of his mouth and said coldly, "Want to escape? Let's chase." Alas, the two stepped on foot and disappeared at the entrance to the 11th city. Inside the entrance to the 10th city passage, puff, the overlord opened his mouth and spit out a spit of blood, his face pale. Just a moment ago, he promptly urged the customs to clear the customs, only to escape the joint killing of the great prince and the Lord of the Red Sun in the near future. However, if this is the case, he is still scratched for a few minutes, and the scars on the indestructible tyrant have become more numerous. Well, if this seat recovers, I will smash these two people down, said the overlord with a dark expression and hate. Among the 9 giants, he was at the forefront of his strength. He could not imagine that the 2 princes and the Lord of the Red Sun, who he dismissed at all, now persecuted him to the field by virtue of the power of prisoners. Can't go on like this, otherwise I'm afraid that there will be falling power today. The overlord took a deep breath. His expression gradually calmed down. His eyes flashed a thoughtful color. He knew in his heart that now he wants there are only 2 options for survival. Or, it is to return to the prisoner dragon, like the prince and others, attached to the prisoner dragon. Either, it is to leave the ancient road of the starry sky completely. When the sky is high, the bird will fly, and the sea will be bounded by the fish, and the prince will not chase it out. The first option was directly rejected by the overlord. If he wanted to surrender the prisoner dragon, he would have surrendered long ago, and he would not have reached today. If it was the second option, leaving the ancient sky, he would not be reconciled. Once he left the ancient road of the sky, it means that all his previous achievements were lost, and he will be completely deprived of his qualifications to participate in the grand event of the universe. No, I have a third option. When the overlord was thinking, Yuguang suddenly saw a pagoda with the shape of Lu in his corner of the eye, and his face was a joy. Right, you can escape to the refining god tower first. Thinking of this, the overlord no longer hesitated and flew towards the refining tower. As soon as the king's forefoot left, the figures of the great prince and the master of the Red Sun gathered at the entrance of the passage. Big prince, where do you say the overlord will flee? Chiang Maju asked with a frown. After hearing the words, the prince narrowed his eyes and immediately pointed his finger at the Lianshan Tower, smiling with a smile. If His Highness guesses well, he should go to the Lianshan Tower. After finishing speaking, the two turned into 2 ons immediately and fired towards the refining tower. In the 10th city, many ultimate masters looked up at this scene. Their expressions were shocked. 3 giants visit the 10th city at the same time. Chapter 4286. Second more. Refining God Tower, inside the 9th floor. The countless flavors of the original rules that had been strong and turbulent have almost disappeared. There is only a sculpture of black hair and black, like an ancient existence, sitting quietly in the void, with a powerful breath exhaling around him, sweeping in all directions and chasing the entire chaotic space on the ninth floor. The squealing roar. In 5,000 years, the sword art of Yongyi has finally been deduced to Xiaocheng's realm. A low voice came from this black-haired black sculpture. The next moment, I saw the sculpture open my eyes suddenly. A shocking movement, the sharpness reached the extreme gods, flashed through the eyes of this sculpture. He is sword unparalleled. During the nearly 10,000 years in the refining tower, he not only broke Xiao into the ultimate realm, mastered the second form of Tai Lu's sword code-breaking dawn, but also deduced the Yongyi sword to Xiaocheng realm. Now he is a world with a sword. When a sword falls, the night is coming. And this is far from his biggest promotion. Taro Excalibur. Jian Wushuang looked down and saw in front of his knees a dark golden body full of mysterious runes, and a sword like Taro's sword that was closed tightly at the position of the sword, quietly suspended. Immediately, he stretched out his palm, 5 knuckle fingers, and grasped the hilt of the Taro Excalibur. Suddenly, a sense of painstaking connection surged in Jian Wushuang's mind. And the vertical eyes of the position of the hilt of the Tai Luo Excalibur opened suddenly. A wicked breath came to the extreme, taken from this vertical eye. I saw this vertical eye covered with bloodshot blood like a cobweb, and a dark eyeball turned, filled with a sense of gloom. Although I can only use the real power of the Tai Luo divine sword, it is enough. The sword smiled slightly, and there was a touch of satisfaction in his eyes. The Taro sword, but the Taro Supreme was invincible in the universe, suppressing the peerless soldiers of 9 days and 10 places. From the rank of the grade, far beyond the level of the rule of treasure, reached a level that Jian Wushuang could not understand so far. Even if only a small amount of power can be used, it will surpass all the Kendo magical powers of Jian Wushuang. Sword Wushuang's big hand turned over, inserted the Taro Excalibur into the sandalwood sword box behind him, slowly got up and stood up. Click and wipe. His body made a crackling sound like fried beans. Prison Dragon, don't let me down. A whisper of Morris whisper came from Jian Wushuang's mouth. Outside the pagoda, just when the Overlord arrived and was about to step into the refining tower. 2 light rays came through the world from a distance. He took the lead and landed at the gate of Lianshan Pagoda. The light gradually dissipated. The great prince blocked his hand in front of the gate of the refining god, and the corners of his mouth aroused a touch of whisper, and Pai Xiaoro did not smile. Dignity I Overlord actually fell to the point where he needs to escape into the refining tower to save his life. The Overlord's face changed, and he turned to look behind him. I saw Qiyang Devil expressionless, holding a long black knife in his hand, blocking his way. Seeing this, the Overlord suddenly sinks a heart, and his face becomes ugly. In the 10th city, many ultimate masters looked at this scene and couldn't help but sigh. Creation makes people, heroes end. The dignified giant is so powerful that he has even been hunted down. It seems that this starry sky is an ancient road. We can't stay at all. Regarding the accidents in Hoqing, they naturally knew that the prison dragons were hunting down those who did not obey him. It really should be a sentence: he who lives with me is born, and those who are against him die. In the last 8 cities, except for those who are subject to the prison dragon, the other ultimate masters have basically been killed. Fortunately, their strength is low, and the prison dragons don't look down on it. However, no one came to trouble them. I don't know if they should be lucky or smile. Let's go and wait for the giants to fight each other. I'm afraid I will be caught in the pond. After sighing by these ultimate masters, they all rose to the sky and planned to leave. The great prince and others saw this scene, but they didn't care. A group of miscellaneous fish, they didn't bother to deal with it. Ba Wang, grab your hands. The prince turned his eyes and finally locked on the king. A majestic and magnificent momentum, soaring with him as the center, terrifying coercion directly collapsed the temple houses of 10 miles away. Behind the Overlord, the Lord of the Red Sun twisted his neck, spreading his coercion, as if an ancient demon had come into the world. Seeing this, the overlord took a deep breath, knowing that he can no longer be good today. Fortunately, he was also a masculine man, and there was a flash of decisiveness in his eyes, and Shun said, "Come on. Okay, this seat satisfies you." The prince licked the corner of his mouth, and there was a morbid cruelty on his face. Just when he and the Lord of the Red Sun were about to make a move, ready to kill the overlord, suddenly, rumble, as if the sky was falling apart, the entire 10th city, nearly 100,000 miles, shuddered. At this moment, countless grounds are cracking. The sky is constantly changing color, and a gust of wind is whistling. The entire 10th city is like falling into the sea of anger. An extremely powerful coercion came to the world, intimidating in all directions. In the face of this coercion, the coercion of the great prince and the demon of Qiyang is just like a mountain stream, facing the ocean, humble and extremely small, far from a level. With just one breath, it is crushed. What happened? The expressions of the great prince and the master of Qiyang have changed dramatically. Even the overlord was trembling with expression. He was indestructible, and in the face of this coercion that destroyed the world, he felt like a chick and shivered. Only at the fortress where the 10th city Lord Master is located, she was closing her eyes and raising her eyes, opened her eyes, a smile appeared on her face, and said softly, "He finally came out." Huh? At this moment, the bronze giant gate of the Alchemy Pagoda for nearly 10,000 years was closed and shattered. Countless raging sword-like spirits came out of it. Who is messing? The big prince and the Lord of the Red Sun roared, and quickly urged the divine power to resist this way like a dragon sword. However, this path was like a dragon sword and smashed at them, but it directly smashed them hundreds of feet away, leaving countless channels of sword marks on the ground. For a moment, the great prince and Qiyang demon were furious and looked towards the Lianshan Tower. Da-da-da, da-da-da. A dreary footsteps passed from the refining tower. Immediately, they saw a cold young man dressed in black hair, and carrying a sword box, stepping out of the dark and deep inside the refining tower. He is. After the cold young man walked out of the dark place of the refining tower completely, the great prince and the Lord of the Red Sun were shaken with an unbelievable look on his face. Even the overlord was stunned, and the whole person was struck by lightning. Swords warriors. Chapter 4287. The first is here. When Jian Wushuang walked out of the refining tower, the whole 10th city became quiet. Not only is the prince, the master of Qiyang, the overlord, etc. dumb, but even many of the ultimate masters who have planned to leave the ancient road of the starry sky. All of them are frightened, and they stare blankly at Jian Wushuang. Next moment, the great prince and others slammed a violent spirit, staring at Jian Wushuang stubbornly. The great prince even shouted, "Impossible! You cannot be alive. I saw with your own eyes that you were shot dead by a captive dragon. How could you be alive? Who are you? Say, who are you?" Wu Jianshuang's expression was indifferent, and when he heard the words lightly looked at him, he calmly said, "Are you unhappy to see me alive?" The squeak of the prince's teeth biting. Speaking, there is still some connection between him and Jian Wushuang. In the ruins of Tai Luo that year, his third brother and third prince died in the hands of Jian Wushuang. The 23rd prince was killed. Although the big prince was happy in his heart, he made a distressed look outside, and even said that he would take off his sword unparalleled head in order to sacrifice the third prince in the spirit of heaven. Later, Jian Wushuang killed the quartet on the ancient road of the starry sky, and even slashed the 4 invincible masters such as Jinwu Emperor and Rabbit Buddha. He knew in his heart that he was no longer the opponent of Jian Wushuang, and no longer wanted to take the words of the 3 princes' heads. Though this is the end of the matter. I can't help but, the prisoner dragon was killed at this time, and the sword unparalleled fell. In this regard, The great prince began to declare outside the sword that Jian Wushuang had good luck. Otherwise, he would die in his hands. What he didn't expect is that Jian Wushuang not only did not die, but also looked at the momentum of the game just now. I'm afraid it is stronger than before. Jian Wushuang returns now. Once known by Jian Wushuang, he proclaims himself outside with all kinds of shouts. Sword unparalleled, you must be proud of it. Lord Prisoner Dragon can kill you once, you can kill you twice. The prince expressed a dark expression and clenched his fists. Qiyang Demon looked at Jian Wushuang with an interesting look. For this man who had begun to cut the four invincible masters for the first time, he met for the first time. Bloodsword, oh no, in fact, you should be called Jian Wushuang. In fact, this seat has always wanted to try how strong you are. Qiyang Demon stepped forward, looked at Jian Wushuang, and smiled. Jian Wushuang narrowed his eyes when he heard the words. He remembered himself and did not say that he was called Jian Wushuang in the Shinkong Galu. He had always used the pseudonym of Bloodsword. It seems that during the period of retreat, there should be a lot of things happening in the universe. Wu Jian's eyes flashed a thought. Then he looked at the Lord of the Red Sun and said lightly, "Do you want to fight with me?"
Yes.
The Lord of Qiyang replied with a laugh. At the same time, there was a calculation in his heart. Now that Sword Warrior is dead and resurrected, it will surely stir up a stir in the universe. If you kill Sword Warrior by yourself, you will not only get the appreciation of the prison dragon, but you will be better reputation in the universe. Even if he lost to Jian Shou, he thought it was enough to escape by virtue of his strength. It would be a great achievement to sue the news to Prison Dragon. They'll do what you want. Wu Jian Wushuang nodded his head, 5 knuckle fingers, holding the hilt of Wu weapon sword in his waist. Seeing this, the overlord suddenly changed his face and quickly shouted, "Sword unparalleled, don't be reckless. When this seat recovers 1 or 2, the two of us join forces." Huh. I didn't wait for him to finish. Jian's sword Wushuang has drawn his sword. Wu cry Excalibur, 3 inches out of the sheath. Huh. He sang softly. The next moment there was a flash of Jian Meng that made the world mourn. Hurry up. Too fast. Everyone just saw Jian Wushuang's sword-drawing action, and they saw a white swordman shoot out of his scabbard, just like a knife-cut tofu, flashed from the Lord of the Red Sun. I saw that the Qiyang Demon had a smile on his face before he could spit out a word, but the whole person was instantly torn apart. Boom. The next moment, the main body of Qiyang Demon collapsed. Sword spike. At this moment, the world seems to be choking. Everyone looked at Jian Wushuang in shock. His eyes were dull for a while, and his mouth could be opened to put an egg. Just now. What happened? Ashinya 1 Wang Omega. Kai 1 Zi Sha. Koem Chi Jian Wushuang's expression was faint, and her black hair was scattered, as if she had only done a trivial thing. She looked at the Grand Prince faintly and said calmly, "Are you going to fight me?" Huh. The eldest prince stared with eyes wide, and when he heard the question, a sudden horror like a ghost appeared on his face, but his feet softened and he almost fell to the ground. A sword spike? The grandpa prince only felt a chill, rushed straight from the spine to the top of the head, and got cold all over the body. Jian's sword is unparalleled. How could he become so scary? Murmur. There was a rolling sound of throat, and it kept ringing. Thoyoren, everyone in the 10th city, swallowed the saliva unconsciously. They looked at the expressions indifferently, the swords and black hair, and all their hairs were upright. Qiyang Demon Lord is the invincible master of the famous in the universe, one of the 9 giants in the ancient sky, so countless people look forward to the existence. But it was such an invincible master who was killed by Jian Wushuang's sword? This is not the most terrifying yet. The most terrifying thing is that the swords of the swordless pair of waists do not seem to be completely sheathed. Kongbu, what terrible combat power is this? At this moment, countless people are trembling. Sword is unparalleled. You can't be proud. Even if you are strong, the adult dragon in the starry sky can rule you. The prince bite in the teeth. He is not a stupid person. Since Jian Wushuang can kill Qiyang Demon with 1 sword, then his strength must be far above him. As for today's plan, Only the prisoner dragon was moved out to make the sword unparalleled. Want to press me by the prison dragon? Wu Jianshou looked at him and said lightly, Prince, I didn't want to kill you, but since you carried the prisoner dragon, so sorry, you can't go today. The prince heard the words. His face suddenly changed, and he quietly stepped back and opened his mouth and scolded, Jian Wushuang, do you think you can compete with the prisoner dragon? I tell you, the strength of the prisoner dragon, far from what you can. Huh. Speaking of this, the great prince saw that the distance between Wu Shuang and Jian has been widened, and he stepped his right foot and suddenly shot towards the entrance of the 10th city channel. Escape. Must escape. I said, you can't go. At this moment, a quiet voice sounded in his ear. When did you come here? How come so fast? The big prince numbed the scalp. Huh. The next second, a half-moon swordman slashed across him. Sha under this half-moon Jianmong. The body of the great prince was almost like a piece of paper and was directly cut off. Do not. In the terrifying roar of the great prince, his body crashed and shattered. Qiyang Demon Lord and Grand Prince both died. Chapter 4288. Hey, the second is here. Purr, purr. A gust of cold wind blew across the city's head. The 10th city, which was originally noisy, can be heard in a moment. Everyone is staring with eyes wide, staring at Jian Wushuang with a dull look. The two princes and the Lord of the Red Sun were killed by a single sword. Oh no, they didn't even see the swordless Wu clan's Excalibur. Only one sword-drawing style annihilated the two gods. So horrible. Countless people sweated on their foreheads and looked at the footsteps in the void, like the sword Ling Shi, the unparalleled sword unparalleled, and a word surged in their hearts. It is like a monster descending from the sky. It is really too old on earth. Even the overlord, after a sluggish look, swallowed his throat and looked at Jian Wushuang's gaze, which was extremely complicated. Once, Jian Wushuang was the 7th leader under his hands, an unknown little in the ancient road of the starry sky. But now, the whole universe is making a storm for him. His own life was saved by him just now. Blood sword. The overlord shouted softly. He is more accustomed to calling the alias Blood Sword, rather than Sword Wushuang. Wu Jianshou narrowed his eyes, stepped down in the void, and said, Where is the prisoner dragon now? The tyrant stunned, and then replied, Blood Sword. He is in the 18th city. He wanted to say more, and saw that Jian Wushuang had turned around and walked towards the entrance of the 10th city passage. A quiet voice sounded. Go, kill me with me. The tyrant heard a sudden shock and quickly followed him. A moment later, the two disappeared at the entrance to the 10th city passage. At the same time, the 10th city around it was eventually dominated, and only then did it wake up like a dream. They look at each other. They can see the colorful in each other's eyes. They know that the ancient sky is going to change. Immediately, the news about the return of the sword without double life. The sword killed the prince and the master of the Red Sun with the sword, spread out at an extremely fast speed, sweeping the entire universe. In a short time, the whole universe was shaking. I was inside the temple of the virtual god. The Supreme sits on the hall, closing his eyes and raising his soul. The battle between him and Supreme Bloodwave, which contained nearly 100 Chaos-era Supreme Divine powers, was almost exhausted, and it took countless years to bring it back. Bloodwaves, wait until the Cosmopolitan Grand Event, this seat and you to calculate this account. Bingyu Supreme opened his eyes. A pair of silver pupils flashed to the extreme of murder. I do not know how many years, ever since he asked the Supreme Divine Realm, no one dared to provoke him. However, on the day Shuebua opened the killing ring in front of the Taishu Temple, and even said, this seat, how about you? The words did not leave him a little face. How does this keep him angry? It was time for him to rise to power as the new emperor. As a result, the entire universe is joking at him now, saying that he is the most abandoned emperor in the history of Taishu Temple. The killing intention of the Supreme Master in blood is almost condensed into substance. Suddenly, at this moment, there was a long beeping voice outside the door asking for a meeting. Come in. Took a deep breath. Bingyu Supreme converged, said calmly.
Yes.
Soon afterwards, he saw a master of the Taishu temple, who hurried in from outside. Tanjian, see Emperor Bingyu. The master half-kneeled and arched his hand. Bing Xuan nodded supremely and said lightly, What do you mean by what? The master half-knelt on the ground, bowed his head, and hesitated for a while. This? Say. Bing frowned, majestically scolded. When the disciple heard his words and bit his teeth, he had to scratch his head and replied, Master Shinkong, the news from Shinkong Ancient Road, Jian Wushuang did not die, he has been reborn, and he killed the great prince and Qiang demon with one sword weight. After the words of this sentence fell, there was no thunder and anger in the whole hall, but it turned into a dead silence. It's chilling to death. The expression of this disciple could not help but panic. It was not until a long time ago that the quiet voice of Bingyu was remembered in the hall. Okay, let me step down. When the disciple heard the words, and then he was relieved in his heart and quickly resigned. Ashinya 1 Wang Omega Kai 1 Zi Sha. Koem what he didn't know, the throne of Bingyu Supreme, which was created with the best materials, has been ripped apart. Waste. Bing. Zone extreme expression Taiching reached the extreme. A cold breath emanated from him. The temperature of the entire hall plummeted by thousands of baidu, and the ground was covered with a thick layer of frost. Wu Jian Wushuang did not die. Then they are two virtual temples and will become the biggest joke in the entire universe. At the same time, inside the Palace of Life, Bloodwave Supreme and Great Axe Supreme also received the news of the return of the sword without dual births. Ha 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 ha. I know that this little guy has always been so hard. How could he die in the hands of a bereavement dog? Since Jian Wushuang died, the blood on the face has never been a smile of supremacy, and at this moment he laughed heartily. The gigantic axe looked at the Supreme, who laughed heartily, and a smile appeared on his face. He is not good at words, but when he hears that Jian Wushuang has not died, the joy in his heart is not less than that of the Bloodwave Supreme. Blood. This time the temple of the virtual temple is too big. The Supreme Axe smiled and shook his head. Inside the extreme Shinkong Ancient Road, King Jujia is rushing into shape and is hunting down a big old man. Aren't you going to kill me, to take revenge for your dean? Wang Zhijiawang's expression was indifferent, and he laughed calmly while chasing. Pervert. Wicked. Mad. The old man's teeth clattered, his face was terrified, and he continued to shoot forward. For this person, he is the master of Jinnan Hall who came to kill King Jutsai. I just don't know when it will happen. Between the two hunted and killed, they changed their identities. The special life supreme from these temples of life, compared to me and other ordinary supreme, the advantage is too great. Especially the king of 9 calamities is the perfect level of life. The thoughts of Su Jinnan Supreme turned sharply, and the madness began to figure out how to escape the hunt. However, just then, he was hunting down his king of the 9th calamity, and all of a sudden he stepped. Oh, Jian Wushuang is not dead? Wang Zhijiawang took his hand. A look of surprise appeared on his face. Just now, he received a supreme news, and was told that Jian Wushuang not only died, but also killed the 2 princes and Qiang demon with one sword. So too, how could he die if he was the opponent of King Jutsai? King Jujia shook his head and smiled, looking at the owner of the South Hall of the Jinnan, and said lightly, Just, this seat spares your life today. And at the same time, Wu Jinshuang and Overlord have stepped into the 11th city. Blood sword. Jian Wushuang, listen to me. If I expected it well, Prison Dragon should already know that you are not dead. Now the whole Ho 8 cities are his people. If you rush in, if he does, he will set up an ambush and send someone to siege you. In my opinion, it would be better for me to find the Juxing Shangzi and Maluo Shao, and then think about the countermeasures together. Fozerd, otherwise, if you enter the latter 8 cities like this, you will be the enemy of the world. The tyrant followed behind Jinshuang, and was slightly behind by half a figure, considering the words carefully. The current sword is unparalleled, and naturally cannot be treated in the same way as before. Even if he talks, he has to think about whether it is appropriate or not. Are all enemies in the world? Jian Jianwushuang narrowed his eyes upon hearing the words, then shook his head and calmly said, "Then, let us be the enemy of the world." Chapter 4289. The first is here. The deepest ancient road in the sky, the 18th city. The prisoner dragon was sitting on a throne, and the great emperor, the young emperor, the blood son, and a charming woman stood beside him. He had a newsletter in his hand, the master of the 10th city, and the report of the battle rushed. In this newsletter, there is a detailed record of the return of Jian Wushuang's dual life, and Jian Wushuang's first sword killing the two princes and Qiyang demon. "Master, what shall we do now?" asked the Emperor Shao of the great sun god. The prisoner's expression was playful, and he didn't answer, but smiled. "It's really interesting. The sword Wushuang is clearly under this seat. He has disappeared, and it all made him come alive." He froze. The prisoner's eyes glanced over the faces of the young emperor of the great kingdom of the sun and the enchanting woman, and said, "Shao Yin, Tian Luo Fu, you two each led 100 ultimate masters to the 11th city."
Yes.
The concubine of the Emperor Dari's god kingdom should be complimented, and Tian Luofu kissed the prisoner's face and smiled. "Master prisoner, wait for my good news." A moment later, each of them led 100 ultimate masters, rushing towards the 11th city. Prison Dragon watched the two disappearing into the sky and chuckled, sword unparalleled. "Don't worry, the game between us has just begun." 11th city. The sky is gray. Wu Jianwushuang stepped on the imperial road of the 11th city. He could feel that the past 10,000 years had passed, and the Shinkong ancient road had become a lot more deserted than when he was there before. He remembered that when he first stepped into the 11th city, there were still many ultimate masters, who stood at the entrance of the passage and invited the ultimate masters of the 8 cities to join the major forces. But now, the excitement and prosperity of the past disappeared, leaving nothing but cold. "Jian Wushuang, since you faked death, the whole city behind the ancient starry sky has fallen into the mad killing of the prisoner dragon. Now the whole city behind the ancient starry sky, the dead and flee, even if there are a few still alive yet, almost all took refuge in the prison dragon." Overlord lags behind Jian Wushuang and sighs. Imagine that when the 9 giants jointly led the ancient road of Shinkong, they can be said to be full of flowers, each showing its different colors. Even if there are occasional killings, it will not hurt the foundation. Wu Jianwushuang nodded, no reply. The King of Kings continued to take care of himself. "I have already sent a message to the Jiuxing Sun and the Demon Chief, and they will come to us later, when we will kill the prisoners together." Qi Jian Wushuang said a while, then thought and asked, "Can the leader of Shake Mountain survive?" He did not care about the lives and deaths of other people, but shook the mountain leader. When he first came to the 8 cities behind Shinkong Ancient Road, he treated him rather modestly. The overlord heard a bitter smile and replied with a bitter smile, "Shake the Mountain is still alive, that is, the other people are in command, and they have all died. But unfortunately, I waited for the captive dragon to chase after myself. I don't know where." Just as the two started talking, flying above the sky, a sudden roar was made. Wu Jianshou looked up. "I saw a demon man wearing a royal robe with a round of fierce daylight embroidered on it, and a charming woman with an exposed and enchanting body, each leading 100 ultimate masters, like a rolling black cloud from the distance, came out of the air. Ashinya Wentong Wang Omega, Kai Wen Zi Sha. Koem, they are so powerful that they are full of pressure, as if the sky is about to reach the sky. It is the Tian Luo woman of the great Emperor Kingdom and the young spider family." Seeing the overlord, the pupil shrinks. He did not expect that the prison dragon would be so fast. Soon after they arrived in the 11th city, they had been sent to kill. "I saw above the sky, the emperor of the great sun kingdom." The Emperor Shao looked indifferent and looked down at Jian Wushuang. His eyes flashed coldly. In the original ruins of Tailuo, the king of Jinnan died in swordless hands. The king of Zhennan was his henchman's assistant to the ruins of Tailuo. Just take advantage of today to end the sword unparalleled. Xiao Di hummed in his heart. On that day, Luo Fu looked at Jian Wushuang directly. After tapping her mouth, she covered her mouth and smiled softly. Well, you are Jian Wushuang? You are younger and more handsome than I expected. Why not do me 1,001 of the first faces? Maybe I can say, Lord Prisoner Dragon, spare your life. After I finished speaking, she laughed and trembled. I have to say that Luo Luofi's beautiful appearance this day, under such a smile, is really full of charm. Even many of the ultimate masters behind her have been blinded for a while. The king of tyrants quickly said next to Jian Wushuang, you must not listen to this demon woman's nonsense. Their spiders are the best bewitching technique. Once they are confused, they will swallow their divine spirit and nourish themselves. On that day, the Luo woman heard the words, and a moment of anger suddenly appeared on her face. Lu Mei yelled upside down and said, Bawang, you're going to hurt and stigmatize me here. After saying that, she turned to look at Jian Wushuang again and smiled charmingly. Sword Wushuang, can you think clearly? Wu Jian had no expression on both sides and slowly looked up at her, calmly. Are you done? Tian Luofu froze on her face. When you are finished, prepare to die. Wu Jian's eyebrows were cold. His right hand slaps Wu weapon sword. Wu weapon sword comes out of the sheath instantly. A shocking movement, straight into Jiuxiao, issued a dim cold sword, spread instantly. This sword is blowing like a hurricane, endless power is flowing. The entire mile of emptiness was instantly condensed. Sword warriors, come back quickly. This super battle array is invincible. Ba Wang shouted. However, wait for him to finish. Qi Jian Wushuang has already held the hilt of his sword and stepped hard. The whole man has risen to the sky, merged with the sword, turned into a half-moon sword on, and looted towards the ultimate master of the sea. At first, this sword was just ordinary, but as it approached, it suddenly became like a heaven and earth, exuding endless brilliance. Shi Shaodi and Tian Luofu looked indifferent and drank lowly. Go all out and kill him? Yes. 200 ultimate dominators, suddenly should be. Various rules emerged from the treasure, stirring thousands of magical rays in the air. The young emperor teared his hands, and suddenly a large round of fierce day condensed, pressing toward the sword unparalleled. Mystery, violent blood day. Suddenly, under the eyes of Tian Luofi's eyes, she opened up her mouth and spit out thousands of spider silk, and shot toward the sword without any effort. This spider silk is extremely tough, covered with purple venom, like a powerful javelin, a burst of sound barrier sound. At this moment, thousands of tricks blasted. Sword and sword warrior has come from the sword, slammed into the ultimate master of the black pressure. Chapter 4290. Hey, the second is here. At this point, this sword has become a tearing sky, running through the sky and earth, emitting a glorious brilliance, like a knife cut butter, splitting thousands of techniques, crushing past 200 ultimate masters. Heaven and earth, only this sword Guanghua. Laozhan shakes, the sun and the moon collapse, and the chaos is boiling. A blast of shock came from all over. Countless gods collapsed, countless ultimate masters fell, and in the sky, it seemed like a blood rain. Unstoppable, destroyed. Take a sword and break the magic. This sword, through a very fast speed, pierced the blood sun of the emperor of the great sun god kingdom, and then cut the whole person in the air in the incredible eyes of the young emperor. How could he be so strong? Suddenly charming, the glamorous and unbelievable Tian Luofi's face suddenly changed, terrified, and screamed. It turned into a huge black spider with black spider legs. She is quickly weaving nets in the air, in order to resist the dazzling sword on transformed by Jian Wushuang in one body. However, everything is useless. This sword Wushuang easily tore off the net that she had worked hard to weave, rolled over her, and split into two sections. The first sword after this sword Wushuang is out. It is destined to be amazing in the world. I was far away in the 11th city. Two people are coming quickly. These two people are like Jiuxing Shangzi and Imo Luo Xiaochangwang. Suddenly, the two were sprinting and suddenly stopped, as if they saw something incredible, raised their heads to the horizon and looked at it. I saw that at the end of the sky, a dazzling swordmongering, like a hanging river, connected the heavens and the earth into a line, crashed into a dark cloud, and penetrated the dark cloud composed of magical powers directly into two sections. Across the sea. What a terrifying sword! Juxing Shangzi and Imo Luo Arama looked at each other, and in their eyes were horrified. Come on. The Overlord sent me a message before. He is now with Sword Warrior. If I read it right, the sword-like meaning of the sky should be Sword Warrior. In other words, they are now fighting with the prisoner of the dragon. The Jiuxing Shangzi took a deep breath, still unable to stop shocking focused on the head. Immediately, the two did not dare to delay anymore, and as soon as they stepped, they turned into two rays of light, and at a faster speed, swept away in the direction of Jian Wushuang. Jian Shivali, traversed the sun and the moon. Between heaven and earth, the light repeats itself. I saw a very spectacular scene. The battle array consisting of the great emperor of the Sun God Kingdom, the goddess of heaven, and 200 ultimate dominators has been like a fort on the beach. Off, under one sword, the emperor of the great Sun Kingdom, the Emperor Tian Luofu, together with 200 ultimate masters, all died. In the 11th city, there are some ultimate masters who live in the cracks, all looking up at the sword, as if seeing mythology, lips trembling. The sword Ling Shi. The world is unparalleled. The style of this sword is proof that the world is invincible. Rebirth comes back. One sword wipes out all the enemies of the world. Ha 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 ha. We have an ancient road to the stars. We have been saved. Countless people stared at Jian Wushuang, dizzying and fascinated. Yi Bawang also looked at Jian Wushuang. He intended to help Jian Wushuang, and slowly lowered his arm. He looked at a sword and smashed all the enemy's swords in the world, and his face glowed with a gorgeous smile. This smile was so cheerful and so vivid. He knows that the retribution of Prison Dragon has arrived. Two light rays fell beside him, turning into Jiuxing Shangzi and Imo Luo Arma. Both of them did not speak, but looked at Jian Meng, who was transformed by Jian Wushuang. Their expressions were extremely complicated. Once upon a time, they were the top 9 giants, and Jian Wushuang was just an unknown little in the ancient road of Shinkong. Now they face Jian Wushuang, but they can only look up. We sent him far away. Jiuxing Shangzi sighed. After a short while, above the sky, there was only Sword Wushuang. He stood with the sword, his black hair was flying, and his black robe was stained with blood, as if he had stepped on the sky. You are waiting for me. Wu Jianshou looked back at them, then turned into Sword On again, and swept away towards the entrance of the 11th city. Sword unparalleled. Where are you going? Ba Wang and others shouted, shouting. Slay the dragon. Wu Jinshuang spit out 2 words calmly. Boom! A gigantic Jinmong appeared, and in an instant, it disappeared in front of them and appeared thousands of miles away. In the next breath, Jian Wushuang has disappeared to the 11th city. Gong Bawang and others looked at each other quickly and quickly followed. 11th city, 12th city, 13th city, 14th city. The sword of Wushuang, which stretches for thousands of miles, starts from the 11th city and passes through the sky of each city successively. He saw Hubaking, and it has become so crowded, countless mountain peaks are broken, and countless large lakes have dried up. He knows that these are the masterpieces of Prison Dragon. In the 8 cities that followed, the ultimate masters who stretched out and lingered under the prisoners' dragons all looked up and looked at the dazzling swordsman passing by from the air. It's swordless. He is back. In the 16th city, a burly figure hiding in the depths of the ground, feeling the strong Kendo breath passing fast in the sky, he felt a shock and broke through the soil. He is the leader of Shaking Mount. He knows that the day he is waiting so hard has finally arrived. At this moment, in the 18th city, it is also the last city in the ancient sky. The prisoner dragon sat on a throne of dragon patterns, as if sensing something, slowly raised his head to look at the sky, and a weird arc evoked in the corner of his mouth. Don't you stop it? He twisted his neck lazily, making a clicking noise. Blood godson, Jin Wushuang is coming. Bring his old friend out. The blood Shinzi stared and nodded. He stomped into the temple behind Prison Dragon and launched a huge thing shrouded in a black robe. Wow! The black robe was lifted by the blood sun, and I saw a huge stone frame made of black iron. A chubby ultimate dominated by two black chains that penetrated the scapula and nailed to the stone frame. This ultimate master is awesome. Little guy, your rescuer is coming. The prisoner dragon smiled at him, then turned to look far away from the sky, and his tongue licked the corner of his mouth, his eyes showing cruelty. I saw a light on the sky. This light is like a horizontal thunder between heaven and earth, splitting the sky into two sides, carrying the endless thunder potential and quickly coming. This silk is brighter, faster, and finally, in the pupil of Prison Dragon, zooming in sharply. That's a Swordsman. Chapter 4291. The first is here. This sword is coming in galvanically. It was not noticeable at first, but as it approached, it instantly covered the sky and shattered the clouds. Suddenly, the blood sun's face suddenly froze. Even though it was still thousands of miles away, he could already feel the sharp sword chi, which hurt his body. It's strong. The word of God of blood poured out from the bottom of his heart. Finally come. The prisoner's eyes flashed wildly, with a touch of excitement on his face, and he stood up from the throne. Huh! The sword on transformed by Wu Jianwushuang, without any intention of staying, ran straight towards the prison dragon. Ha ha, good job. The prisoner's feet slammed into the void, and two large pits exploded, turning into a black on and slamming into the sword. Huh! There was a loud noise and it broke out. I saw the two hit the center. A huge arc-shaped shock wave spread instantly and set off a huge white wave in the air. The next moment, I saw the figure of the prisoner dragon, shot it backwards, hit it on a mountain peak, and crashed the mountain directly. Wu Jinmong gradually dispersed, and in the void, a thin figure of black hair was exposed. Hit him. It is the sword unparalleled that has passed the 18 cities. This sword has accumulated endless divine power of the sword, and keeps backlogging until it hits the prison dragon, and then only bursts out. Ah, since you've broken through to the end? The prisoner dragon came out of the mountain peak, wiped the blood flowing from the corner of his mouth, looked up at Jian Wushuang. His face was not half afraid, but the sparks of excitement in his eyes kept flashing. Yes, it's my blessing and I broke it. Jian Wushuang nodded faintly. The prisoner dragon smiled, and then he said, yeah, the only way is that it will be interesting to kill you again. Qi Jian Wushuang didn't care about him, but turned to look at the Hao Ember Master on one side, and there was a pity of pity in his eyes. The current Hao Ember dominates, two chains pass through his scapula, his face is yellow, his whole body is weak to the extreme, his eyes are full of decay. But when he saw Jian Wushuang, there was a gleam of light in his bleak and hopeless eyes. Kanja he looked at Jian Wushuang, opened his mouth hard, and forcibly squeezed a smile. Master, blood and blood sword. I knew that you would come to save me. Prison Dragon watched this scene, sneered, and urged narrowly, Jian Wushuang. Speaking of this guy who is really loyal to you. This place has crushed his bones time and time again. He burned his soul with a divine fire every day, causing his body to constantly collapse and reorganize. Even so, he still did not want to trust me. Wu Jianshou heard the words, his expression gradually became cold, turned his head to look at him, calmly said, relax, I will crush your bones inch by inch, cramps and bones, torture day and night. Ha ha ha, Jian Wushuang, then it depends on whether you have this ability. Prison Dragon Zhang laughed wildly. Countless black chains erupted behind him and smashed into the sword like a missile. Jian Wushuang's eyes closed for a moment. He was quite impressed with the black chain. Each of these black chains was as heavy as the Mount Taishan and extremely heavy. Mandoi, in the face of this move, Jian Wushuang was helpless and could only be passively beaten. But now, naturally, they can no longer be compared. Looking at the thousands of chains smashed by the sky, Jian Wushuang spit out 2 words. Cut star. Huh. A silver sword rainbow condensed, as if there were thousands of glory in the world, gathered in the hands of a sword unparalleled, carrying the potential of armies to make things easier, and severely chopped the thousands of chains. As Jian Wushuang broke through to the ultimate level, the sword-cutting sword also had a worldwide difference. I saw countless star formations on this sword-cutting sword. The silver sword rainbow is more like a magnificent galaxy. When it is dropped with a sword, it is like ingesting a rolling galaxy. The power is terrifying. Ding! There was a crisp sound of crackling, and this black chain, which was very strong, was broken down at a very fast speed under the Star River, turned into a silver sword. This hasn't stopped yet. After Silver Jianhong cut off all the black chains, he chopped forward again. In the surprised eyes of the prisoner dragon, a sword struck him. Huh! The prisoner's dragon slammed fiercely, and the sword suddenly burst into a sword mark, spilling a series of black blood. Jian Wu's eyes narrowed, and his right foot slammed on the ground. It suddenly swept like a hurricane, followed by a leap, and immediately appeared on top of the prisoner's dragon head. Before the prisoner dragon's reaction came, his 5 fingers suddenly extended and clasped on his face, grabbing the prisoner's face, slamming it on the ground. Prisoner, you it? Huh? 2D countless lands are split. Jian Wushuang's expression is indifferent, grabbing the prisoner's dragon's face, banging on the ground constantly. The action is violent to the extreme. Huh? Tap it again and again. A horrible sword, constantly blasting in the sword without hands. The prisoner's head was grasped by Jian Wushuang, and he smashed on the ground of the 18th city, smashing the ground into a huge deep pit, and numerous cracks spread out around the giant pit. Sword unparalleled. Who gives you the qualification? Dare to hurt me? A low, deep voice issued from the prisoner's mouth. Taking advantage of a gap, Prison Dragon reached out his hand and pushed hard towards Jian Wushuang. Suddenly, a strong thrust rushed toward Jian Wushuang, as if heaven and earth were repelling him, pushing Jian Wushuang away fiercely. The next moment, Prison Dragon supported the ground with both hands and pulled his head out of the deep pit. I saw him at this moment. He was miserable. The whole face was covered with blood. The sword intention of Jian Shuang continued to explode between 5 fingers, covering his entire face with sword marks. Hoo! Prison Dragon gasped heavily, but there was no fear on his face. Instead, he stuck out his tongue and licked the blood at the corner of his mouth, smirking lowly. Is this the feeling of injury? It's really getting me excited. Huh. He didn't wait for him to finish. He had already stepped on his right foot and shot like a cannonball. His right hand condensed into a fist and smashed again towards the sword unparalleled. On his arm, the dark dragon scales began to cover. The whole void air is distorted by this punch. Jian Wushuang's expression was cold, and his right hand made a stroke on Wu Cry Excalibur, and he also raised his sword to kill the prisoner dragon. The speed of the two was extremely fast, and they fought against each other in an instant, hitting the ground for 9 days and hitting the ground for 9 days. Every time the two of them fought, the void was constantly shaking. The entire 18 cities were like being plagued by apocalyptic disasters. The area was 1,000,000 miles away. Is this still the battle between the ultimate masters? The blood god looked at this scene, and there was a horror flash on his face. Just standing on the edge of Jian Wushuang's battle with the prisoner dragon, he could feel the violent coercion from the two, and he stepped back. You're tuning in to the Warrior Lore YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.